Greetings and welcome. You've arrived at Proxima What If. We're proud to present today's story. What if Harry was a natural basilisk Animagus and petrified every Death Eater at the graveyard? Enjoying our channel? Subscribe and hit the notification bell. Leave a like and comment to let us know you care. Without any more delay, here's the story. Chapter 1, Scales of Fate. The hedge maze loomed before Harry, its entrance a dark maw waiting to swallow him whole. The roar of the crowd faded to a distant hum as Professor Moody's hand clasped his shoulder, squeezing with unnecessary force. "Remember, Potter," Moody growled, his magical eye swiveling wildly, "first one to the cup wins. Use that head of yours." Harry nodded, rubbing his forehead where his scar had been prickling all day. Something felt off, beyond the usual dread of being forced to compete in a tournament he never entered. A strange pressure had been building behind his eyes since morning, like the precursor to a headache that never quite arrived. Ludo Bagman's amplified voice cut through his thoughts. "Ladies and gentlemen, the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin." The cannon blast startled Harry more than it should have. He stepped into the maze alongside Cedric, their paths immediately diverging as the hedges shifted behind them. "Good luck," Cedric called, his voice already being swallowed by the unnatural silence of the maze. Harry gripped his wand tighter and moved forward, the pressure behind his eyes intensifying with each step. 20 minutes later, after navigating past a boggart and a strange golden mist that turned the world upside down, Harry found himself face to face with one of Hagrid's blast-ended Scroots. The creature, now nearly 10 feet long, charged toward him with its stinger raised. "Impedimenta!" Harry shouted, but his spell merely slowed the beast. The Scroot continued its advance, armor gleaming in the eerie light. Fear shot through him, raw and electric. The pressure behind his eyes peaked suddenly, becoming almost unbearable. Harry's vision sharpened oddly, the Scroot coming into focus with unnatural clarity. And then, inexplicably, the creature froze mid-charge. Not slowed or stopped, completely immobilized, as if turned to stone. Harry blinked, the pressure receding. Had his spell worked better than he thought? He cautiously sidestepped the Scroot, which remained frozen in place, and continued down the path. The encounter slipped from his mind as he progressed deeper into the maze. The hedges seemed to breathe around him, whispering secrets in languages he almost understood. Twice more he encountered creatures, a sphinx that posed a riddle he barely solved, and an acromantula that lunged from the shadows. With the spider, it happened again. Terror lanced through Harry as the massive arachnid dropped toward him. The pressure behind his eyes spiked sharply, and for a fraction of a second, the spider's movement hitched, like a film skipping a frame. It wasn't enough to fully stop the attack, but the momentary pause gave Harry the split second he needed to cast a stunning spell directly at its vulnerable underbelly. "What the hell was that?" he muttered to himself, rubbing at his temples. A scream cut through the maze, Fleur's voice. Harry hesitated, then ran toward the sound, only to find an empty pathway and disturbed ground. The pressure behind his eyes pulsed in time with his racing heart. Later, when he encountered Crumb standing over Cedric's twitching form, casting the Cruciatus curse with glazed eyes, Harry didn't think, he reacted. Pure protective rage surged through him. The pressure exploded behind his eyes, and Crumb froze mid-incantation, his body rigid for 3 full seconds before he crumpled unconscious to the ground. "Harry?" Cedric gasped, struggling to his feet. "What did you do to him?" I don't know," Harry admitted, the confession tumbling out before he could stop it. "I think I stunned him, but it felt different." Cedric studied Crumb's still form. His eyes were all wrong. "I think someone was controlling him." Harry nodded, rubbing his forehead. "Someone's trying to sabotage the tournament." "More than that," Cedric said grimly, "they're trying to get us killed." They agreed to continue separately but promised to send up red sparks if they found Crumb's controller. As Harry moved deeper into the maze, the hedges grew darker, as if absorbing the fading twilight. The pressure behind his eyes had become a constant presence, not quite painful but impossible to ignore. When Harry finally glimpsed the Triwizard Cup's blue glow in the distance, a flicker of hope ignited in his chest. Nearly there. Nearly done with this nightmare tournament. Then he heard Cedric's shout from a parallel path, triumph quickly transforming into terror. Harry changed direction, sprinting toward the sound. He rounded a corner to find Cedric being dragged backward by a massive vine that had erupted from the hedge. Defindo! Harry yelled, severing the vine. More tendrils shot out from the living hedge, wrapping around Cedric's ankles. Together they fought free of the devil's snare, ending up breathless and scratched mere feet from the gleaming cup. "You saved me," Cedric panted. "Twice now." Harry shrugged, uncomfortable with the gratitude in the older boy's voice. "You'd have done the same." They stared at the cup, its blue light pulsing hypnotically. "Take it," Cedric said finally. "You deserve it more." Harry shook his head. The pressure behind his eyes ebbed slightly, allowing clarity. "Together. It's still a Hogwarts victory." A smile broke across Cedric's face. "Count of 3. They reached for the cup simultaneously, fingers closing around the cold metal handles. The familiar hook behind the naval sensation of a portkey caught Harry by surprise, the maze dissolving around them in a whirl of color and sound. They slammed into solid ground, Harry's glasses askew, the pressure behind his eyes flaring painfully. Through watering eyes, he made out the silhouettes of gravestones against a starry sky. "Did you know the cup was a portkey?" Cedric asked, pulling Harry to his feet. "No." Harry gripped his wand tighter, instinct screaming danger. "This isn't part of the task." The graveyard was ancient, headstones weathered and listing. At its center loomed a marble angel of death, scythe raised over a tomb bearing the name Riddle. Harry's scar exploded with pain, more intense than he'd ever experienced. "Someone's coming," Harry hissed, grabbing Cedric's arm. A figure shuffled toward them, cradling something in its arms. As it drew closer, Harry recognized the hunched form of Peter Pettigrew, Wormtail, carrying what looked like a bundle of robes. A high, cold voice emanated from the bundle. "Kill the spare." Wormtail raised his wand, pointing it directly at Cedric's chest. Avada! Everything slowed down. Harry's vision tunneled, focusing with preternatural sharpness on Wormtail's face. The pressure that had been building behind his eyes all day erupted, flowing through his body like liquid fire. Something fundamental shifted within him, bone, muscle, perception itself. Wormtail's incantation died on his lips. His body went rigid, his expression freezing in a rictus of shock. The bundle tumbled from his suddenly stiff arms, landing with a dull thud on the graveyard dirt. "Harry?" Cedric's voice seemed to come from very far away. "What's happening to you?" Harry couldn't answer. His skin burned, the sensation of something pushing through from beneath overwhelming him. When he raised his hands, he saw with distant horror that scales had erupted along his forearms, iridescent green scales that caught the moonlight like shards of emerald. "Run," Harry managed, his voice strangely sibilant. "Get back to the cup. I'm not leaving you." Cedric raised his wand, pointing it at the fallen bundle, which had begun to emit a high, furious keening. Before Harry could argue, a massive snake slithered from between the gravestones. Nagini, Harry somehow knew her name without being told, hissing warnings to her master. The bundle of robes began to unravel, revealing a grotesque homunculus with scaled skin and glowing red eyes. Lord Voldemort, reduced to a pitiful form but still radiating malevolence. "Potter," the creature hissed. "What have you done? What are you becoming?" Harry felt the answer rippling beneath his skin. The scales had spread up his arms, across his shoulders, creeping up his neck. The pressure behind his eyes had transformed into a throbbing power that yearned for release. "Cedric," Harry gasped, "don't look at my eyes." Understanding dawned on Cedric's face, followed quickly by disbelief. Harry, that's not possible. You can't be, G.O. Harry shouted, feeling the transformation accelerate. His teeth elongated, becoming needle-sharp. His vision split somehow, becoming both sharper and stranger, as if he were seeing heat signatures overlaid on the normal world. Cedric backed away but didn't flee. Instead, he pointed his wand at the homunculus. Stupefy. The red bolt struck Voldemort, who barely flinched. Foolish boy, the Dark Lord rasped. Nagini, kill him. The massive serpent lunged toward Cedric, but Harry moved with impossible speed, interposing himself between them. He locked eyes with Nagini, his gaze now burning with an inner light that leaked between his lashes. Nagini froze mid-strike, her massive body instantly rigid. Not dead, Harry could sense her life force still burning beneath the suddenly stone-like exterior, but completely immobilized. Voldemort's scream of rage tore through the night. What are you? Harry turned slowly, careful to keep his gaze away from Cedric. The transformation had halted its advance, leaving him in a halfway state, human form covered in basilisk scales, teeth elongated into fangs, eyes burning with petrifying power. Get to the cup, Harry told Cedric, his voice a strange blend of human speech and serpentine hiss. Bring help. Cedric hesitated, loyalty warring with self-preservation. Harry, I can handle this, Harry interrupted, surprised to find he believed it. Something ancient and powerful had awakened within him, something that recognized Voldemort as prey rather than predator. Cedric finally nodded, backing toward where the Triwizard Cup had fallen. I'll be back with Dumbledore. As Cedric disappeared with the port key, Voldemort began to laugh, a terrible, wheezing sound from his malformed lungs. Alone at last, Potter. You've surprised me, I admit. But do you think this partial transformation will save you? I, who have gone further than any wizard toward immortality. The homunculus raised a skeletal hand, and Harry felt a surge of magic ripple through the graveyard. The earth before the Riddle tombstone cracked open. Bones erupted from the soil, assembling themselves into a complete skeleton that hovered in the air. Bone of the Father, Voldemort intoned, his voice gaining strength, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. The bones dissolved into dust, pouring into a cauldron Harry hadn't noticed before. It sat upon a magical fire, its contents already bubbling. Harry lunged forward, but invisible bonds seized him, pinning him against the marble angel. Voldemort's magic, even in his weakened state, was overwhelmingly powerful. Fascinating, Voldemort observed, his red eyes gleaming. A Basilisk Animagus? I had thought them extinct. The magic of Salazar himself flows through your veins, magic that, by rights, belongs to me alone. The homunculus gestured toward Wormtail's petrified form. No matter. There are other servants. As if summoned by his words, the air filled with multiple cracks of apparition. Cloaked figures materialized throughout the graveyard, faces hidden behind silver masks. My faithful Death Eaters, Voldemort greeted them, how prompt you are, when you believed me dead for 13 years. The Death Eaters approached cautiously, eyeing Harry's transformed appearance with obvious fear. My lord, one of them said, kneeling before the homunculus, what has happened to Potter? A fascinating development, Lucius, Voldemort replied. It seems the boy possesses gifts even I did not anticipate. Gifts that will soon be mine. Harry struggled against his invisible bonds, the pressure behind his eyes building again as fear and anger surged within him. He could feel the transformation resuming, scales spreading across his face now, his vision splitting further. I require one of you to complete my rebirth, Voldemort continued. Flesh of the servant, willingly given. A large Death Eater stepped forward, rolling up his sleeve. I would be honored, Master. Excellent, Crab. Your sacrifice will be remembered. As the Death Eater approached the cauldron, drawing a silver dagger, Harry felt something fundamental shift within him. The pressure behind his eyes exploded outward, and with it, his human form surrendered completely to what lay beneath. His body contorted, elongating and thickening. His skin gave way entirely to scales, emerald and onyx intertwined in hypnotic patterns. His neck stretched, jaw unhinging to accommodate rows of dagger-like fangs. A hood of scaled flesh flared around his now serpentine head. Most terrifying of all, his eyes opened fully for the first time since the transformation began, yellow orbs with vertical pupils that radiated deadly power. The nearest Death Eater made the mistake of looking directly at him. "Merlin's beard, what has happened?" His words cut off as his body went rigid, skin taking on the grey pallor of stone. One by one, the Death Eaters turned toward the commotion, and one by one, they fell victim to Harry's basilisk gaze. In less than 30 seconds, the graveyard was filled with petrified Death Eaters, Lucius Malfoy frozen with his hand still reaching for his wand, Crabbe turned to stone with the ritual dagger half-raised, others caught in postures of dawning horror. Only Voldemort remained unaffected, his own serpentine nature offering some protection against Harry's gaze. But even he recoiled from the massive basilisk that Harry had become, 20 feet of coiled muscle and deadly purpose. "This changes nothing," Voldemort hissed, slithering backward toward Nagini's petrified form. "You cannot maintain this form indefinitely, and when you revert, I will be waiting." Harry lunged forward, jaws wide, but Voldemort had already pressed a hand to Nagini's stone-like scales. Both disappeared with a crack of apparition, leaving Harry alone among the garden of petrified Death Eaters. For several minutes, Harry remained in basilisk form, coiled among the gravestones, instinct warring with human consciousness. Gradually, his thinking clarified. With immense effort, he focused on his human self, on the feeling of standing on two legs, of holding a wand, of being Harry Potter. The transformation reversed slowly, painfully. Scales receded into skin, serpentine muscle contracted into human proportion, fangs retracted into normal teeth. When it finished, Harry collapsed naked onto the graveyard dirt, his clothes torn to shreds during the transformation. He lay there panting, trying to process what had happened, when multiple cracks of apparition announced new arrivals. Harry rolled behind a gravestone, peering out cautiously. Dumbledore stood in the center of the graveyard, accompanied by Professors McGonagall and Snape, along with Cedric and his father. They surveyed the scene of petrified Death Eaters with expressions ranging from shock to grim satisfaction. "Harry?" Dumbledore called, his voice gentle but carrying. "It's safe to come out now." Harry would have laughed if he'd had the energy. Safe? Nothing felt safe anymore, least of all himself. Still, he couldn't hide in a graveyard forever. "I need clothes," he managed to call back, his voice raw. McGonagall conjured robes instantly, sending them floating toward his hiding place. Harry pulled them on with trembling hands before stepping out. Cedric gasped. "Harry, your eyes." Harry froze. "What about them?" Snape conjured a small mirror and thrust it toward Harry. He looked into it and nearly dropped it in shock. His eyes, normally green, now had a yellowish tint, with pupils that contracted to vertical slits in the wand light. "It seems," Dumbledore said quietly, "that we have much to discuss." "I turned into a basilisk," Harry blurted out, the reality of it finally hitting him fully. "A bloody basilisk. I petrified them all with my eyes." "Yes," Dumbledore nodded, examining the nearest petrified Death Eater, Lucius Malfoy, frozen in aristocratic horror. "A most unusual ability. One not seen for many centuries. Can they be revived?" Cedric's father asked, keeping a wary distance from both the petrified figures and Harry. "Mandric restorative draft, as with the basilisk victims in Harry's second year," McGonagall replied. "Though whether we should restore them immediately is another question entirely." Snape moved among the petrified Death Eaters, pulling back sleeves to reveal dark marks stark against grey skin. Evidently, the Dark Lord has indeed returned, and called his followers to him. His eyes darted to Harry. "What happened to him?" "He escaped," Harry said, the memory returning in fragments. He took Nagini, his snake, and disapparated. But he was weak, not fully resurrected. I interrupted some kind of ritual. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. You prevented his full return. I think so, Harry nodded, wincing as his scar throbbed. He was this thing. Not really human. He needed the ritual to get his body back properly. This changes everything, McGonagall whispered. Indeed it does, Dumbledore agreed, his gaze returning to Harry with renewed intensity. As does Harry's newly manifested ability. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. What's happening to me, Professor? That, Dumbledore said gravely, is what we must determine. But not here, not now. He turned to Amos Diggory. Amos, I must ask you and Cedric to return to Hogwarts ahead of us. Tell Minister Fudge only that there has been an incident, and that I will explain everything shortly. Amos nodded reluctantly, putting an arm around his son's shoulders. Come, Cedric. Wait, Cedric said, pulling away from his father to approach Harry. He hesitated just a moment before extending his hand. Thank you. For saving my life. Harry stared at the offered hand, suddenly terrified. What if I can't control it? What if I petrify you too? You won't, Cedric said with surprising confidence. Your eyes are different, but they're not doing that thing anymore. Harry cautiously took Cedric's hand, relief washing through him when nothing happened. Cedric squeezed once before letting go and returning to his father. The Diggorys took hold of the Triwizard Cup once more and vanished. Now, Dumbledore said, turning to Snape and McGonagall, we have a decision to make regarding these Death Eaters. We should turn them over to the Ministry, McGonagall stated firmly. Cornelius will deny everything, Snape countered. He'll claim Imperius, as he did before. Perhaps, Dumbledore mused, but the evidence is rather more substantial this time. He gestured to Wormtail's frozen form. Peter Pettigrew, very much alive, bearing the dark mark. That alone would exonerate Sirius Black. A spark of hope ignited in Harry's chest. We can prove Sirius is innocent. Yes, Dumbledore confirmed. Though I suspect that will be overshadowed by. He waved a hand to encompass Harry and the petrified Death Eaters, all of this. Harry swallowed hard. Will I be in trouble? For this? That depends, Snape said coldly, on whether you can control your new ability, or if you're a danger to everyone around you. Severus, McGonagall admonished. No, he's right, Harry said, the reality of his situation sinking in. What if I can't control it? What if I hurt someone? The thought of accidentally petrifying Ron or Hermione made him feel ill. Dumbledore placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. We will help you master this ability, Harry. You are not the first Basilisk Animagus in wizarding history, merely the first in several centuries. There were others? Harry asked, hope flickering. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. Though the knowledge has been suppressed, for obvious reasons. Minerva, as our transfiguration expert, will be instrumental in helping you control your transformations. McGonagall nodded, though she looked somewhat overwhelmed by the prospect. We'll need to begin immediately. For now, Dumbledore continued, let us return to Hogwarts. Severus, if you would alert the order. We'll need to move quickly before word spreads. Snape nodded curtly and disapparated with a crack. McGonagall began casting containment spells around the petrified Death Eaters, preparing them for transport. Dumbledore led Harry a short distance away, his expression grave. Harry, I must ask you something of the utmost importance. When you transformed, what did you feel? Harry considered the question. It was overwhelming. Like something ancient taking over. But I was still me, still in control, mostly. I chose who to look at. And the transformation itself? Was it painful? Yes, Harry admitted. But also, right, somehow. Like my body was finally taking a form it was meant to have. Dumbledore's eyes grew troubled. I see. Professor, how is this possible? How can I be a Basilisk Animagus? I thought basilisks were created, not born. That is the question, isn't it? Dumbledore murmured. One to which I do not yet have a complete answer. But I have suspicions. Does it have something to do with Voldemort? With what happened when I was a baby? Dumbledore hesitated before answering. Perhaps. The night Voldemort gave you that scar, a connection was formed between you. I have long suspected that some of his powers may have transferred to you in the process. So this is his ability? Harry asked, horrified. I'm turning into a monster because of him. No, Harry, Dumbledore said firmly. The ability to become a Basilisk Animagus is exceedingly rare, but it is a natural magical talent, not a curse or dark magic. If my suspicions are correct, this ability was always within you, dormant in your bloodline. Your connection to Voldemort may have merely awakened what was already there. Harry wasn't entirely convinced, but before he could press further, McGonagall approached. The Death Eaters are secured, she reported. I've placed them in magical stasis for transport. Dumbledore nodded. Excellent. Let us return to Hogwarts. The real challenge begins now. Harry felt the weight of those words as they prepared to leave the graveyard. Whatever his future held, nothing would ever be the same again. As they organized their departure, Harry noticed Dumbledore and Snape, who had returned silently, exchanging significant glances. After McGonagall led Harry a short distance away to check him for injuries, the two wizards began speaking in hushed tones. Harry pretended to examine a tear in his borrowed robes while straining to hear their conversation. Cannot be coincidence, Snape was saying, his voice barely audible. The Dark Lord returns, and Potter manifests the ability of Slytherin himself. No, Dumbledore agreed, not coincidence. But whether blessing or curse remains to be seen. He will be hunted, Snape continued. Not just by the Dark Lord, but by the Ministry, once word spreads. A 14-year-old Basilisk Animagus? They'll consider him a weapon, or a threat to be contained. Then we must ensure word does not spread too quickly, Dumbledore replied. At least not until Harry has gained control. And if he cannot? Snape pressed. If the ability proves too powerful, too dangerous. Dumbledore's response chilled Harry to the bone. Then we will do what we must, Severus. For the greater good. Before Harry could process the implications of that statement, McGonagall returned to the group, and the conversation abruptly ceased. Ready, Harry? Dumbledore asked, his expression once again kindly and reassuring, as if he hadn't just been discussing contingency plans for Harry's potential failure. Yes, Professor, Harry managed, avoiding the headmaster's eyes, not from fear of his basilisk gaze activating, but from the sudden uncertainty about where he stood with the man he had always trusted implicitly. As they prepared to portkey back to Hogwarts with their petrified prisoners, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that he had traded one dangerous situation for another. He had escaped Voldemort only to find himself caught between forces that might view him as either weapon or threat. The pressure behind his eyes, temporarily receded, began to build once more. Chaos erupted when they arrived at Hogwarts. The Triwizard Tournament audience, still gathered in the stands surrounding the maze, fell into shocked silence at the sight of Harry, Dumbledore, and McGonagall appearing with a collection of petrified Death Eaters floating behind them. Then the screaming began. Death Eaters. They're turned to stone. Look at Potter's eyes. Harry instinctively ducked his head, hiding his still transformed eyes from view. Dumbledore's voice rang out, magically amplified to cut through the panic. Silence. There is no danger. Please remain calm and seated. Prefects, escort your houses back to their dormitories immediately. Visiting schools, please return to your accommodations. Ministry officials, please remain. Somehow, remarkably, order was restored. As the crowd dispersed, Cornelius Fudge pushed his way forward, his face purple with a mixture of fear and outrage. Dumbledore. What is the meaning of this? Those appear to be, but they can't be, Death Eaters, Cornelius, Dumbledore confirmed calmly. Summoned by their reborn master and subsequently petrified by a rather unusual defensive magic. Reborn? You can't mean. Fudge's eyes darted to Harry, widening as he caught a glimpse of the boy's transformed eyes. What's wrong with Potter? Perhaps we should continue this discussion in private, Dumbledore suggested, gesturing toward the castle. Fudge nodded jerkily, then did a double take as he finally registered one of the petrified figures. Is that Lucius Malfoy? Indeed, Dumbledore confirmed. Along with Crabbe, Goyle, Nott, Avery, and several others who claimed to be under the Imperious Curse during Voldemort's first reign. Oh, and Peter Pettigrew as well. Pettigrew? Fudge spluttered. But he's dead. Sirius Black killed him. Evidently not, McGonagall stated dryly. As you can plainly see. While the adults argued, Harry spotted Ron and Hermione pushing against the flow of students, desperately trying to reach him. Hermione gasped when she got close enough to see his eyes. Harry, your eyes. What happened? Are you all right? I'm okay, Harry assured them, though it felt like a lie. But a lot's happened. Voldemort's back, but I stopped him from fully returning, and I. He trailed off, unsure how to explain. You what? Ron prompted, his freckles standing out against his pale face. I transformed, Harry said simply. Into a basilisk. That's how I petrified the Death Eaters. Ron and Hermione stared at him in stunned silence. That's not possible, Hermione finally whispered. Basilisks are created through dark magic, not born. And animagi transform into non-magical creatures, not magical ones. Apparently I'm special, Harry said bitterly. Blimey, Ron breathed, a note of awe in his voice despite everything. A basilisk animagus? That's terrifying, Harry finished for him. I was going to say brilliant, Ron corrected, but yeah, bit scary too. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall called, interrupting their reunion. The headmaster requests your presence in his office immediately. Harry nodded, turning back to his friends. I have to go. I'll explain everything later, I promise. We'll be waiting, Hermione assured him, squeezing his hand briefly before letting him go. As Harry followed McGonagall toward the castle, he became acutely aware of the stairs following him, some curious, others frightened, a few openly hostile. News of his transformation would spread through the school like wildfire, he realized. By morning, everyone would know that Harry Potter could turn into a basilisk. The question was, would they see him as a hero or a monster? McGonagall seemed to read his thoughts. It will be difficult for a time, she said quietly as they walked. People fear what they don't understand. But they will adjust. Will they? Harry asked, unconvinced. Sir Nicholas told me once that Slytherin could transform into a serpent. People have been afraid of that ability for 1,000 years. McGonagall's lips thinned. Salazar Slytherin was feared for his beliefs and actions, not merely his abilities. You are not him, Potter. Try telling that to everyone who thought I was the heir of Slytherin in second year, Harry muttered. And that was before I could actually turn into a bloody basilisk. They reached the stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. Acid pops, McGonagall announced, and the gargoyle leapt aside. Dumbledore was already inside, along with Snape, Moody, and, to Harry's surprise, Sirius in his dog form. The moment the door closed, Sirius transformed back into human shape and rushed to Harry. Harry! Are you all right? Dumbledore sent word that something happened at the graveyard, but, he broke off, noticing Harry's eyes. Merlin's beard. I'm fine, Sirius, Harry said, though he felt anything but. It's a long story. One which we must discuss immediately, Dumbledore interjected, conjuring chairs for everyone. Please, sit. Once they were all seated, Dumbledore steepled his fingers, his blue eyes grave behind his half-moon spectacles. Harry has manifested an ability thought extinct in wizard kind for centuries. He is a natural Basilisk Animagus. Moody's magical eye swiveled wildly, focusing intently on Harry. Impossible. I assure you, it is not only possible but has occurred, Dumbledore replied. Harry transformed partially in the graveyard when Voldemort attempted to resurrect himself, and then fully when the Death Eaters arrived. His basilisk gaze petrified them all, forcing Voldemort to flee before completing his resurrection ritual. You expect us to believe Potter somehow developed this ability out of nowhere? Snape asked skeptically. Basilisk animagi are born, not made. The talent manifests early, usually before Hogwarts age. Unless, Dumbledore countered, something suppressed or delayed the ability. Something like a Horcrux. The word meant nothing to Harry, but Snape and McGonagall both paled visibly. Even Moody looked disturbed. What's a Horcrux? Harry asked. A discussion for another time, Dumbledore deflected. What matters now is helping you control your ability, Harry. The partial transformation you experienced, the pressure behind your eyes, the scales, the petrifying gaze, these are hallmarks of a Basilisk Animagus who has not yet mastered the full transformation. So I can learn to control it? Harry asked, hope rising. With practice and guidance, yes. Professor McGonagall will assist you, as will I. Sirius, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke. This explains so much. The Potters have always had strong affinities for transfiguration. James was a natural Animagus, but there were rumors about more unusual abilities in the family's distant past. Abilities that were never discussed openly. Harry turned to his godfather. You think this came from my father's side? Sirius hesitated. I don't know. The Potters were never associated with Slytherin or serpent magic. But magical abilities can lie dormant for generations. Or, Snape suggested silkily, it could be yet another gift the Dark Lord unwittingly bestowed that night in Godric's Hollow. Harry's stomach clenched at the implication. You think I got this from Voldemort? Like Parseltongue? It is a possibility we must consider, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though I believe the truth is more complex. Voldemort's attack may have awakened latent abilities, rather than implanting new ones. Regardless of its origin, McGonagall interjected, we must focus on the present situation. Potter needs to learn control, quickly. The partial transformations will continue until he masters the ability. And the Ministry? Moody growled. Fudge looked ready to have the boy registered as a dangerous creature. I have convinced Cornelius to keep this matter quiet for now, Dumbledore replied. The official story will be that the Death Eaters were petrified by an ancient defensive spell I cast, not by Harry's ability. He agreed to that? Sirius asked skeptically. With significant persuasion, yes. The discovery of Peter Pettigrew alive and bearing the dark mark has thrown him into disarray. He's currently more concerned with containing that scandal than investigating Harry's condition. That won't last, Snape pointed out. Not with witnesses who saw Potter's eyes. No, Dumbledore agreed, it won't. Which is why we must use this time wisely. He turned to Harry. You will remain at Hogwarts after term ends, Harry. We will begin your training immediately. What about the Dursleys? Harry asked, though the prospect of skipping his annual summer imprisonment filled him with relief rather than concern. I will inform them of the change in plans, Dumbledore assured him. Though I suspect their disappointment will be minimal. Moody snorted at that, his magical eye still fixed unnervingly on Harry. The boy needs more than training, Albus. He needs protection. When word gets out about what he can do, every dark wizard and creature hunter in Europe will be after him. Creature hunter? Harry echoed, alarmed. There are those who specialize in tracking and killing rare magical creatures, Sirius explained grimly. Especially those considered dangerous. A Basilisk Animagus would be the trophy of a lifetime. Harry felt sick. He'd gone from being famous for surviving the killing curse to being hunted for what he'd become. No one is hunting Harry, Dumbledore stated firmly. He will be protected. And if he can't control it? Snape pressed. If he petrifies a student accidentally? That won't happen, Harry said with more confidence than he felt. I'm not going to hurt anyone. Bold words from a boy who transformed for the first time mere hours ago, Snape sneered. Enough, Severus, McGonagall snapped. The boy needs support, not suspicion. A sudden wave of exhaustion crashed over Harry, the events of the day finally catching up with him. He swayed slightly in his chair. I believe that's quite enough for tonight, Dumbledore observed. Harry has been through a tremendous ordeal and needs rest. We will continue this discussion tomorrow. He turned to Harry. I've had Madame Pomfrey prepare a private room in the hospital wing for you. It would be best if you remain isolated until we better understand the triggers for your transformation. Harry nodded wearily, too tired to argue. Isolation. Of course. He was dangerous now. Sirius squeezed his shoulder. I'll be nearby, Harry. Dumbledore's letting me stay in the castle for now. That, at least, was something. Harry managed a small smile for his godfather before allowing McGonagall to escort him to the hospital wing. As they walked through the mercifully empty corridors, Harry finally voiced the question that had been haunting him since the graveyard. Professor, am I still human? McGonagall stopped short, turning to face him fully. Potter, listen to me. You are as human as I am. An Animagus transformation, no matter how unusual, does not change what you are at your core. It merely gives you access to another form. But basilisks are dark creatures. Their gaze kills. And yours petrifies, McGonagall pointed out. Already a significant difference. You retain control of your human consciousness during transformation, just as I do when I become a cat. That is the very definition of an Animagus, as opposed to a true shapeshifter or a cursed transformation like lycanthropy. Harry wanted to believe her, but doubt lingered. Then why did Dumbledore say they'd have to do what they must, if I can't control it? I heard him talking to Snape. McGonagall's expression tightened. The headmaster is concerned for your safety as well as others. Untrained animagi can become trapped in their animal forms, or lose aspects of their human consciousness over time. That is why the training is so critical. It wasn't a complete answer, Harry knew, but it was probably the best he'd get tonight. They continued to the hospital wing in silence. Madame Pomfrey was waiting, her face a mixture of professional concern and personal wariness as she took in Harry's altered eyes. Into bed with you, Mr. Potter, she said, gesturing to a private room off the main ward. I've prepared a sleeping draught. No, Harry said quickly, fear spiking. What if I transform in my sleep? I need to stay aware. Pomfrey and McGonagall exchanged glances. A mild calming draught, then, Pomfrey suggested. It won't put you to sleep, merely help you relax. Harry reluctantly agreed. The potion tasted of lavender and something bitter, but warmth spread through him immediately, taking the edge off his anxiety. Rest, Potter, McGonagall told him before leaving. Tomorrow we begin. Alone in the small room, Harry lay back on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling. Everything had changed in the space of a few hours. He was no longer just the boy who lived, he was something else, something potentially more dangerous than the wizard he'd been marked to defeat. As he drifted into uneasy sleep, one thought circled in his mind: if he could turn into Slytherin's monster, what did that make him? Chapter 2, Venom and Virtue. Dawn filtered through the hospital wing's high windows, painting stripes of gold across Harry's bed. He hadn't slept, not really. Instead, he drifted in and out of a half-conscious state, terrified that closing his eyes might trigger another transformation. The solitude of the private room had given him too much time to think. About what he'd become. About what might happen next. About whether he'd ever feel normal again. Harry sat up, rubbing his face. His hands froze when they reached his eyes. Carefully, hesitantly, he conjured a small mirror with a whispered spell. The face that looked back at him was both familiar and foreign, the same messy black hair and lightning scar, but those eyes. Slytherin yellow with vertical pupils that contracted in the morning light. A soft knock interrupted his self-examination. "Mr. Potter. May I come in?" Madame Pomfrey's voice called. "Yes," Harry replied, vanishing the mirror. The matron entered carrying a tray with breakfast and several potion vials. She'd composed her expression into professional neutrality, but Harry caught the slight widening of her eyes when she saw his face. "No change, I take it?" she asked, setting down the tray. "No. Will they ever go back to normal?" Pomfrey hesitated. "Professor McGonagall believes they may, once you gain full control of your transformation. In the meantime." She handed him a pair of dark glasses. "Professor Dumbledore suggested these for when you must be in public." Harry slipped them on. Simple, but effective, hiding the most visible sign of his difference. "Thank you. The headmaster will see you in his office after breakfast," Pomfrey continued. "Take these strengthening potions first. Animagus transformations are physically taxing, especially unexpected ones." After she left, Harry forced himself to eat, though the food tasted like ash. He couldn't stop thinking about Cedric's face when he'd first seen Harry's transformation, or the horror on Fudge's face last night. The Prophet would have a field day if they found out. When he reached Dumbledore's office an hour later, he was surprised to find it crowded. McGonagall and Snape were there, of course, but so were Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Sirius, in human form, Remus Lupin, and a violet-haired young woman he didn't recognize. "Harry, dear." Mrs. Weasley rushed forward, then hesitated, as if unsure whether hugging him was still safe. The momentary pause hurt more than Harry wanted to admit. "It's okay, Mrs. Weasley," he said quietly. "I'm still me." Her face crumpled, and she pulled him into a bone-crushing embrace. "Of course you are. Don't you ever think otherwise." Over her shoulder, Harry saw the others watching with varying expressions, concern from Lupin, calculation from Snape, sympathy from the violet-haired woman. "Please, everyone, be seated," Dumbledore said. "We have much to discuss and limited time." As they settled, Dumbledore introduced the unknown woman. "This is Nymphadora Tonks, an Auror and member of the Order of the Phoenix." "Just Tonks, please," she insisted with a grimace. "Watch her, Harry." Her hair suddenly shifted from violet to turquoise. "You're a metamorphmagus," Harry realized. Tonks grinned. "Spot on. That's why I'm here, actually. Thought I might have some insight into your situation, being a natural shapeshifter myself." "The situations are quite different," Snape interjected coldly. "A metamorphmagus changes appearance. Potter transforms into a creature that can kill with a glance." "Actually," Harry said, "my gaze just petrifies. It doesn't kill." An uncomfortable silence followed. "That is the first of many things we must understand," Dumbledore finally said. "Harry's basilisk form appears to differ from the typical basilisk in several key ways. His gaze petrifies rather than kills. His size, while impressive at approximately 20 feet, is smaller than a full-grown true basilisk." "Might be an age thing," Tonks suggested. "My metamorphic abilities strengthened as I grew older." McGonagall nodded. "A plausible theory. Now, to the immediate concerns." She pulled out a copy of the Daily Prophet and placed it on Dumbledore's desk. "This morning's edition." Harry leaned forward to read the headline, his stomach sinking. "Potter's petrification power, boy who lived reveals dark ability." Below was a blurry photograph of Harry being escorted into the castle, his changed eyes partially visible despite McGonagall's attempt to shield him from onlookers. They don't specifically mention the Basilisk transformation, Lupin noted, scanning the article. They're suggesting some sort of petrification spell. Small mercies, Sirius muttered. It won't be long before someone connects the dots. Which brings us to our first decision, Dumbledore said gravely. The Ministry is demanding Harry's presence for questioning. Absolutely not. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. He's just a boy. A boy who petrified a dozen Death Eaters with a look, Snape countered. The Ministry will insist. What exactly do they want to know? Harry asked, voice steady despite his racing heart. Officially, they wish to understand how you incapacitated the Death Eaters, Dumbledore replied. Unofficially, they want to determine if you represent a threat. Do I get a say in this? The adults fell silent, exchanging glances. Of course you do, Harry, Sirius said firmly. And my vote is to tell them to bugger off. You're not a lab specimen to be studied. Language, Sirius, Mrs. Weasley admonished automatically. Harry appreciated his godfather's support but shook his head. If I don't go, they'll just make things worse, won't they? They'll say I have something to hide. Unfortunately, Harry is correct, Dumbledore sighed. Minister Fudge is already spreading doubts about Voldemort's return, suggesting the petrified Death Eaters were under Imperius rather than acting of their own volition. That's absurd. Mr. Weasley exclaimed. Pettigrew was found alive after all these years. Which Fudge attributes to an elaborate deception by Sirius, Dumbledore explained. He refuses to acknowledge the significance of the dark marks or the ritual materials found at the graveyard. Harry slumped in his chair. So even with all that evidence, they still don't believe Voldemort's back. People believe what is comfortable, Harry, not what is true, Dumbledore said sadly. What about the tournament spectators? Harry pressed. Hundreds of people saw my eyes. And rumors are already spreading, McGonagall confirmed. Some say you're possessed, others that you've discovered ancient magic. A few are even claiming you're the second coming of Slytherin himself. Excellent, Harry muttered. Just what I needed. Harry will return to Privet Drive tomorrow, Dumbledore announced, changing the subject. The blood protection remains our strongest defense, especially now. Wait, Harry protested, you're still sending me back to the Dursleys? After everything that's happened? It is precisely because of recent events that the protection of your mother's sacrifice is more vital than ever, Dumbledore insisted. Voldemort will be seeking you with renewed determination, both for revenge and to understand your basilisk ability. Harry wanted to argue further but saw the resolution in Dumbledore's eyes. For how long? 2 weeks, Dumbledore replied. Just long enough to renew the protection. Then you will be moved to a secure location. After that, we will arrange for your meeting with the Ministry. And my training? Harry asked. You said I needed to learn control. Professor McGonagall will visit Privet Drive daily to begin your instruction, Dumbledore assured him. Though full transformation practice will have to wait until you're in a more accommodating location. Harry nodded reluctantly. 2 weeks with the Dursleys while attempting to master a potentially lethal magical ability. What could possibly go wrong? One more thing, Dumbledore added, reaching into his desk drawer. I've had this created for emergencies. He handed Harry what looked like a simple silver bracelet. It contains a powerful suppression charm that will help prevent accidental transformations. Use it only when absolutely necessary, as it may impede your progress in mastering your ability. Harry slipped it onto his wrist, feeling a slight tingle as the magic activated. Thank you, Professor. As the meeting concluded and the others filed out, Dumbledore gestured for Harry to remain behind. Harry, I must impress upon you the importance of discretion during your time at Privet Drive. No magic unless absolutely necessary, no mention of your basilisk form to the Dursleys, and no removing those glasses in public. Yes, sir, Harry agreed. Then, gathering his courage, he asked the question that had been plaguing him. "Professor, is this ability, is it dark magic?" Dumbledore regarded him thoughtfully. "Magic itself is neither dark nor light, Harry. It is our choices that define us. A basilisk's gaze can kill, yes, but yours petrifies, already a significant difference that suggests your intent influences your magic. But why me? Why a basilisk, of all things?" "That," Dumbledore said carefully, "is a complex question with no simple answer. I believe it connects to your heritage in ways we do not yet fully understand." He paused, seeming to debate whether to continue. "Suffice it to say, I do not believe this ability comes from Voldemort, despite certain similarities." It wasn't a complete answer, but Harry sensed it was all he would get for now. As he turned to leave, Dumbledore called after him. "Harry. Remember that fox came to you in the Chamber of Secrets. Phoenix and Basilisk, opposing forces of life and death. Yet both chose you. That, I believe, speaks volumes about your true nature." The words offered small comfort as Harry made his way back to Gryffindor Tower. Privet Drive hadn't changed, though Harry certainly had. 2 days after his return, he sat on his bed watching the evening news through the crack in his door, listening for any strange disappearances that might indicate Voldemort's activities. The Dursleys had been unusually subdued since his arrival. Dumbledore had sent a letter explaining that Harry needed to wear special glasses for a temporary medical condition, and to everyone's surprise, the Dursleys had simply accepted this without comment. In fact, they'd barely spoken to him at all, treating him with a caution that bordered on fear. Harry suspected they sensed the change in him, even without knowing what it was. Something primal in them recognized the predator now sharing their home. A soft tapping at his window pulled Harry from his thoughts. An ordinary barn owl hovered outside, a letter clutched in its beak. Harry quickly let it in, careful not to disturb Hedwig, who was sleeping in her cage. The letter bore no return address, just his name in unfamiliar handwriting. Harry examined it cautiously before opening it. "Potter, I know what you are. My family has preserved knowledge of Basilisk Animagi for generations. Your secret won't stay hidden for long. If you want to survive what's coming, meet me at the play park near your home tomorrow at noon. Come alone. DG." Harry stared at the cryptic message, pulse quickening. DG? He couldn't place the initials. How had this person found him? How did they know about his ability? And most importantly, was it a trap? The sound of the front door closing downstairs interrupted his thoughts. McGonagall had arrived for his daily lesson. Harry quickly tucked the letter into his pocket before heading downstairs. His Transfiguration professor stood in the Dursleys' immaculate living room, looking utterly out of place despite having transfigured her robes into a conservative Muggle dress. Uncle Vernon had retreated to the kitchen, and Aunt Petunia was vigorously polishing an already spotless table, refusing to make eye contact. "Good evening, Mr. Potter," McGonagall greeted him. "Shall we begin?" They had converted the garden shed into a makeshift training area with reinforced walls and privacy charms. It wasn't ideal, but it allowed Harry to practice without risk to the household. "Today we will focus on controlling the partial transformation," McGonagall explained once they were inside. "The ability to selectively transform parts of your body is an advanced Animagus skill, but in your case, it's essential for control." Harry nodded, removing his dark glasses. McGonagall didn't flinch at his serpentine eyes anymore, which he appreciated. "Close your eyes and focus on your human form," she instructed. "Visualize it in complete detail, every finger, every toe, the texture of your skin." Harry complied, building the mental image as she had taught him. "Now, keeping that image firm in your mind, think of one small part changing, just the skin on your forearm, perhaps. Imagine the scales emerging, but only there." Harry concentrated, picturing emerald scales flowing across his left forearm while the rest of him remained human. The familiar pressure built behind his eyes, then redirected, flowing down his arm like water seeking the lowest point. "Excellent, Potter." McGonagall exclaimed, rare approval in her voice. Harry opened his eyes to see gleaming scales covering his forearm from wrist to elbow. He flexed his hand, fascinated by how the scales moved with his muscles. I did it, he breathed. Indeed. Now, return it to normal. That proved harder. The scales resisted retracting, as if they belonged there. Harry closed his eyes again, focusing intently on human skin. Gradually, the scales receded, leaving normal flesh behind. Well done, McGonagall said. This level of control usually takes months to achieve. I had a good teacher, Harry replied with a small smile. McGonagall's expression softened momentarily before becoming serious again. There's something else we must discuss. The emotional trigger. Harry tensed. They had discovered during their first session that strong emotions, particularly fear and anger, could trigger involuntary transformations. You've made remarkable progress, but uncontrolled partial transformations remain dangerous. If your eyes transform unexpectedly in public. I know, Harry said grimly. I could petrify someone accidentally. Precisely. Which is why we must work on emotional control as well as physical. Harry hesitated, then pulled out the mysterious letter. Professor, I received this today. McGonagall read it quickly, her expression darkening. Absolutely not, Potter. This is clearly a trap. But what if it isn't? What if someone really does have information that could help me? Then they can approach you through proper channels, McGonagall said firmly. Not with anonymous notes in clandestine meetings. Harry wanted to argue but knew she was right. Do you recognize the initials? DG? McGonagall considered. Several possibilities come to mind. Daedalus Diggle, though this doesn't match his usual exuberant style. Dirk Cresswell from the Goblin Liaison Office. Or perhaps. She trailed off, looking thoughtful. Perhaps who? Harry prompted. The Greengrass family has historical connections to rare magical abilities, she said slowly. Daphne Greengrass is a student in your year, Slytherin House. Harry vaguely recalled a reserved blonde girl who kept to herself. Why would she contact me? I couldn't say. The Greengrasses have remained neutral in wizarding conflicts for centuries, despite their pureblood status. McGonagall handed the letter back. Regardless, you will not be meeting anyone alone, Potter. Not now. Harry reluctantly agreed, though curiosity gnawed at him. As they continued the lesson, he found his thoughts returning to the mysterious letter and its writer. DG Daphne Greengrass. What did she know about Basilisk Animagi? And why reach out to him now? 3 days later, Harry was pruning Aunt Petunia's roses when a sleek black ministry car pulled up to number 4. His stomach dropped as a familiar toad-like woman in a pink cardigan stepped out, followed by 2 stern-looking wizards in aura robes. Mr. Potter, Dolores Umbridge simpered, her voice falsely sweet. How fortunate to find you at home. Harry straightened, subtly checking that his dark glasses were securely in place. Madam Umbridge. This is unexpected. Oh. Were you not informed? Her smile didn't reach her eyes. The Wisingamot hearing has been rescheduled. For today. In 1 hour, in fact. That's not possible, Harry protested. It was set for next week. Professor Dumbledore has been notified of the change, Umbridge interrupted. Though whether he chooses to attend is, of course, his decision. Her smile widened. Do come along, Mr. Potter. We wouldn't want you to be late. That would reflect poorly, given the seriousness of the inquiry. Harry glanced at the house, wondering if he could contact someone from the Order. Your guardians have already been informed of your required presence, Umbridge added, following his gaze. Ministry business, you understand. They were most cooperative. I bet they were, Harry thought bitterly. He looked at the imposing auras. Running wasn't an option. May I change first? He asked, gesturing to his dirt-stained clothes. Umbridge's smile tightened. 5 minutes, Mr. Potter. These gentlemen will accompany you to ensure you don't misplace anything. The Aurors followed Harry to his room, standing uncomfortably in the doorway as he quickly changed into the best clothes he owned, which wasn't saying much. As he pulled on his shirt, he noticed a familiar pressure building behind his eyes. Anger. He needed to control it. Harry took a deep breath, recalling McGonagall's training. Focus on humanity. Push the basilisk down. He slipped the silver suppression bracelet onto his wrist as an extra precaution. 10 minutes later, they were speeding toward London, Harry sandwiched between the Aurors in the back seat while Umbridge sat primly up front. I must say, those glasses are quite dramatic, Mr. Potter, she commented, eyeing him in the rearview mirror. Are they necessary indoors as well? Medical condition, Harry replied shortly. How fascinating. The Wizengamot will be most interested to hear about this condition. Harry said nothing, focusing on keeping his breathing even. He had expected some kind of ambush, but not this soon and not so blatant. Clearly, someone at the ministry wanted to catch him off guard. When they arrived at the ministry, Harry was surprised to be led not to the usual courtrooms but to a small amphitheater deep in the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Why are we here? He demanded, stopping at the entrance. This isn't the Wizengamot chamber. This hearing concerns a magical creature ability, Umbridge explained with mock patience. The appropriate department must be involved. I'm not a creature, Harry said flatly. Umbridge's false smile vanished. That, Mr. Potter, is precisely what this hearing will determine. Harry's retort died on his lips as he entered the room and saw who waited inside. A semicircle of stern-faced witches and wizards in plum-colored Wizengamot robes sat on raised seats. In the center, Minister Fudge looked down with poorly disguised triumph. Beside him sat Percy Weasley, quill poised over parchment, studiously avoiding Harry's gaze. But no Dumbledore. No McGonagall. Not even Mr. Weasley or another Order member. Ah, the subject has arrived, Fudge announced. Let us begin. Minister, a witch to his left interjected, should we not wait for Albus Dumbledore? As the boy's magical guardian, Dumbledore was notified of the change in schedule, Umbridge said smoothly, taking a seat beside Fudge. His absence cannot delay these proceedings, given their urgent nature. Harry was directed to a solitary chair in the center of the room, facing the assembled officials. No sooner had he sat than magical restraints snapped around his wrists, binding him to the chair. Is this really necessary? He asked, fighting to keep his voice steady. Standard precaution when dealing with potentially dangerous magical abilities, Fudge replied, not meeting Harry's eyes. The hearing of June the 27th into the unusual magical manifestation exhibited by Harry James Potter is now in session, Percy announced, his voice echoing in the chamber. Interrogators, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic, Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister, Percival Ignatius Weasley, Junior Assistant to the Minister. Court Scribe, Percival Ignatius Weasley. Harry's mind raced. This wasn't just a hearing, it was a trap. They wanted him to lose control, to prove he was dangerous. Mr. Potter, Fudge began, you are here to explain the events that occurred on the evening of June the 24th, specifically the method by which you petrified 12 wizards, including several prominent members of society. They were Death Eaters, Harry said clearly. They had just been summoned by Voldemort. A collective flinch ran through the room at the name. You persist with this fiction, Fudge said dismissively. Even when the evidence suggests these wizards were victims of an imperious curse, if they were there at all. They had the dark mark, Harry insisted. Peter Pettigrew was there too, very much alive, which proves Sirius Black is innocent. Fudge waved a hand impatiently. We are not here to discuss Sirius Black. We are here to determine the nature of the ability you used to petrify those wizards. Harry hesitated. What could he say that wouldn't make things worse? Mr. Potter, Umbridge intervened, her voice sickly sweet, let me be more direct. You exhibited an ability consistent with that of a basilisk. Are you, in fact, a basilisk animagus? Gasps and murmurs erupted around the room. Several members of the Wizengamot leaned forward, their expressions a mixture of horror and fascination. That's absurd, a wizard near the back called out. Basilisk animagi are myths. Are they, Tiberius? Umbridge countered. Perhaps Mr. Potter would be willing to remove those glasses so we can examine his eyes. Harry's heart pounded. I'd rather not. This is a formal inquiry, Mr. Potter, Fudge said sternly. You will comply with reasonable requests. And if my condition is potentially dangerous? Harry challenged. Would you have me risk the safety of everyone in this room? Uncertainty flickered across Fudge's face. He clearly hadn't anticipated Harry acknowledging the danger so openly. So you admit your ability is hazardous? Umbridge pounced. I admit I'm still learning to control it, Harry replied carefully. Which is why Professor Dumbledore arranged for proper training. This hearing is interrupting. The doors at the back of the chamber suddenly burst open. Albus Dumbledore swept in, resplendent in midnight blue robes embroidered with silver stars. Behind him came McGonagall, Arthur Weasley, and to Harry's surprise, Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. My apologies for the delay, Dumbledore announced pleasantly. It seems my notification of this rescheduled hearing was delivered to a vacant office in Aberdeen. Most peculiar. This hearing has already begun, Dumbledore, Fudge spluttered. You cannot simply, as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, I believe I can, Dumbledore countered, his voice hardening slightly. Particularly when it appears a minor is being interrogated without legal representation or his magical guardian present. We are following procedure for the classification of a magical creature, Umbridge insisted. Harry Potter is a wizard, not a creature, McGonagall snapped, moving to stand beside Harry's chair. With a flick of her wand, the restraints fell away. That remains to be determined, Umbridge said. If he possesses a basilisk form, then he would be an animagus, Dumbledore interrupted, albeit an unusual one. Animagi fall under the purview of the Transfiguration Department, not magical creatures. There has never been a documented case of a magical creature animagus. Fudge protested. Actually, Minister, there have been 7 verified cases in British wizarding history, Dumbledore corrected mildly. Including Morgana Le Fay, who could transform into a magical variant of a raven. The Ministry classified her as a witch with an unusual ability, not as a creature. Madame Bones stepped forward. Minister, I must object to these proceedings. They were convened without proper notification to all required parties, they employ incorrect jurisdiction, and they involve improper restraint of a minor. Fudge's face reddened. Now see here, Amelia, furthermore, she continued, unperturbed, any hearing regarding Mr. Potter's magical status must involve myself as head of the DMLE, as it concerns a potential security matter. Yet I received no notification until Albus contacted me 15 minutes ago. The atmosphere in the chamber shifted perceptibly. Several Wizengamot members were now eyeing Fudge and Umbridge with suspicion rather than Harry. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested, we should adjourn and reconvene when proper procedures can be followed. No, Harry said suddenly, rising to his feet. All eyes turned to him. I'd like to make a statement now, since I'm here. Dumbledore studied him for a moment before nodding slightly. Very well, Harry. Harry turned to face the assembled Wizengamot, squaring his shoulders. I did petrify those Death Eaters at the graveyard. I did it to save my life and Cedric Diggory's life when Voldemort was trying to return to power. He paused, letting the inevitable gasps and murmurs at Voldemort's name subside. I've recently discovered I have an unusual ability, one I'm still learning to control. Yes, I can transform, partially or fully, into a basilisk. No, my gaze doesn't kill like a true basilisk's. It petrifies, as you've seen. More murmurs, louder this time. Harry pressed on. I am not a dark wizard. I am not a creature. I'm a wizard with an ability I didn't ask for but am determined to master responsibly. And I find it interesting that the Ministry seems more concerned with classifying me than with addressing the fact that Voldemort has returned and is gathering his forces. Preposterous. Fudge spluttered. You know who has not returned. This is just another of your attention-seeking fabrications. Then explain Peter Pettigrew, Harry challenged. Explain why Lucius Malfoy and the others were wearing Death Eater robes with the dark mark exposed on their arms. Explain why they were in a graveyard with Voldemort's father's bones and a cauldron set up for a resurrection ritual. I need explain nothing, Fudge blustered. The burden of proof is on you, Potter. Actually, Minister, Madam Bones interjected, my department has examined the scene at the graveyard. The evidence corroborates Mr. Potter's account. Circumstantial. Umbridge dismissed. The real issue here is Potter's dangerous ability. He freely admits he can petrify people with a look. That makes him a threat to public safety. A dangerous pressure built behind Harry's eyes. Anger surged through him, threatening to trigger a transformation. He took a deep breath, focusing as McGonagall had taught him. Mr. Potter, a wizard near the top of the semicircle called, would you be willing to demonstrate control over this ability? Under controlled conditions, of course. Absolutely not, Ogden. Fudge exclaimed. The risk is minimal if properly managed, Dumbledore interrupted. Perhaps a demonstration of partial transformation would suffice. Harry has been making excellent progress under Professor McGonagall's tutelage. Harry nodded, grateful for the suggestion. I'd be willing to demonstrate, with safety precautions. After some debate, a compromise was reached. A glass barrier was conjured between Harry and the Wizengamot. A volunteer, a junior researcher from the Department of Mysteries, intrigued rather than frightened by the prospect, would observe from a closer but still protected position. Harry removed his dark glasses, revealing his altered eyes to gasps from the assembly. The pressure behind them pulsed in response to his nervousness. I'll demonstrate the ability to partially transform my arm, he explained, concentrating on the techniques McGonagall had taught him. The now familiar sensation of scales emerging rippled down his right arm. Emerald scales gleamed under the chamber's lights as he held his arm up for inspection. Note the control, McGonagall commented. No inadvertent spreading of the transformation. Mr. Potter, can you return your arm to normal, please? Harry concentrated again, and the scales receded, leaving normal skin behind. Murmurs of reluctant impressment spread through the Wizengamot. Even Fudge looked taken aback by the controlled demonstration. While fascinating, Umbridge cut in, this doesn't address the central concern. Mr. Potter possesses an ability that could petrify dozens with a single glance. How can we be certain he won't use this power against ordinary citizens? By the same logic, Madam Umbridge, Dumbledore replied, how can we be certain any wizard won't use harmful spells against others? We have laws against such actions, and Mr. Potter is subject to those same laws. This is different, she insisted. This is an inherently dangerous ability. All magic is potentially dangerous, Harry countered. A simple levitation charm could drop someone from a fatal height. A severing charm could cut a throat. It's about intent and control, not the ability itself. Silence fell across the chamber as his words sank in. Many of the Wizengamot members were now studying Harry with thoughtful expressions rather than fear. Madam Bones cleared her throat. I propose the following resolution: Mr. Potter will continue his training under qualified supervision. He will register his Animagus form with my department once full control is achieved. Quarterly progress reports will be filed until such registration is complete. In return, Mr. Potter will be classified as a wizard with an unusual ability, not as a magical creature. Fudge looked like he wanted to object but glanced around at the Wizengamot members and thought better of it. Very well. Those in favor? A clear majority raised their hands, including several who had initially seemed hostile. Motion carried, Percy noted, looking rather relieved as he scribbled on his parchment. There is one additional matter, Dumbledore added. The question of Peter Pettigrew's survival and the innocence of Sirius Black. That is not on today's agenda, Fudge said quickly. Perhaps it should be, Minister, Madam Bones suggested. If Pettigrew is indeed alive, a grave miscarriage of justice has occurred. We will address that separately, Fudge insisted, gathering his papers. This hearing is adjourned. As the Wizengamot members filed out, Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Dumbledore approached, his blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. Well done, Harry. Your composure was admirable. Thanks for coming, Professor. I'm not sure what would have happened if you hadn't shown up. Nor am I, Dumbledore said gravely. It seems some at the Ministry are determined to discredit you, even at the cost of proper procedure. They're afraid, Harry realized. Not just of Voldemort, but of me. Fear makes fools of the wisest men, Dumbledore agreed. Come, let's return you to Privet Drive. Your training becomes more important than ever now. The remaining week at Privet Drive passed in a blur of intensive training sessions with McGonagall and increasingly bizarre headlines in the Daily Prophet. The paper seemed unable to decide whether to portray Harry as a dangerous dark creature or a powerful weapon against the Death Eaters. Some articles suggested he had been secretly raised by Dumbledore to develop Basilisk abilities, while others claimed he had been possessed during the Triwizard Tournament. None mentioned Voldemort's return. The morning of his departure, Harry was packing his trunk when a soft tapping at his window caught his attention. It wasn't an owl this time, but a small, iridescent green snake. It slithered through the gap in the window and onto his desk, dropping a tightly rolled piece of parchment from its mouth. Thanks, Harry said automatically in Parseltongue. The snake regarded him with intelligent eyes. The mistress says to read it now, it replied in the same language. She awaits your response. Harry unrolled the parchment cautiously. Potter, since you ignored my first message, understandably, I'm trying a more direct approach. My family's grimoires contain information about Basilisk animagi that you won't find elsewhere. The last known case was my great-great-grandmother, Ophelia Greengrass. I have no interest in exposing or exploiting you. My family has maintained neutrality for centuries, and I personally find the Dark Lord's methods distasteful. What I offer is knowledge that might help you control your ability, knowledge the Ministry and perhaps even Dumbledore doesn't possess. If you're interested, send a reply with Emerald. If not, simply let her go. Daphne Greengrass P.S. The Prophet's coverage is typically absurd, but the photo of you at the hearing was striking. Yellow eyes suit you, Potter. Harry read the note twice, unsure how to respond. The last line made him feel oddly warm. Was she flirting, or just making an observation? What should I tell your mistress? He asked the snake, Emerald, apparently. That is for you to decide, the snake replied. But she is genuine in her offer. The mistress does not lie. Harry considered his options. Dumbledore and the Order were picking him up in an hour to take him to their headquarters. If he agreed to meet Daphne, it would have to be there, which meant revealing the location of the Order's safe house, clearly impossible. Yet he couldn't ignore the potential value of her information, especially if her family truly had experience with Basilisk animagi. Finally, he penned a careful reply, Greengrass, I appreciate your offer and am genuinely interested. However, I'm leaving Privet Drive today for a secure location and won't be able to meet until Hogwarts resumes. If you're willing to wait until then, I'd like to hear what your family knows. Harry Potter P.S. Thanks for the compliment, I think. He rolled the parchment tightly and offered it to Emerald, who took it in her mouth. Tell your mistress I'm sorry about the delay, he added in Parseltongue. The snake gave what might have been a nod before slithering back through the window and disappearing into the garden. An hour later, Harry found himself in the strangest escort he could imagine, Mad-Eye Moody, Remus Lupin, a pink-haired Tonks, and several other Order members he didn't recognize, all mounted on broomsticks in formation around him. "Remember, Potter," Moody growled as they prepared to take off, "straight-line formation, no stopping for anything, and if one of us dies, keep flying," Harry finished, having heard the instruction 3 times already. The journey to London was cold and tense, but mercifully uneventful. They landed in a dilapidated square surrounded by grimy townhouses. Moody handed Harry a piece of parchment. "Memorize that, then think about what you've read." Harry looked down at Dumbledore's elegant handwriting. "The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix may be found at number 12, Grimmauld Place, London." As soon as he'd processed the words, a battered door emerged between numbers 11 and 13, followed by dirty walls and grimy windows. The entire house seemed to squeeze itself into existence between its neighbors. "Quickly now," Moody urged, hustling Harry toward the door. The interior matched the exterior, dark, decrepit, and unwelcoming. The narrow hallway was lined with peeling wallpaper and gas lamps that cast eerie shadows. A musty smell permeated everything. "Harry!" Mrs. Weasley emerged from a door at the end of the hall, enveloping him in a hug. "Thank goodness you're safe. Ron and Hermione are upstairs, second door on the right. Dinner will be ready in an hour." Harry had barely registered this information when a familiar voice called from the staircase. "Harry!" Sirius bounded down, looking healthier than Harry had ever seen him. He pulled Harry into a fierce embrace. "Welcome to the noble and most ancient House of Black. My family home and now Order headquarters. You grew up here?" Harry asked, looking around dubiously. Sirius grimaced. "Unfortunately. Come on, I'll give you the tour before you face the Inquisition from your friends. They've been driving everyone mad waiting for you to arrive." As they climbed the stairs, Harry noticed faded outlines on the wall where something had been removed. "What were those?" "House elf heads," Sirius replied with distaste. "Family tradition. I had them taken down as soon as Dumbledore made this place headquarters. Much to Creature's dismay, he's the family house elf. Nasty little piece of work." The tour was brief, as most rooms were either uninhabitable or being used for Order business. Finally, Sirius led Harry to a small study lined with books. "This was my father's private library," he explained, closing the door behind them. "Now it's where I hide when Molly's on a cleaning rampage." They settled into worn leather chairs, and Sirius studied Harry intently. "How are you really doing, Harry? Those glasses are hiding more than your eyes, I think." Harry sighed, removing the dark lenses to reveal his yellow, slit-pupilled eyes. Sirius didn't flinch, which Harry appreciated. "I'm managing," Harry admitted. "The training with McGonagall helps. I can control partial transformations now, and I haven't accidentally petrified anyone, so that's something." "But?" Sirius prompted. "But I still don't understand what's happening to me. Why a basilisk? Why me?" Dumbledore hints at answers but never explains fully. Sirius nodded thoughtfully. "That's Dumbledore's way. Parcels out information like rare treats." He leaned forward. "I've been doing some research since your hearing. The Black Library has books on magical bloodlines going back centuries. Did you find something?" Harry asked eagerly. "Maybe." Sirius went to a bookshelf and extracted a massive tome bound in faded green leather. "This records unusual magical manifestations in the old families. There's an entry here about the Potter line that might interest you." He opened the book to a marked page and handed it to Harry. The parchment was yellowed with age, the ink faded but still legible. An elaborate family tree spread across the page, with annotations beside certain names. There, Sirius pointed to a name near the top. "Hardwin Potter, married to Iolanthe Peverell in the 12th century." The annotation mentions a serpent's blessing in the Peverell line, though it's frustratingly vague. Harry scanned the text. "The Peverell gift manifests rarely, choosing only those of exceptional magical strength. The serpent's blessing grants mastery over life and death, though at great cost to the bearer. What does that mean? I'm not sure, Sirius admitted. But it's the only reference I could find that might explain your ability. The Peverills were renowned for powerful, unusual magic. And you're descended from them through your father's line. Harry stared at the book, his mind racing. So this ability, it's not from Voldemort? It's actually from my family? That would be my guess, Sirius nodded. Though why it manifested now, and in this specific form, remains a mystery. A knock interrupted them. Dinner's ready. Ron's voice called. Mum says come down now or she'll send up Creature. We'd better go, Sirius said, closing the book. But we'll continue this conversation. You deserve answers, Harry. Harry replaced his glasses before following his godfather downstairs, his mind still processing this new information. The Peveril gift. The serpent's blessing. It wasn't much, but it was something, a connection to his family rather than to Voldemort. That alone made him feel lighter than he had in weeks. The kitchen was crowded with Weasleys and Order members. Ron and Hermione immediately pulled Harry into a corner. Why didn't you tell us you were coming today? Ron demanded. We've been stuck here for ages with nothing to do except clean this miserable house. I didn't know myself until yesterday, Harry replied. Have you heard anything about Voldemort's movements? Hermione shook her head. The Order won't tell us anything important. Just that he's lying low and gathering supporters. She lowered her voice. What about you? How's the, training going? Better, Harry said. I can control partial transformations now. Watch. He glanced around to make sure no one was looking, then concentrated briefly. A small patch of scales appeared on the back of his hand, gleaming emerald in the kitchen's light, before receding back into normal skin. Ron's eyes widened. Wicked. That's impressive, Harry, Hermione said earnestly. Have you tried the full transformation again? Not yet. McGonagall says we need more space and safety precautions. Maybe here, now that I've arrived. What's it like? Ron asked eagerly. Being a basilisk? Harry hesitated. Powerful. Overwhelming. My senses become incredibly sharp. I can see heat signatures, feel vibrations through the ground. And there's this, awareness. Like every living thing around me is suddenly connected to me somehow. Fascinating, Hermione murmured. Is your consciousness still human? Do you retain your memories and identity? Yes, though everything feels simpler. More primal. Threats and safety. Predator and prey. Do you think, Ron began, but Mrs. Weasley's voice cut him off. Dinner. Everyone to the table, now. The meal was chaotic but comforting, exactly what Harry needed after weeks at Privet Drive. The food was delicious, the conversation animated, and for brief moments, Harry could almost forget the strangeness of his situation. Until, of course, Moody fixed him with both normal and magical eyes and asked bluntly, So, Potter, when are you going to show us the full transformation? Might be useful in the field. A hush fell over the table. Alastair. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, scandalized. Harry is a boy, not a weapon. He's a boy who can turn into one of the deadliest magical creatures known to wizard kind, Moody countered. In a war, that's an advantage we'd be fools to ignore. I've only transformed fully once, Harry said quietly. And it wasn't exactly voluntary. I'm not sure I could do it again without extreme circumstances. We can create controlled circumstances, Moody persisted. The basement here is large enough and can be secured. That's enough, Alastair, Sirius said firmly. Harry will practice his abilities at his own pace, not to satisfy your tactical curiosity. Tension crackled across the table until Tonks deliberately knocked over her goblet, breaking the moment. Oops. Clumsy me. So, who's for pudding? Later, lying in bed listening to Ron's gentle snores, Harry reflected on Moody's words. Was that how the Order saw him now? A weapon to be deployed against Voldemort? He couldn't entirely blame them, his basilisk form had driven off Voldemort once already. But the idea of transforming deliberately, of embracing that part of himself fully, it terrified him. What if he lost control? What if he couldn't change back? Or worse, what if he didn't want to? The next 2 weeks at Grimmauld Place established a routine. Mornings were for cleaning the decrepit house under Mrs. Weasley's supervision. Afternoons were for training with McGonagall or occasionally Tonks, who offered insights on controlling shape-shifting abilities. Evenings were for order meetings, from which the younger residents were firmly excluded, followed by dinner and games of exploding snap or wizard chess. Throughout it all, Harry continued to practice partial transformations, gaining finer control each day. He could now transform specific areas at will, an arm, his skin, even individual fingers. But the full transformation remained elusive. Every time McGonagall suggested attempting it in the secured basement, Harry found reasons to delay. The truth, which he barely admitted to himself, was that he feared what might happen if he fully embraced the basilisk within. On the last day of July, his birthday, Harry was surprised to find a small package outside his bedroom door. Unlike his other presents, which had been given at breakfast amid much fanfare, this one was unmarked except for his initials in elegant script. Inside was a small crystal vial containing an opalescent liquid and a note, for when the skin feels too tight. Not all transformations need be physical. D.G. Daphne Greengrass had somehow managed to send him a gift at the heavily warded Order headquarters. Harry examined the vial cautiously, wondering what it contained. "What's that?" Hermione asked, appearing in the doorway. Harry quickly tucked the note into his pocket. "Not sure. Birthday gift, I think." Hermione frowned, taking the vial and examining it. "This looks like Essence of Tranquility, a potion that helps Animagi ease the discomfort of transformation. It's incredibly difficult to brew." She looked at him sharply. "Who sent it?" "I don't know," Harry lied. "It was outside my door." "Harry," she said reproachfully, "I know when you're not telling the truth. Is it from someone in the Order?" "No." "Look, I'd rather not say right now." Hermione huffed but handed the vial back. "Just be careful. It could be dangerous." "I will," Harry promised. "I won't use it until I have McGonagall check it." That seemed to satisfy her, and she changed the subject. "Speaking of McGonagall, she's looking for you. Something about trying the full transformation today as a birthday challenge." Harry's stomach clenched. "Great," he muttered. "Just what I wanted for my birthday, turning into a giant serpent." "You'll have to do it eventually," Hermione pointed out gently. "Better in a controlled environment with people who can help if something goes wrong." "I know," Harry sighed. What if I can't change back?" Hermione squeezed his arm. "Then we'll figure it out together. That's what friends are for." Harry nodded, grateful for her unwavering support. "All right. Let's get this over with." The basement had been prepared for the occasion. The walls were lined with cushioning charms, and a small observation area had been set up behind a transparent magical barrier. Sirius, Lupin, McGonagall, and Dumbledore were waiting when Harry arrived. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore greeted him. "Happy birthday. I hope you don't mind this rather unusual celebration activity." "It's fine, Professor," Harry replied, though his dry mouth suggested otherwise. "Just nervous." "Understandable," McGonagall said briskly. "But you've made exceptional progress with partial transformations. The full version follows the same principles, just on a larger scale." Harry nodded, removing his glasses and handing them to Hermione, who had insisted on watching from the observation area. "Remember," McGonagall continued, "concentrate on the complete form. Visualize it in detail. Then allow your magic to flow through your entire body, not just a specific area. And most importantly, Dumbledore added, remember that you are Harry Potter, regardless of your form. Your consciousness remains your own. Harry moved to the center of the room, taking deep breaths to calm his racing heart. He closed his eyes, focusing on the basilisk form he had briefly experienced in the graveyard. The length, the power, the scales, the deadly gaze. The familiar pressure built behind his eyes, but this time he didn't fight it. Instead, he welcomed it, allowing it to spread through his body like wildfire. The transformation began slowly, scales erupting across his skin, bones elongating and restructuring, muscles expanding. Then it accelerated, his body stretching and growing at an alarming rate. Pain lanced through him as his spine extended, his skull reshaped, his teeth lengthened into fangs. A strange, sibilant cry escaped him, half human, half serpent. For a terrifying moment, he felt suspended between forms, neither fully human nor fully basilisk. Then something clicked into place, and the transformation completed with a rush of power that left him gasping, or would have, if he still had human lungs. Harry opened his eyes to a world transformed. Everything was sharper, clearer. He could see heat signatures overlaid on normal vision, could sense the vibrations of heartbeats through the stone floor. The room, which had seemed spacious moments before, now felt confining as his massive coils filled the space. Remarkable, he heard Dumbledore murmur from behind the barrier. A perfect transformation. Harry turned his head carefully, aware that his gaze could petrify. The movement felt strange but natural, as if he'd always known how to maneuver this massive serpentine body. "Harry," McGonagall called. "Can you understand me? If so, dip your head once." Harry complied, lowering his great head in a single smooth motion. "Excellent. Now, I want you to focus on maintaining control. Move around the room slowly. Get accustomed to your form." Harry slithered forward experimentally, marveling at how his muscles rippled beneath his scales. Movement in this form was effortless, powerful. He circled the room once, then twice, growing more confident with each pass. "Now," McGonagall continued, "I'm going to levitate an object into the room. I want you to look at it directly, focusing your gaze as you would in partial transformations." A wooden training dummy floated into the center of the room. Harry turned toward it, concentrating on activating the petrifying power of his gaze. The pressure behind his eyes surged, and a beam of magical energy seemed to connect him to the dummy. In an instant, the wooden figure froze, its surface taking on the gray appearance of stone. "Perfect control!" McGonagall exclaimed. "Now, Harry, I want you to try changing back. Remember the feeling of your human form. This would be the real test." Harry closed his eyes, focusing on his human body, 2 legs, 2 arms, normal eyes. For a moment, nothing happened. Panic flickered through him. What if he was trapped? "Take your time, Harry," Sirius called encouragingly. "It's always harder the first time you try to change back." Harry forced himself to calm down, to focus. Human. He was human. This basilisk form was just an extension of himself, not his true nature. Slowly, he felt the transformation begin to reverse. Scales receded, bones shortened, muscles contracted. The world around him expanded as his size diminished. Finally, with a rush of disorienting sensations, he found himself kneeling on the cold stone floor, human once more. And completely naked. He'd forgotten that minor detail. "Here," Sirius said, tossing him a robe while tactfully looking away. "Well done, Harry. That was incredible." Harry pulled on the robe with shaking hands. The transformation had left him exhausted but exhilarated. "I did it," he whispered. "I controlled it." "Indeed you did," Dumbledore beamed. "And on your first deliberate attempt. Most impressive." Hermione rushed forward once the barrier was lowered. "Harry, that was amazing. You were at least 20 feet long. And your control over the petrification, it was so precise. How do you feel? Lupin asked more practically. Tired. Hungry. Harry considered. But good. It felt right, somehow. Like fitting into clothes that are exactly your size after wearing hand-me-downs your whole life. A most apt description, Dumbledore nodded. The Animagus form, when properly aligned with the wizard's nature, should indeed feel like coming home to oneself. Does this mean I can transform whenever I want now? Harry asked. With continued practice, yes, McGonagall confirmed. Though I would advise against doing so unless absolutely necessary, at least until your return to Hogwarts. We can establish proper protocols there for safe transformation. Harry nodded, understanding the caution. A 20-foot basilisk wasn't exactly inconspicuous, even in a magical household. And now, Sirius declared, I believe a proper birthday celebration is in order. Molly's been baking all morning, and there's a pile of presents waiting upstairs. As they made their way back to the kitchen, Harry felt lighter than he had in weeks. He had faced his fear and mastered it. The basilisk was part of him now, not something separate to be feared. Yet as he celebrated with cake and presents, laughter and friendship, a small voice in the back of his mind whispered a warning: Voldemort was still out there, gathering strength. And when they met again, the Dark Lord would be prepared for Harry's basilisk form. The war was just beginning. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with the usual start-of-term excitement, though Harry noticed many parents casting wary glances his way despite his dark glasses. The Daily Prophet had continued its campaign of alternately portraying him as delusional or dangerous throughout August, with Rita Skeeter's latest article suggesting his basilisk abilities were the result of dark rituals performed by Dumbledore. Ignore them, Hermione said firmly, noticing his discomfort. They'll find something new to gossip about soon enough. Like Umbridge being appointed as defense professor? Ron suggested glumly. Dad says she's Fudge's spy. Going to be reporting everything back to the Ministry. Wonderful, Harry muttered. Just what I need, more Ministry scrutiny. They found a compartment near the end of the train, joined shortly by Neville and a blonde girl Ron introduced as Luna Lovegood. Harry appreciated their easy acceptance, neither commented on his dark glasses or the rumors that had been circulating all summer. As the train pulled away from the station, Harry found himself scanning the passing compartments, looking for a particular face. He hadn't heard from Daphne Greengrass since her birthday gift, which McGonagall had indeed confirmed was Essence of Tranquility, a valuable and legitimate potion for animagi. Looking for someone? Hermione asked shrewdly. No, Harry said too quickly. Just seeing who's back this year. Hermione raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. The journey passed relatively peacefully until Draco Malfoy made his inevitable appearance, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. His usual swagger was somewhat diminished, however, likely a result of his father's current status as a petrified Death Eater in Ministry custody. Potter, he sneered, though without his usual venom. Still hiding behind those glasses? Afraid you'll turn someone to stone if they see your ugly eyes? Get lost, Malfoy, Ron snapped. Don't you have better things to do? Like visit your father in the Ministry holding cells? Malfoy's face contorted with rage. My father will be exonerated. It's only a matter of time. Sure, Harry said mildly. I'm sure the Imperius defense will work just as well this time around. Though it might be harder to claim when he was caught in full Death Eater regalia at a ritual to resurrect Voldemort. Malfoy flinched at the name. You'll pay for what you did to him, Potter. One way or another. Is that a threat? Harry asked, feeling the familiar pressure building behind his eyes. He forced himself to remain calm. It's a promise, Malfoy replied, though he backed away slightly. Watch yourself this year. After he left, an uncomfortable silence filled the compartment. Are you okay, Harry? Neville asked hesitantly. I read about what happened, with your eyes and everything. Harry sighed. What exactly did you read, Neville? Well, the prophet says you can turn people to stone with a look. And that you might be turning into a dark creature. Neville looked embarrassed. But Gran says the prophet is full of rubbish these days, and that if you can really do that, it's probably dead useful against Death Eaters. Harry couldn't help but smile. Your Gran sounds sensible. You can really do it, then? Luna asked, peering at him over her upside-down magazine. Turn into a basilisk? Harry hesitated, then nodded. Yes. But I'd appreciate if you didn't spread that around. Oh, I won't, Luna assured him. Daddy says Basilisk Animagi are blessed by the Crumplehorn Snorkack. Very good luck to no one. Despite the absurdity of the statement, Harry felt oddly touched by her acceptance. The rest of the journey passed quickly, with conversation turning to more normal topics like OWLs and Quidditch prospects. As they neared Hogsmeade, Hermione and Ron left to perform their prefect duties, leaving Harry with Neville and Luna. I should change into my robes, Harry said, standing to retrieve his trunk. We'll wait outside, Neville offered, heading for the door. You don't have to, Luna said dreamily. I don't mind if Harry changes here. The Nargles prefer it when people change in groups anyway. Harry choked back a laugh at Neville's mortified expression. It's fine, Luna. I'll only be a minute. Alone in the compartment, Harry quickly changed into his school robes. As he adjusted his tie, a soft knock came at the door. Thinking it was Hermione or Ron returning, he called, "Come in." The door slid open to reveal Daphne Greengrass. Harry froze, suddenly acutely aware that he wasn't wearing his dark glasses. They lay on the seat where he'd placed them while changing. Daphne stepped inside, closing the door behind her. Her eyes met his directly, unflinching despite their serpentine appearance. "Potter," she said simply. "I see you got my gift." Harry found his voice. "I did. Thank you. It helped with the transformation." She nodded, seemingly satisfied. "Good. I wasn't sure if it would reach you, given wherever you were hiding this summer." "How did you find me on the train?" Harry asked. A slight smile curved her lips. "Emerald. My snake. She can track people she's met before. Useful ability." "Indeed." She studied him for a moment. "Your control has improved. Your eyes have changed permanently, but the rest of you remains human. That's good progress. How do you know so much about this?" Harry asked, genuinely curious. "I told you. My great-great-grandmother was a Basilisk Animagus. It runs in our bloodline, though it hasn't manifested in generations." She hesitated. "That's part of why I contacted you. Family history suggests the ability typically emerges in times of great magical upheaval. Like Voldemort's return, Harry supplied." Daphne didn't flinch at the name, another point in her favor. "Exactly. The last time a Basilisk Animagus appeared was during Grindelwald's rise." "Your grandmother?" "Great-great-grandmother," she corrected. She opposed him, despite the family's neutrality policy. Paid for it with her life eventually, but not before taking dozens of his followers with her. Harry absorbed this. "So you're saying, what? That my ability is connected to Voldemort somehow?" "I'm saying it's not coincidence," Daphne clarified. "Magic responds to need. The wizarding world needed a counter to a Dark Lord, and magic provided one." "Me," Harry said flatly. "A living weapon." "A protector," Daphne countered. "There's a difference." The train whistle blew, signaling their imminent arrival at Hogsmeade. "We'll be stopping soon," Daphne noted. "We should continue this conversation later. Meet me in the abandoned classroom on the 4th floor, East Wing, tomorrow night at 8. She moved toward the door, then paused. "And Potter?" The yellow eyes suit you better than those glasses. With that, she was gone, leaving Harry staring after her, bemused and intrigued. Hermione and Ron returned moments later, finding Harry still standing in the middle of the compartment. "Harry? Everything all right?" Hermione asked. "Where are your glasses?" Harry snapped out of his daze, hastily retrieving his dark glasses. "Fine. Just thinking." "About what?" Ron asked, gathering his things as the train began to slow. "About what this year might bring," Harry replied, his mind still on Daphne's words. "A protector, not a weapon." He rather liked the sound of that. Hogwarts welcomed them with its usual splendor, though Harry noticed changes immediately. Aurors flanked the entrance hall, their watchful eyes scanning the incoming students. Security measures had clearly been increased, despite the Ministry's official denial of Voldemort's return. The Great Hall buzzed with excited chatter, but as Harry entered, a momentary hush fell. Hundreds of eyes turned toward him, then quickly away when he looked in their direction. Word of his abilities had clearly spread beyond what the prophet had reported. "Just ignore it," Hermione whispered, guiding him toward the Gryffindor table. Harry nodded, though he couldn't help glancing toward the Slytherin table. Daphne sat apart from her housemates, her expression carefully neutral. Beside her, a younger girl who resembled her, a sister, perhaps, whispered something that made Daphne shake her head slightly. The sorting ceremony and Dumbledore's initial welcome passed in a blur. Harry paid attention only when Umbridge was introduced as the new defense against the dark arts professor. Her simpering voice and toad-like appearance were exactly as he remembered from his hearing. "She doesn't look like much," Ron muttered. "Don't underestimate her," Harry warned. "She's dangerous, completely loyal to Fudge and determined to discredit Dumbledore. And control you," Hermione added quietly. Harry nodded grimly. "That too." Umbridge's speech confirmed their fears. The Ministry was interfering at Hogwarts, determined to stamp out what she called dangerous progressive elements and restore Ministry-approved educational standards. In other words, Hermione translated in a whisper, "They're going to control what we learn and how we think." "And keep an eye on me," Harry added, acutely aware of Umbridge's gaze fixed on him throughout her speech. As the feast concluded and students began making their way to dormitories, Professor McGonagall approached the Gryffindor table. "Mr. Potter, the headmaster wishes to see you before you retire. The password is Acid Pops." Harry nodded, bidding goodnight to his friends before making his way to Dumbledore's office. The gargoyle leapt aside at the password, and he ascended the spiral staircase. "Enter," Dumbledore called before Harry could knock. The headmaster sat behind his desk, looking weary but alert. "Harry, thank you for coming. Please, sit down." Harry took the offered chair. "Is something wrong, Professor?" "Several things, I'm afraid, though none immediately catastrophic." Dumbledore sighed. "First, I must inform you that the Ministry has insisted on certain restrictions regarding your basilisk ability while at Hogwarts." "What kind of restrictions?" Harry asked warily. "You are to refrain from full transformation within the castle or grounds without explicit permission from myself or Professor McGonagall. Partial transformations are permitted only in designated training areas." Dumbledore's expression softened at Harry's crestfallen look. "I know it seems harsh, but given the nature of your ability, caution is warranted." "I understand," Harry said, though disappointment gnawed at him. He had been looking forward to exploring the grounds in his basilisk form, perhaps even visiting the Chamber of Secrets again. "Second," Dumbledore continued, "Professor Umbridge has been given authority by the Ministry to interview and assess students with unusual magical manifestations. You will likely be called to her office within the week." "Great," Harry muttered. "More interrogation." "I advise cooperation, Harry, but caution. Dolores Umbridge is not merely Cornelius's spy, she has her own agenda, one I find deeply troubling." "She wants to classify me as a dark creature," Harry guessed. "Among other things, yes." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. Which brings me to my third point. I have arranged special training sessions for you, beyond your regular classes. Professor McGonagall will continue your Animagus training, but I believe you would also benefit from occlumency lessons with Professor Snape. Occlumency? Harry frowned. Mind defense? Why? Dumbledore hesitated. Your connection to Voldemort has always concerned me, Harry. Now that your basilisk ability has emerged, that concern has deepened. If Voldemort becomes aware of the full extent of your power, he might try to influence me through the connection, Harry realized. Or worse, control me. Precisely. A basilisk under Voldemort's control would be catastrophic. The thought sent a chill down Harry's spine. When do I start? Tomorrow evening at 7, with Professor Snape. I know you two have your differences, but he is a master occlumens. Please try to set aside past grievances for this critical training. Harry nodded reluctantly. I'll try. Good. Now, one last matter. Dumbledore leaned forward, his blue eyes intent. I understand you've been contacted by Miss Greengrass. Harry stiffened. How did you? Hogwarts has many eyes, Harry, not all of them human. Dumbledore smiled slightly. The Greengrass family does indeed have historical connections to Basilisk Animagi, which could prove valuable to you. However, I urge caution. Their neutrality is legendary, but in times of war, neutrality can mask many things. You don't trust her, Harry realized. I don't know her, Dumbledore corrected. And in these dangerous times, the unknown represents risk. That said, I will not forbid you from speaking with her. Just be mindful of what you reveal. Harry considered this. I think she genuinely wants to help, Professor. She sent me a potion that helped with my transformation training. Yes, Professor McGonagall informed me. A generous gift, certainly. Dumbledore's expression remained neutral. Well, it is late, and I've kept you from your well-earned rest long enough. Good night, Harry. Recognizing the dismissal, Harry stood. Good night, Professor. As he made his way to Gryffindor Tower, Harry mulled over the conversation. Dumbledore's caution about Daphne bothered him more than he expected. What if she was just using him to gain information? But then, why share her family's connection to Basilisk Animagi? Why send a valuable potion? His thoughts were interrupted by a strange sound from a darkened corridor, a soft, pained hiss that wasn't quite human. Harry hesitated, then moved cautiously toward the sound, wand raised. Lumos, he whispered. The wand light illuminated a small snake writhing on the floor, its body twisted unnaturally. Harry recognized it immediately. Emerald? He asked in Parseltongue, crouching beside Daphne's familiar. The snake's movement stilled. Speaker, she hissed weakly. Danger. The mistress, ambushed. Harry's heart raced. Where? Who attacked you? Fourth floor. East wing. The one who smells of toads. Umbridge. It had to be. Harry scooped up the injured snake, placing her gently in his pocket. I'll help you, then we'll find your mistress. Moving quickly through the shadows, Harry made his way to the fourth-floor corridor Emerald had mentioned. The hallway was dark and silent, but Harry's senses, enhanced by his partial basilisk nature even when not transformed, detected a faint magical residue. A door stood ajar at the end of the corridor, the abandoned classroom where Daphne had suggested they meet tomorrow. Harry approached cautiously, listening intently. No sound came from within. Daphne, he called softly, pushing the door open wider. The classroom appeared empty at first glance. Then Harry noticed a foot protruding from behind a desk. He rushed forward to find Daphne sprawled unconscious on the floor, her wand several feet away. Daphne. Harry knelt beside her, checking for injuries. She had a nasty bruise forming on her temple, but was otherwise unharmed from what he could see. Renervate, he cast, pointing his wand at her chest. Daphne's eyes fluttered open, confusion giving way to recognition. Potter, she gasped, sitting up abruptly. What, how did you find me? Emerald, Harry explained, gently extracting the snake from his pocket. She was injured too. What happened? Daphne took her familiar, murmuring soothing words before answering. I was setting up protective wards for our meeting tomorrow. Someone entered, I didn't see who. They hit me from behind. She touched the bruise gingerly. Wanted it to look like an accident, I think. It was Umbridge, Harry said grimly. Emerald smelled toad. Daphne's expression hardened. Makes sense. She wouldn't want you getting information she can't control. She struggled to her feet, Harry steadying her with a hand on her elbow. We need to be more careful. Maybe we shouldn't meet at all, Harry suggested reluctantly. If it's dangerous for you, don't be noble, Potter, Daphne interrupted. I knew the risks when I contacted you. Besides, Slytherins don't abandon plans just because of a little danger. She retrieved her wand, checking it for damage. We'll just need a more secure location. The room of requirement, Harry suggested. 7th floor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. It becomes whatever you need it to be, and can't be accessed if you're already using it. Daphne looked impressed. I've heard rumors about such a room. Very well. Tomorrow, same time. I can't, Harry admitted. I have remedial potions with Snape. No need to mention occlumency lessons. Remedial potions? Daphne raised an eyebrow skeptically. With your OWLs approaching? How convenient. It's complicated, Harry hedged. It always is with you, isn't it, Potter? There was no malice in her tone, just wry observation. Day after tomorrow, then. 9 o'clock. Harry nodded. Can you get back to your common room okay? Should I walk you? A Gryffindor escorting a Slytherin through the dungeons? That would certainly start rumors. Daphne's lips quirked. I'll manage. You should get back to your tower before curfew. Harry hesitated, reluctant to leave her vulnerable after an attack. Daphne seemed to read his thoughts. I'm not helpless, Potter. Now that I know to be vigilant, it won't be so easy to catch me off guard. She cast a disillusionment charm on herself, fading partially from view. Go. All right. Be careful. Harry turned to leave, then paused. Daphne? Thank you. For reaching out about all this. Her partially visible form shimmered as she moved toward the door. Don't thank me yet, Potter. We haven't even begun. The first week of classes established a pattern that Harry suspected would define his 5th year: challenging coursework, hostile stares from fellow students, and constant scrutiny from Umbridge. Defense against the dark arts had been reduced to reading from Wilbert Slinkard's Defensive Magical Theory, a text so dry and impractical that even Hermione struggled to find educational value in it. When Harry had questioned the lack of practical spellcasting, Umbridge had simpered that theoretical knowledge would be sufficient to pass exams. And what about passing a Death Eater attack? Harry had asked, earning himself the first detention of the year. Said detention now loomed before him as he made his way to Umbridge's office Friday evening. He'd managed to complete his first occlumency lesson with Snape, a brutal, humiliating experience, and was in no mood for whatever punishment Umbridge had devised. Her office was a shocking sea of pink, with ornamental plates featuring mewling kittens covering the walls. Umbridge herself sat behind her desk, a falsely sweet smile plastered on her face. Good evening, Mr. Potter, she greeted. You'll be doing lines for me tonight. Lines. Not so bad, then. Harry reached for his quill. No, not with your quill, Umbridge corrected. You'll be using a rather special one of mine. She handed him a long, thin black quill with an unusually sharp point. I want you to write, I must not question authority. How many times? Harry asked, noting the absence of ink. Oh, as long as it takes for the message to sink in. Her smile widened. Begin. Harry placed the quill to parchment and wrote. The words appeared in shining red ink as a sharp pain cut across the back of his hand. He gasped, watching in horror as the same words appeared on his skin, carved as if by a knife, before healing over to a faint red outline. Yes. Umbridge asked sweetly. Harry gritted his teeth. Nothing. That's right. Because deep down, you know you deserve to be punished, don't you, Mr. Potter? Her voice dropped to a whisper. The minister was too lenient with you. If I had my way, you'd be in a containment facility for dangerous magical creatures. Anger surged through Harry, bringing with it the familiar pressure behind his eyes. Scales rippled beneath his skin, threatening to emerge. What's this? Umbridge observed, her eyes gleaming with malicious delight. Losing control already? Perhaps I should summon the Aurors. Show them what a danger you truly are. Harry forced himself to breathe deeply, pushing down the transformation. He would not give her the satisfaction. I'm in perfect control, Professor, he said evenly. Should I continue with the lines? Disappointment flashed across her face before the saccharine smile returned. Indeed, Mr. Potter. Continue until I tell you to stop. For 2 hours, Harry wrote line after line, the words cutting deeper into his hand each time before healing partially. The pain was intense, but he refused to show weakness, channeling his anger into cold determination. When Umbridge finally dismissed him, his hand was raw and bleeding, the words clearly visible in his skin. As he left her office, Harry realized he'd made a powerful enemy, one who would not be satisfied until she had destroyed him completely. Back in Gryffindor Tower, Hermione was horrified by the injury. That's not detention, that's torture, she exclaimed, examining his hand. You need to report this to McGonagall. And give Umbridge another excuse to declare me dangerous or unstable. No thanks. Harry sighed, sinking into an armchair by the fire. I can handle it. But what does she want? Ron wondered. I mean, beyond making your life miserable. Evidence, Harry replied grimly. She wants me to lose control, to transform or use my abilities where others can witness it. Then she'll have her proof that I'm a dangerous creature, who needs to be contained. That's. Hermione seemed at a loss for words. Evil, Ron supplied. Completely evil. Harry flexed his injured hand, watching the words fade slightly. The worst part is, I was tempted. When she was goading me, I almost let the transformation happen. Almost showed her exactly what she's dealing with. But you didn't, Hermione pointed out. You maintained control. This time, Harry muttered. But she's just getting started. 2 nights later, Harry stood in the 7th-floor corridor, pacing before the blank wall opposite Barnabas the Barmy's tapestry. I need a place to meet Daphne Greengrass safely, he thought. A place where we can discuss Basilisk Animagi without being overheard or interrupted. On his 3rd pass, a door materialized. Harry opened it to find a cozy study with comfortable chairs, a crackling fireplace, and walls lined with books. A small terrarium sat in one corner, perfect for Emerald. Harry had just begun examining the books, many with titles relating to rare magical transformations, when the door opened again. Daphne entered, looking impressed as she surveyed the room. The Room of Requirement, she murmured. I've read about it, but never found it before. Impressive. It gives you whatever you need, Harry explained. I asked for a safe place to talk about Basilisk Animagi. And it provided relevant reading material, Daphne noted, scanning the bookshelves. Clever. She placed Emerald in the terrarium, where the snake immediately curled contentedly around a heated rock. How is she? Harry asked. Recovered from the attack. Fully, Daphne confirmed. Magical serpents heal quickly. She settled into one of the chairs, gesturing for Harry to do the same. We have much to discuss, and I doubt Umbridge will give us many opportunities. You're sure it was her who attacked you? Emerald confirmed it by scent, and I found traces of a specific stunning spell favored by Ministry officials. Daphne's expression hardened. She doesn't want you learning about your abilities from anyone but her approved sources. Which tell me nothing useful, Harry said bitterly. The Ministry-approved texts basically suggest Basilisk Animagi don't exist. Of course they do. The ability disrupts the Ministry's neat classifications of dark and light magic. Daphne reached into her bag, extracting an old, leather-bound journal. This belonged to my great-great-grandmother, Ophelia. Her observations on the basilisk transformation are illuminating. She handed the journal to Harry, who opened it carefully. The pages were filled with elegant script and detailed anatomical drawings of a basilisk, with notes on transformation stages and abilities. This is incredible, Harry murmured, stopping at a page that described the permanent eye change he'd experienced. She went through exactly what I'm going through. Yes, though her transformation was triggered differently, during a duel with one of Grindelwald's lieutenants. Daphne leaned forward. What's especially interesting is that her basilisk form, like yours, didn't kill with its gaze. It petrified. I thought all basilisks killed with their gaze. True basilisks, yes. But basilisk animagi appear to express a modified version of the power, petrification rather than death. Daphne's eyes gleamed with academic interest. My theory is that human consciousness moderates the most lethal aspects of the form. Harry considered this. That would make sense. When I transform, I still think like myself, mostly. There are instincts that come with the form, but my human mind remains in control. Exactly. Daphne pointed to a passage in the journal. Ophelia noted the same thing. The longer she maintained the form, the stronger the basilisk instincts became, but her core personality remained intact. What about changing back? Harry asked. The first time I transformed fully with control, I worried I might get stuck. A common fear among animagi, but especially valid for magical forms. Daphne turned to another page. Ophelia developed a mental anchor, a memory or emotion so fundamentally human that it could pull her back from even the deepest transformation state. What was hers? Her children. The memory of holding her firstborn daughter. Daphne's expression softened momentarily. She wrote that no matter how complete the transformation, how powerful the basilisk's mind became, that memory remained her tether to humanity. Harry nodded, understanding. I'll need to find mine. It should be something profound, Daphne advised. Something that defines you as Harry Potter, not as the boy who lived or as a basilisk animagus. They continued discussing the journal for nearly 2 hours, with Daphne explaining passages and Harry relating his own experiences. The conversation flowed naturally, their usual house rivalries forgotten in the shared exploration of rare magic. There's one more thing, Daphne said eventually, closing the journal. Something not in here, but passed down orally in my family. Harry leaned forward, intrigued. What's that? Basilisk animagi have historically been hunted by a secret society calling themselves the Basilisk Hunters. They consider the ability an abomination, a corruption of natural magic. Great, Harry muttered. Another group that wants me dead. Not necessarily dead, Daphne corrected. They typically attempt to bind the ability first, stripping the animagus of their power. Death is the backup plan. That's comforting, Harry said sarcastically. Any idea if they're still active? They've been dormant for generations, as far as my family knows. But with your emergence. She shrugged. I'd be surprised if they haven't taken notice. So now I have Voldemort, the Ministry, and an ancient secret society to worry about, Harry summarized grimly. Brilliant. You also have allies, Daphne pointed out. Dumbledore. Your friends. Me. Harry raised an eyebrow. Are we allies, Greengrass? Would I be sharing family secrets if we weren't? She countered. Fair point. Why, though? Your family maintains neutrality in wizarding conflicts. Why help me? Daphne was quiet for a moment. My great-great-grandmother broke that neutrality to oppose Grindelwald. She believed that some threats transcend political neutrality, that they threaten magic itself. She met Harry's gaze directly. The Dark Lord is such a threat. And you, Potter, may be the best hope of stopping him. Because I can turn into a basilisk? Harry asked skeptically. Because you've faced him repeatedly and survived, Daphne corrected. The basilisk form is just another tool in that fight. Harry studied her, searching for deception and finding none. Thank you, he said finally. For the help. For the trust. Don't make me regret it, she replied, but her tone was light. She stood, gathering her things. We should establish a regular meeting schedule. Weekly. Same time, same place. Works for me, Harry agreed. Though we'll need to be careful. Umbridge is watching me constantly. Leave that to me, Daphne said with a slight smile. Slytherins excel at misdirection. They arranged to meet the following Friday, then prepared to leave separately to avoid arousing suspicion. At the door, Daphne paused. Potter? There's something else you should know about Basilisk Animagi. What's that? According to family records, they never live long lives, she said quietly. The power comes at a cost. Ophelia died at 43. Her predecessor at 38. Harry absorbed this. Because of the transformation? Partially. The human body isn't designed to accommodate such powerful magic repeatedly. But mostly because of what they chose to do with the ability. Her eyes held his. They fought. And eventually, they fell. With that sobering thought, she slipped out the door, leaving Harry to contemplate a future suddenly seeming shorter than he'd imagined. October arrived with howling winds and driving rain, matching Harry's increasingly dark mood. Between Umbridge's escalating torments, Snape's brutal occlumency lessons, and the mounting coursework for OWLs, he felt constantly exhausted and on edge. The weekly meetings with Daphne provided the only real bright spot in his routine. They had progressed from theory to practical applications of his ability, with Daphne helping him refine his control over partial transformations. The key is visualization, she explained during their fourth session. Don't think of it as changing into a basilisk. Think of it as accessing basilisk traits selectively. Harry concentrated, focusing on enhancing his senses without physical transformation. To his surprise, his hearing sharpened dramatically, and his vision shifted to include heat signatures overlaid on normal sight. I can see your body heat, he said, amazed. And I can hear Filch patrolling 2 floors below us. Daphne nodded approvingly. Excellent. Enhanced senses without visible transformation is a major step. It allows you to use your abilities without alerting others. These subtle skills proved useful in evading Umbridge, who seemed determined to catch Harry in some infraction worthy of expulsion. Her educational decrees multiplied weekly, each more restrictive than the last. When she was appointed High Inquisitor with power to evaluate teachers, even the staff's quiet resistance began to falter. Meanwhile, the wizarding world remained divided on Voldemort's return. The Daily Prophet continued its campaign against Harry and Dumbledore, though increasingly desperate parents had begun withdrawing their children from Hogwarts as unexplained disappearances mounted. We need to do something, Hermione insisted one evening in the Gryffindor common room. Umbridge isn't teaching us anything useful, and with Voldemort back. What can we do? Ron asked glumly. She's got the ministry behind her. We teach ourselves, Hermione stated firmly. Practical defense. And. She hesitated, glancing at Harry. I think you should be the teacher. Harry looked up from his transfiguration essay. Me? Why? Because you've actually fought dark wizards, Hermione explained. You've faced Voldemort multiple times and survived. You know what it's really like. Plus, Ron added with a grin, you can turn into a massive serpent that petrifies people with a look. That's got to count for something in the defense department. I can't teach people to be Basilisk Animagi, Harry pointed out. No, but you can teach defensive spells, dueling techniques, real-world strategies. Hermione leaned forward eagerly. I've already mentioned it to a few people who are interested. How many is a few? Harry asked suspiciously. Just, 10 or 15, Hermione admitted. From different houses. 15 people. Harry exclaimed. Hermione, that's not a study group, that's an army. Well, she said defensively, we need to be prepared. And it's not just about passing exams anymore, it's about surviving what's coming. Harry couldn't argue with that logic. Fine. I'll think about it. But where would we even meet? Umbridge has banned all student groups. I thought we could use the room of requirement, Hermione suggested. It would provide everything we need for practice, and Umbridge doesn't know about it. Harry hesitated, thinking of his meetings with Daphne. It might work. But we'd need to be incredibly careful about schedules and secrecy. So you'll do it? Hermione pressed. I said I'll think about it, Harry repeated, though he was already warming to the idea. Teaching others to defend themselves, it felt right, like something he could contribute beyond his basilisk abilities. The next day, Hermione arranged a meeting at the Hog's Head during the Hogsmeade weekend, a gathering that turned out to involve not 15 but 28 students from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw. Notably absent were any Slytherins. As Harry explained his experiences fighting Voldemort and answered skeptical questions about what he could actually teach, he found himself wishing Daphne were present. Despite their different houses, she had become something of a confidant over the past weeks, someone who understood the weight of his basilisk ability without fear or awe. After the meeting, as they trudged back toward Hogwarts through the rain, Harry broached the subject with Hermione. Why weren't any Slytherins invited? Hermione looked surprised. I didn't think any would come. Most of them support Umbridge, or at least their parents do. Not all of them, Harry said. Daphne Greengrass, for instance. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. You've been spending time with Greengrass? Ron asked incredulously. Harry hadn't explicitly told them about his meetings with Daphne, though he hadn't hidden them either. She's been helping me understand my basilisk abilities. Her family has history with Basilisk Animagi. And you trust her? Hermione asked cautiously. I do, Harry said firmly. She's taken risks to help me. Well, Hermione said slowly, if you vouch for her, perhaps she could join. But Harry, you need to be certain. If Umbridge found out about our defense group. Daphne wouldn't tell Umbridge anything, Harry insisted. She hates her as much as we do. Ron still looked skeptical, but Hermione nodded. All right. Your call, Harry. It's your group to lead. Our group, Harry corrected. And I'll talk to Daphne, see if she's interested. He got his opportunity that evening during their regular meeting in the room of requirement. After practicing partial transformation techniques, Harry explained Hermione's defense group idea. A secret defense association right under Umbridge's nose. Daphne summarized, looking impressed. Bold, even for Gryffindors. We need real practice, not just theory, Harry explained. Would you be interested in joining? Daphne considered. What would the others say? A Slytherin in your Gryffindor club? It's not a Gryffindor club, Harry corrected. We have Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs too. And I'm extending the invitation personally. Because of our Basilisk connection? Daphne asked shrewdly. Because I trust you, Harry replied simply. And because you're skilled enough to contribute. Something flashed in Daphne's eyes, surprise, perhaps, or gratification. I'd need to be careful. If my housemates found out. Complete secrecy is already the plan, Harry assured her. Hermione's working on a way to ensure it. Daphne nodded slowly. All right, Potter. Count me in. When does this illicit club begin? We're still working out the details. I'll let you know. Harry hesitated. There is one more thing. Would you mind if I told Ron and Hermione about our meetings? They're getting curious, and I don't like keeping secrets from them. They don't know. Daphne seemed surprised. I assumed you told them everything. Not this. It felt private, somehow. A faint smile touched her lips. How unusually discreet of you, Potter. Yes, you can tell them. Just. She hesitated. Perhaps keep the details of my family's involvement with Basilisk Animagi between us, for now. Of course, Harry agreed. Thank you. As they prepared to leave, Harry found himself reluctant to end the session. These meetings with Daphne had become a refuge, a space where his basilisk ability was neither feared nor fetishized, but simply accepted as part of who he was. Potter, Daphne said suddenly, pausing at the door. Be careful with this defense group. Umbridge is more dangerous than she appears. I know, Harry sighed, absently rubbing the back of his hand where faint scars spelled out I must not question authority. Believe me, I know. Daphne's eyes narrowed, noticing the movement. What's that on your hand? Harry instinctively hid it. Nothing. Just a scratch. Don't lie to me, she said sharply, grabbing his wrist and turning his hand palm down. Her eyes widened as she read the faint words etched into his skin. What is this? Umbridge Special Quill, Harry explained reluctantly. For detentions. Daphne's expression darkened. A blood quill. Those are illegal except for binding magical contracts. Added to her list of crimes, Harry shrugged, trying to downplay it. This isn't just rule-breaking, Potter. This is torture. Daphne released his hand but continued glaring at it as if it had personally offended her. Why haven't you reported it? To who? Fudge. He'd probably approve. Dumbledore has enough problems without adding this. So you just, endure it? Daphne asked incredulously. What choice do I have? Harry countered. If I fight back, I play right into her hands. She wants an excuse to label me dangerous. Daphne was quiet for a moment, thinking. There are other ways to fight, she said finally. More subtle ways. Leave it with me. What are you planning? Harry asked warily. Better you don't know, she replied with a Slytherin smile. Plausible deniability. Before Harry could press further, she slipped out the door, leaving him both concerned and oddly touched by her evident anger on his behalf. 3 days later, at breakfast in the Great Hall, the Morning Post brought a special edition of the Daily Prophet. The headline made Harry choke on his pumpkin juice. Ministry official uses illegal blood quills on students. Dolores Umbridge accused of torture at Hogwarts. The article detailed multiple anonymous accounts of Umbridge's detentions, complete with photographs of scarred hands bearing various phrases. Harry's own scar wasn't among them, but many others were, including several first-years punished for crying in class. How did this happen? Hermione whispered, scanning the article wide-eyed. Who went to the press? Harry's gaze drifted to the Slytherin table, where Daphne sat calmly eating toast, giving no indication she'd just orchestrated a media coup against the High Inquisitor. No idea, Harry replied, hiding a smile. The article had immediate repercussions. By lunchtime, ministry officials had arrived to investigate the allegations. By dinner, Umbridge had been suspended pending a formal inquiry, her face a mask of apoplectic rage as she was escorted from the castle. Don't get too excited, Hermione cautioned as they watched Umbridge's departure from a window. Fudge will try to protect her. Maybe, Harry agreed. But this buys us time. And tarnishes her reputation enough that her vendetta against me might be taken less seriously. That evening, the first official meeting of what they had decided to call Dumbledore's Army took place in the Room of Requirement. 28 students gathered nervously, eyeing the practice dummies and defense books the room had provided. When Daphne Greengrass walked in, a stunned silence fell. "What's she doing here?" Zacharias Smith demanded. "She's a Slytherin." "I invited her," Harry said firmly. "Daphne's skilled in defensive magic and opposes Voldemort. That's the only qualification that matters." "But Slytherins can't be trusted," Ernie Macmillan protested. "No offense," he added unconvincingly. "Really?" Daphne raised an eyebrow. "And who do you think provided the evidence that got Umbridge suspended?" This revelation caused a stir. Hermione's eyes widened in understanding. "That was you?" "How?" "Slytherin methods," Daphne replied with a slight smile. "I gathered testimonies from victims, ensured their anonymity, and passed everything to my father, who has connections at the Prophet." Even Zacharias looked impressed, though still suspicious. "Why would you help get rid of Umbridge?" "Most Slytherins support her." "Most Slytherins are short-sighted fools," Daphne said coolly. "I recognize the real threat, and it isn't Harry Potter or Dumbledore." Her words hung in the air, tacit acknowledgement of Voldemort's return from an unexpected quarter. Slowly, the tension dissipated. "Right," Harry said, taking control of the room. "Let's get started. The first spell we'll practice is the disarming charm. Basic, yes, but essential." The session proceeded better than Harry could have hoped. The students, even those initially skeptical, threw themselves into practice with enthusiasm born of months of theoretical frustration. By the end, everyone had successfully disarmed a partner multiple times. "That was brilliant, Harry," Neville exclaimed as they wrapped up. "When's the next meeting?" "We'll use these," Hermione explained, passing out fake galleons enchanted with the Protean charm. "When Harry sets the date for the next meeting, the numbers will change to show the time and date. Keep them with you at all times." As the group dispersed in twos and threes to avoid detection, Daphne lingered behind. "Not bad, Professor Potter," she said, a hint of teasing in her voice. "You have a talent for teaching." "Thanks for what you did with Umbridge," Harry replied quietly. "Though I wish you'd warned me." "And spoil the surprise?" She smiled, then grew serious. "It won't keep her away forever. Fudge is too invested in her mission here. But it might make her more cautious in her methods." "Still, it was impressive," Harry acknowledged. "And risky. If she finds out it was you." "She won't," Daphne said confidently. "My father ensured the sources were well protected." She twirled her fake galleon between her fingers. "This group has potential, Potter. But you'll need to be careful about where you take it." "What do you mean?" "Right now it's a study group practicing defensive spells. But with Voldemort gathering strength." She met his gaze directly. "This could become something more. A real resistance. Are you prepared for that responsibility?" Harry hadn't considered it in those terms, but she was right. If things continued to deteriorate outside Hogwarts, the DA might evolve from study group to something far more serious. "I don't know," he admitted. "But I do know we need to be ready for whatever comes." Daphne nodded, seeming satisfied with his answer. "Good. Blind confidence would worry me more than honest uncertainty." She moved toward the door. "Same time Friday for our Basilisk training?" "Actually," Harry said, "I was thinking we could try something different. A full transformation, if you're willing to help." Daphne's eyes widened slightly. "Are you sure? The room would need to be much larger." "I'm sure," Harry nodded. "I've been practicing the mental techniques you showed me from your grandmother's journal. I think I'm ready to maintain the form with full consciousness." "All right," Daphne agreed. "Friday it is. Full basilisk transformation." She smiled slightly. "Never a dull moment with you, is there, Potter?" As she left, Harry reflected that his life had indeed become many things, challenging, frightening, exhausting, but never, ever dull. Friday evening found Harry and Daphne in a vastly transformed room of requirement. The space had expanded to cathedral-like proportions, with reinforced stone walls and a soft, sandy floor. A glass-walled observation area stood at one end, where Daphne would be protected from accidental petrification. The room understood exactly what we needed, Harry observed, impressed. It's responding to your subconscious knowledge of your basilisk form's requirements, Daphne explained. She handed him a simple robe. Wear this. It's charmed to reappear when you transform back, saving you the embarrassment of naked reversion. Harry accepted the garment gratefully. You've thought of everything. That's my job, she replied matter-of-factly. Now, before we begin, let's review your mental anchors. Harry had been working on identifying his core human memories, the aspects of himself most removed from the basilisk nature. Flying, he said confidently. The feeling of freedom on a broomstick. And, my parents. Not memories exactly, but the connection to them. Daphne nodded approvingly. Good choices. Powerful, emotional, distinctly human experiences. She moved toward the observation area. I'll monitor from here. Remember, the goal today is not just transformation but sustained control in the form. Once Daphne was safely behind the glass, Harry moved to the center of the sandy floor. He closed his eyes, focusing on his basilisk form, not just its physical aspects, but its consciousness, its way of perceiving the world. The pressure built behind his eyes, spreading through his body like liquid fire. The transformation came easier this time, his body flowing smoothly from human to serpent. Bones elongated, muscles expanded, skin gave way to gleaming scales. Within moments, a massive basilisk occupied the space where Harry had stood, 20 feet of coiled emerald power, yellow eyes gleaming with intelligence. From behind the glass, Daphne watched in fascination. Can you understand me, Harry? She called, her voice magnified to reach him. Harry dipped his great head in affirmation, his serpentine eyes fixing on her with unnerving focus. Excellent. How's your human consciousness? Tap your tail once for clear, twice for clouded. One deliberate tap echoed through the chamber. Perfect. Now, I want you to explore the space. Get comfortable with movement and spatial awareness in this form. Harry began slithering around the chamber, his massive coils leaving intricate patterns in the sand. The basilisk's senses were overwhelming, he could detect the smallest vibrations through the floor, could see heat signatures through walls, could taste the very magic of the room on his forked tongue. Yet beneath these serpentine perceptions, his human mind remained firmly in control, observing and analyzing each new sensation with wonder rather than instinctive reaction. After 20 minutes of exploration, Daphne called out new instructions. Now I want you to practice focusing your petrifying gaze. I'm going to release some targets. She waved her wand, and a dozen wooden figures appeared around the room, mobile but inanimate. Try to petrify specific targets while leaving others untouched. Harry concentrated, focusing his gaze on a target to his left while deliberately avoiding the ones nearby. The wooden figure instantly froze, taking on the gray appearance of stone. He repeated the exercise with increasing precision, eventually managing to petrify targets in specific patterns while leaving adjacent figures untouched. Impressive control, Daphne noted. Now for the real challenge, I'm going to release some simulated threats. React defensively, but maintain your human judgment. Suddenly, magical constructs resembling Death Eaters appeared throughout the chamber, firing harmless but realistic-looking spells toward Harry. His basilisk instincts roared to life, urging him to strike, to crush, to petrify everything in sight. Harry fought the impulse, forcing his human consciousness to evaluate each threat individually. He petrified the constructs methodically, avoiding unnecessary destruction, demonstrating restraint even as his serpentine nature demanded aggression. When the last construct fell, Daphne emerged from the observation area, standing at the far end of the chamber. Now for the ultimate test, she called. Transform back to human while I'm present. Show that you can control the reversion even with a potential target nearby. This was risky. If Harry lost control during the transformation, Daphne could be petrified. But she had positioned herself near an exit, ready to flee if necessary. Harry closed his serpentine eyes, focusing on his human anchors. Flying. Freedom. Family. The basilisk consciousness resisted momentarily, reluctant to surrender its power and heightened senses. For a terrifying second, Harry felt himself caught between forms, neither fully basilisk nor fully human. Then he thought of his mother's sacrifice, of his father's courage, the love that had protected him, the heritage that made him who he was. The basilisk nature receded, allowing the transformation to reverse. The process was quicker this time, his body contracting and reforming with practiced efficiency. Within moments, Harry knelt on the sandy floor, human once more, the charmed robe appearing around him as promised. You did it, Daphne said, approaching cautiously. Perfect control throughout. Harry stood shakily, feeling the peculiar aftermath of transformation, a bone-deep weariness combined with heightened senses that took time to fade. It was different this time. More balanced. I wasn't fighting the basilisk nature, just directing it. That's exactly right, Daphne nodded. The goal isn't to suppress the basilisk consciousness but to integrate it with your human self. They're both you, just different aspects. Like different houses of the same school. Harry suggested with a slight smile. Daphne rolled her eyes, but returned the smile. If you want to be poetic about it, sure. They settled in comfortable chairs that appeared at the room's edge, reviewing the session. Harry was struck by how natural their interactions had become over the weeks, the initial house rivalry and awkwardness long forgotten. You know, he said suddenly, I don't think I've properly thanked you for all this. The training, the information, the risk you've taken helping me. Daphne shrugged, looking slightly uncomfortable with the gratitude. It's practical, Potter. The better you control your ability, the more effective you'll be against the Dark Lord. Still, Harry persisted, you didn't have to get involved. Your family maintains neutrality in wizarding conflicts, remember? Perhaps I'm reconsidering that position, she said quietly. Or at least, my personal interpretation of it. Because of Voldemort? Partly. She hesitated, then continued more firmly. And partly because of you. Me? Harry asked, surprised. You're unexpected, Potter. Daphne met his gaze directly. You have every reason to be bitter, vengeful, even dark, given what you've endured. Yet you remain, essentially decent. It's rather annoying, actually. Harry laughed. Sorry to disappoint with my lack of villainous tendencies. It's not disappointment, she corrected. It's perspective. The world isn't as black and white as many would have us believe. Slytherins aren't all evil, Gryffindors aren't all heroes, and sometimes the boy with the power to petrify with a glance is the least dangerous person in the room. The observation hung between them, profound in its simplicity. Harry felt something shift in their relationship, a deepening beyond mere alliance or friendship into something he couldn't quite define. Before he could respond, a commotion outside the room broke their contemplative moment. Shouting voices and running footsteps echoed in the corridor. Harry was on his feet instantly, wand drawn. Something's wrong. They hurried to the door, opening it cautiously. The hallway was filled with students rushing toward the main staircase, faces pale with shock. What's happening? Daphne called to a passing Ravenclaw. Attack in Hogsmeade, the girl cried over her shoulder. Death Eaters. They're saying dozens are dead. Harry and Daphne exchanged alarmed glances before joining the rush toward the Great Hall, where students were gathering for information. Professor McGonagall stood at the head table, her face grave as she attempted to restore order. All students will remain in the castle, she announced once the noise had subsided somewhat. Prefects, count your housemates and report any missing immediately. Hogsmeade is currently under ministry lockdown following an incident in the village. What kind of incident? Someone called out. McGonagall's lips thinned. I am not at liberty to share details at this time. Suffice it to say that there has been an attack, and Hogwarts security has been heightened as a precaution. The hall erupted in frightened whispers. Harry spotted Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table and made his way toward them, Daphne following after a moment's hesitation. What have you heard? Harry asked, sliding onto the bench beside them. Death Eaters attacked the 3 broomsticks, Hermione whispered. At least 15 dead, more injured. They were looking for someone specific. Who? No one knows, Ron replied grimly. But they left a message. Carved into the bar. What did it say? Daphne asked, joining their huddle despite curious glances from nearby Gryffindors. Hermione glanced around before answering. The serpent cannot hide behind the lion forever. Ice flooded Harry's veins. They were looking for me. Maybe, Hermione said cautiously. Or it could be a general threat against Slytherins working with Gryffindors. Either way, Daphne said quietly, the message is clear. The Dark Lord knows about connections across house lines. Whether that means the DA, or... She glanced at Harry meaningfully. Or my basilisk ability, Harry finished. And your help with it. The implications hung heavily between them. If Voldemort had targeted Hogsmeade looking for Harry specifically, the stakes had just risen dramatically. And if he somehow knew about Daphne's involvement. We need more information, Harry decided. I'm going to find Dumbledore. He's not here, Ron said. Left for the ministry right after the attack was reported. McGonagall, then. Before they could move, however, the doors to the Great Hall burst open. Professor Snape strode in, his black robes billowing dramatically. He scanned the hall until his gaze locked on Harry. Potter, he called sharply. The headmaster's office. Now. Harry exchanged quick glances with his friends before standing. I'll tell you what I find out, he promised. To his surprise, Snape added, Miss Greengrass as well. Daphne paled slightly but rose with composure, following Harry and Snape from the hall amid curious stares and whispers. They walked in tense silence to the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. Phoenix tears, Snape intoned, and the statue leapt aside. In the office, they found not Dumbledore but McGonagall, looking uncharacteristically shaken. Beside her stood a grim-faced Auror whom Harry recognized from his ministry hearing. Mr. Potter, Miss Greengrass, McGonagall greeted them. Thank you for coming promptly. This is Auror Proudfoot. He has questions regarding today's attack. Why us specifically? Daphne asked, her voice carefully neutral. Because, the Auror said bluntly, the attack appears to have been targeting you too. Or more specifically, Mr. Potter's basilisk abilities and anyone helping him develop them. Harry tensed. How could they know about that? About Daphne helping me? That, McGonagall said gravely, is precisely what concerns us. The specificity of the message suggests inside information. You think someone at Hogwarts is feeding information to Voldemort, Harry realized. We know someone is, Snape corrected coldly. The question is who? There are limited possibilities, McGonagall continued. Only a handful of people are aware of Miss Greengrass's assistance with your basilisk abilities. Myself, the headmaster, Professor Snape, your close friends Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, and perhaps a few members of the Order. And anyone who might have followed or observed our meetings, Daphne added thoughtfully. We were careful, but not paranoid. The room of requirement cannot be penetrated when in use, McGonagall assured them. But your comings and goings could indeed have been observed. What happens now? Harry asked. Now, the Auror replied, we place you both under protective observation. The Death Eaters failed today, but they won't stop trying. Protective observation? Daphne repeated skeptically. You mean restrictions? Call it what you will, Miss Greengrass. For your own safety, your movements will be limited and monitored. No more Hogsmeade visits, no wandering the grounds, and your private training sessions will now be supervised by a professor. Harry bristled at the restrictions, but Daphne's hand on his arm stopped his protest. We understand the necessity, she said smoothly. Though I hope these measures won't be required for long. That depends on how quickly we identify the information leak, Snape said. In the meantime, Potter, you will resume occlumency training with doubled frequency. If the Dark Lord is targeting your Basilisk abilities specifically, your mental defenses become even more critical. Harry nodded reluctantly. More time with Snape invading his mind was the last thing he wanted, but the logic was undeniable. One more thing, McGonagall added. In light of these events, the headmaster believes it prudent to accelerate your training, Mr. Potter. You will begin advanced transformation work immediately, focusing on combat applications of your ability. Combat applications? Harry echoed. You mean, using my basilisk form to fight? Precisely, McGonagall confirmed. The time for cautious exploration is past. You must be prepared to use every ability at your disposal. And you, Miss Greengrass, Snape interjected, will continue assisting, but under my direct supervision. Your family's historical knowledge remains valuable, despite the risk to yourself. Daphne inclined her head slightly. Of course, Professor. My commitment hasn't changed. Very well, McGonagall sighed. You may return to your houses. Aurors will be patrolling the corridors tonight, so do not be alarmed by their presence. As they left the office, Harry felt the weight of escalation pressing down on him. The attack on Hogsmeade had changed everything. Voldemort was now actively targeting his Basilisk ability, seeing it as a threat significant enough to warrant public violence. Are you all right? He asked Daphne once they were alone in the corridor. Physically, yes, she replied. Mentally. She shook her head. 15 people died today because the Dark Lord wants information about your ability. Information I've been helping you develop. This isn't your fault, Harry said firmly. I know that rationally. But it doesn't change the reality. Her eyes met his, serious and determined. The stakes just rose dramatically, Potter. We're no longer practicing theoretical skills for a potential future conflict. We're developing wartime abilities for an active enemy. Harry nodded grimly. I know. Which is why we can't back down now. No, Daphne agreed. We can't. But we need to be smarter, more strategic. She glanced around the empty corridor before continuing quietly. And we need to identify the leak before they get one of us killed. As they parted at the staircase, Daphne heading down toward the dungeons, Harry up toward Gryffindor Tower, Harry felt a chill of premonition. The Hogsmeade attack marked a turning point. Voldemort had declared open interest in Harry's Basilisk abilities, which meant his brief period of adjustment and exploration was over. Now the real test began, not just mastering his transformation, but weaponizing it against the darkest wizard of the age. And somewhere within Hogwarts, someone was watching, waiting to report his every move to the enemy. The hunt had begun in earnest. Chapter 3, Coils of Power. The Hogsmeade attack changed everything. 15 dead. 27 injured. The 3 broomsticks reduced to charred rubble. And carved into the blackened remains of the bar, a message meant specifically for Harry: the serpent cannot hide behind the lion forever. Harry stared at the Daily Prophet's front page as breakfast chatter swirled around him in the Great Hall. Moving photographs showed Aurors sifting through debris, grieving villagers, and ministry officials making grave statements. Minister Fudge had finally acknowledged Voldemort's return, though he carefully framed it as recent intelligence, rather than admitting Harry had been right all along. You can't blame yourself, Hermione said, noticing his expression as she spread marmalade on her toast. 15 people are dead because Voldemort wants me, Harry replied, his voice hollow. No, Ron countered firmly. 15 people are dead because Voldemort is a murdering psychopath. That's on him, not you. Harry appreciated the sentiment but couldn't shake the weight of responsibility. Especially since McGonagall had confirmed what he already suspected, Voldemort hadn't just been sending a message, he had been specifically hunting for information about Harry's basilisk abilities. Dumbledore wants to see you after breakfast, Hermione reminded him gently. Maybe he'll have more information. Harry nodded, taking a half-hearted bite of his eggs. His appetite had vanished 3 days ago with news of the attack and showed no signs of returning. As he chewed, his gaze drifted automatically to the Slytherin table. Daphne sat alone as usual, though now her isolation seemed less by choice and more by circumstance. Word had spread about her being summoned with Harry after the attack, and her housemates were giving her a wide berth. Even her younger sister Astoria had been pressured to maintain distance. Daphne looked up, catching Harry's eye. She gave an almost imperceptible nod before returning to her morning tea. The simple acknowledgement steadied him somehow. You two have gotten close, Hermione observed, following his gaze. She understands what I'm going through, Harry said simply. And she's risking more than any of us by helping. Ron frowned. Still don't understand why she's doing it. Greengrasses have always been neutral. Maybe neutrality isn't an option anymore, Harry replied, gathering his things. I should go. Don't want to keep Dumbledore waiting. The corridors felt different with Auror stationed at strategic positions throughout the castle. Students moved in tight groups, conversations hushed, eyes wary. Fear had come to Hogwarts, and no amount of educational decrees could suppress it. Acid pops, Harry told the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. It leapt aside, revealing the spiral staircase beyond. He found the headmaster's office more crowded than expected. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, looking weary but composed. Around him stood McGonagall, Snape, Sirius, in human form, to Harry's surprise, and Remus Lupin. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore greeted him. Thank you for coming promptly. Please, sit. Harry took the offered chair, nodding greetings to everyone. Is something wrong? I mean, beyond the obvious. Not wrong, Dumbledore replied, but urgent. The attack on Hogsmeade has forced us to accelerate certain plans. He gestured to Sirius. Your godfather has graciously offered to assist with your advanced training, as has Remus. Advanced training? Harry repeated. McGonagall mentioned combat applications. Indeed, Dumbledore confirmed. Until now, we have focused on helping you understand and control your basilisk ability. The time has come to develop it as the powerful defensive tool it can be. Harry shifted uncomfortably. You want me to use it as a weapon? I want you to be prepared to use it to protect yourself and others, Dumbledore corrected gently. There is a distinction. The Dark Lord clearly views your ability as a significant threat, Snape interjected. He would not have risked such a public attack otherwise. Which means he fears it, Sirius added, a hint of fierce pride in his voice. And for good reason. A fully trained Basilisk Animagus could devastate his forces. Especially one who can control the petrification effect with precision, Lupin noted. From what Minerva has told us, you've already demonstrated remarkable selectivity. Harry looked between them, realizing they had been discussing his abilities extensively. So what exactly does this advanced training involve? Combat scenarios, McGonagall explained. Both in human form with partial transformation abilities and in full basilisk form. You'll train in the room of requirement where space and safety can be maximized. We'll also be working on integrating your basilisk abilities with conventional magic, Lupin continued. Combining enhanced senses with dueling techniques, for instance. And Miss Greengrass? Harry asked. She's been helping with historical knowledge of basilisk animagi. The adults exchanged glances. Miss Greengrass will continue to assist, Dumbledore said carefully. However, given the clear targeting of your connection, her involvement will be more circumspect. You're separating us, Harry realized. Minimizing public association, Snape corrected. She will still participate in training sessions, but under careful protocols to avoid detection. Harry wasn't pleased but understood the precaution. And what about the information leak? Any idea who's been feeding Voldemort details about my training? We have suspicions but no certainties, Dumbledore replied. Until we identify the source, we must proceed with heightened caution. Which brings me to another matter, your occlumency. Harry suppressed a groan. His sessions with Snape had been grueling and largely unsuccessful. I know you have found these lessons challenging, Dumbledore acknowledged, but they have become absolutely crucial. If Voldemort were to access knowledge of your basilisk abilities through your mind, he could find weaknesses, Harry finished. Or learn how to counter it. Precisely. Therefore, you will now have daily occlumency sessions with both Professor Snape and myself. Harry's surprise must have shown on his face, because Dumbledore smiled slightly. Yes, Harry, I will be personally assisting with this aspect of your training. The stakes have become too high for anything less. The gravity of Dumbledore's direct involvement wasn't lost on Harry. The headmaster had maintained a strange distance throughout much of the year, but the Hogsmeade attack had evidently changed his calculations. When do we start? Harry asked. Tonight, Sirius replied with a grin that reminded Harry forcefully of his teenage self in the Pensieve. We've set up the room of requirement for combat training. 7 o'clock. And occlumency will begin immediately after breakfast tomorrow, Dumbledore added. For now, I suggest you return to your classes. Professor McGonagall will provide you with a schedule for your various training sessions. As Harry rose to leave, Dumbledore called after him. Harry. One more thing. In light of recent events, I believe it would be beneficial for you to continue your extracurricular teaching activities. Harry froze. Dumbledore knew about the DA. Your study group provides valuable practical experience to students who may soon need such skills, the headmaster continued, blue eyes twinkling slightly. Though perhaps with added security precautions. Yes, sir, Harry managed, simultaneously relieved and disconcerted. As he left the office, Sirius fell into step beside him. I'll walk you to class. Need to discuss something. Once they were alone in a quiet corridor, Sirius stopped, his expression serious. There's something they didn't mention in there, Harry. Something you should know. What is it? Harry asked, instantly alert. The Hogsmeade attack wasn't just about sending a message. We've gotten intelligence that Voldemort has assigned someone specifically to study your basilisk abilities, to find a counter. Who? Rookwood, Sirius replied grimly. Augustus Rookwood, former Unspeakable. An expert in obscure magical phenomena. Harry felt cold. He's trying to neutralize my advantage before I can even use it. Exactly. Which is why we need to push your training hard and fast. Sirius gripped Harry's shoulder. You've got a power Voldemort knows not, just like the prophecy says. We need to develop it before he finds a way to counter it. The prophecy, Harry repeated. Dumbledore still hasn't told me exactly what it says. Sirius's expression darkened. That's complicated. But I promise you'll know soon. Dumbledore is finally accepting that keeping you in the dark is more dangerous than the alternatives. The warning bell for first period rang, echoing through the corridor. Go, Sirius said. I'll see you tonight. And Harry? His grey eyes held a mixture of pride and concern. What you can do, what you are, it's extraordinary. Terrifying to your enemies, yes, but also a gift. Don't let anyone make you ashamed of it. The words stayed with Harry throughout his morning classes, a counterweight to the whispers that followed him through the corridors. The school had divided into those who feared him and those who looked to him with desperate hope, neither perspective particularly comfortable. In potions, Snape was his usual caustic self, though Harry noticed he positioned himself between Harry and the Slytherin students, as if expecting trouble. Malfoy was subdued, his usual sneering confidence diminished since his father's petrification and imprisonment. When Harry accidentally met Malfoy's gaze while collecting ingredients, he saw something unexpected, not hatred, but fear tinged with confusion. The blonde Slytherin quickly looked away, knocking over his jar of beetle eyes in his haste. "Clumsy, Draco," Snape commented, vanishing the spilled ingredients. "Focus on your work." As Harry returned to his cauldron, he found a folded note had appeared beside it. He opened it cautiously, recognizing Daphne's elegant script, "Astronomy Tower. Lunch. Bring cloak. Important information about tonight." Harry tucked the note away, glancing toward where Daphne worked alone at her station, her face a mask of concentration. What information could be so urgent that she would risk a secret meeting? When lunch arrived, Harry told Ron and Hermione he needed to speak with McGonagall about his training schedule. They accepted the excuse readily, distracted by their own prefect duties. Under his invisibility cloak, Harry made his way to the astronomy tower, avoiding the patrolling Aurors with practiced ease. He found Daphne already there, gazing out over the grounds, the wind tugging strands of blonde hair from her usually perfect braid. "I'm here," Harry said quietly, removing the cloak. Daphne didn't startle, which impressed him. "Good. We don't have much time." She handed him a small, leather-bound book. "This contains information my family has collected about Basilisk Animagi in combat situations. I've marked the most relevant passages." Harry accepted the book, tucking it into his robes. "You could have given me this during the training session tonight." "No, I couldn't," Daphne replied, her voice tight. "Because I won't be there. Snape informed me this morning that my participation has been suspended indefinitely." "What? Why?" Harry demanded. "Dumbledore said you'd still be involved." Apparently Dumbledore was overruled. "The Ministry has inserted itself into your training program." Her expression darkened. "Specifically, Dolores Umbridge, who has been reinstated with expanded powers." Harry felt like he'd been punched. "Umbridge is back? After everything that was exposed?" "With a full pardon and the new title of Ministry Oversight Officer. She'll be supervising all aspects of your Basilisk training." "That's insane!" Harry exclaimed. "She wants to classify me as a dark creature." "Precisely why she maneuvered herself into this position," Daphne agreed. "She can't move against you directly after the blood quill scandal, but she can observe, document, and build a case." Harry paced the tower, anger boiling beneath his skin. He felt the telltale pressure building behind his eyes and took a deep breath, forcing it back down. "There's more," Daphne continued. "I've received information from my father about increased Ministry interest in Basilisk lore. Someone is accessing restricted archives, researching historical methods of controlling or neutralizing Basilisk Animagi." "Rookwood," Harry muttered. "Sirius told me Voldemort assigned him specifically to counter my abilities." "It's worse than that," Daphne said grimly. "The research isn't coming from Death Eater sources. It's originating within the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." Harry stopped pacing. "The Ministry itself is looking for ways to control me. Or contain you. The line between protecting an asset and neutralizing a threat is thin in politics." Daphne's voice softened slightly. "I'm telling you this so you can be prepared. Tonight's training session will be a test, not just of your abilities, but of your control and your political awareness." Harry nodded, understanding. "They'll be looking for any excuse to classify me as dangerous." "Exactly. So give them none." She hesitated, then added, "The book contains techniques for maintaining human consciousness during moments of high stress in basilisk form. Study it before tonight." "I will," Harry promised. "But I don't like you being cut out of this. Your knowledge has been invaluable." "I'll still help however I can," Daphne assured him. "Just not officially." She glanced at her watch. You should go first. Lunch is nearly over. Harry hesitated, reluctant to leave things this way. Daphne, thank you. For everything you've risked. Her expression softened momentarily. Just don't get yourself classified as a magical creature, Potter. All my hard work would be wasted. Despite everything, Harry smiled. I'll do my best. The room of requirement had transformed itself into a massive training arena, with high ceilings, reinforced walls, and various terrains ranging from forest to rocky outcroppings. At the far end stood a glass-walled observation area where several figures were already gathered. Harry recognized Sirius, Lupin, and McGonagall immediately. His heart sank when he spotted Umbridge's pink cardigan among them, her toad-like face set in a smile of malicious anticipation. Beside her stood an unfamiliar wizard in the formal robes of the Department for Regulation of Magical Creatures. Mr. Potter, McGonagall greeted him as he approached. Right on time. Allow me to introduce Mr. Bartholomew Grimblehawk from the Ministry. The wizard extended his hand, his smile not reaching his eyes. Fascinating opportunity to observe such a rare magical manifestation. I've read the reports, of course, but seeing a Basilisk Animagus in person, quite extraordinary. Harry shook the offered hand briefly. I'm still just a wizard, sir. The Animagus form is secondary. Of course, Grimblehawk agreed with false heartiness. Though the classification committee is still reviewing the appropriate categorization for your particular case. Classification committee? Harry repeated, glancing at McGonagall. A standard procedure, Umbridge interjected sweetly. For unusual magical manifestations. Nothing to concern yourself with, Mr. Potter. The implication was clear, they were still considering whether to classify him as a creature rather than a wizard. Harry felt the familiar pressure behind his eyes and forced himself to remain calm. Shall we begin? Sirius suggested, clearly trying to move past the uncomfortable moment. We've prepared a series of combat scenarios to help develop your tactical application of partial transformation abilities. McGonagall gestured toward the main arena. We'll start with enhanced senses and reflexes without visible transformation. Professor Lupin will be your opponent initially. Harry nodded, moving to the center of the room while Lupin took position opposite him. The others retreated to the observation area. Ready, Harry. Lupin called, wand at the ready. I'll be casting standard dueling spells, nothing lethal, but don't hold back on your defensive responses. Harry raised his wand, concentrating on accessing the Basilisk's heightened senses without physical transformation, a technique he'd been practicing with Daphne. The familiar pressure built behind his eyes, but instead of allowing scales to emerge, he channeled the energy into his sensory perception. The world sharpened dramatically. He could see the subtle shift in Lupin's weight as he prepared to cast, could hear the slight intake of breath that preceded his incantation. Stupefy. Lupin called, but Harry was already moving, the spell passing harmlessly to his left. Excellent reflexes. Sirius called from the observation area. Again, Remus, more quickly this time. For 10 minutes, Lupin cast increasingly rapid and complex combinations of spells, while Harry dodged and shielded with preternatural speed and precision. He wasn't just reacting faster, he was anticipating the attacks before they came, reading Lupin's micro-expressions and body language with basilisk-enhanced senses. Remarkable, he heard Grimblehawk murmur. The sensory enhancement without physical transformation indicates exceptional control. Or careful preparation for this demonstration, Umbridge replied quietly. Let's see how he handles genuine surprise. Harry pretended not to hear, focusing on Lupin. But he was prepared when McGonagall suddenly introduced a new element, animated training dummies that attacked from behind while he was engaged with Lupin. Without thinking, Harry partially transformed his skin, emerald scales rippling across his back and absorbing the impact of the dummy's spell. He spun, casting a powerful reductor curse that blasted the dummy to pieces, then immediately returned his attention to Lupin, blocking a body bind with a hastily raised shield charm. Control and adaptability, Sirius noted approvingly. Let's increase the difficulty. The next phase introduced multiple opponents, Lupin and Sirius together, attacking from different angles while more training dummies circled. Harry found himself shifting between normal and partially transformed states fluidly, scales emerging where defense was needed, enhanced reflexes allowing him to attack and counter with unprecedented speed. When Sirius landed a stinging hex on his arm, Harry felt a flash of pain and anger. The pressure behind his eyes spiked suddenly, and he knew his eyes had transformed to their basilisk state. He carefully averted his gaze from his godfather, not wanting to risk even partial petrification. "Your eyes, Harry," McGonagall called sharply. "Control them." Harry nodded, concentrating on reverting just his eyes while maintaining the partial transformation elsewhere. It was delicate work, like trying to turn off a single tap in a house where all the water pipes were interconnected. To his relief, he felt his eyes return to human form while maintaining the scales and reflexes. The control techniques from Daphne's book had helped immensely. "Impressive recovery," Lupin commented, lowering his wand slightly. "Ready for the next level?" Harry nodded, catching his breath. "What's next?" "Full transformation," McGonagall replied. "With combat objectives." The arena reconfigured itself, the others retreating behind reinforced glass. Harry moved to the center of the room, where a circle had been inscribed on the floor. "The scenario is as follows," McGonagall explained through a magical communication system. "You are defending a position, the circle, against multiple attackers. Your objective is to incapacitate the attackers without leaving the defensive position. You may use your petrification ability, but must demonstrate precision control." Harry positioned himself in the circle, preparing mentally for full transformation. He had practiced this extensively and felt reasonably confident, though the presence of Umbridge and the Ministry official made him more nervous than he wanted to admit. "Begin when ready," McGonagall instructed. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on his complete basilisk form. The transformation came more easily now, his body flowing smoothly from human to serpent. Within moments, a massive basilisk occupied the circle, its emerald coils gleaming under the room's lights. From his new perspective, Harry could sense everything in the room with extraordinary clarity, the heartbeats of the observers behind the glass, the magical signatures of the training dummies now activating around the perimeter, even the subtle vibrations of movement through the floor. The dummies attacked simultaneously, firing spell-like bursts of magic from various directions. Harry raised his massive head, deliberately focusing his petrifying gaze on the three dummies directly in front of him while avoiding the observers behind the glass. The dummies froze instantly, turning gray and statue-like. More attacked from behind, and Harry whipped his tail with precision, smashing two while carefully avoiding damaging the room itself. Others approached from the sides, and he selectively petrified them group by group, demonstrating his ability to control exactly where his deadly gaze fell. Throughout the exercise, Harry maintained perfect position within the circle, his coils never crossing the boundary despite the chaos of battle around him. When the last dummy fell, he remained in basilisk form, waiting for further instructions. "Excellent control, Mr. Potter," McGonagall's voice came through the communication system. "Now, please revert to human form." This was always the trickiest part. Harry focused on his human self, using the mental anchor Daphne had helped him identify, the feeling of flying, of freedom and purely human joy. The basilisk consciousness resisted momentarily, reluctant to surrender its power, but Harry's will prevailed. The transformation reversed smoothly, and within moments, Harry stood in human form in the center of the circle, surrounded by petrified and shattered dummies. The room had provided him with fresh robes, saving him the embarrassment of post-transformation nakedness. "Well done," Sirius called, emerging from the observation area with a broad grin. "Controlled transformation, precise targeting of the petrification effect, and clean reversion. Couldn't have asked for better." "Indeed," Lupin agreed, joining them. "Your control has improved dramatically, Harry." Umbridge and Grimblehawk approached more cautiously, the latter making notes on a clipboard. "Fascinating display, Mr. Potter," the ministry official commented. Though I am curious, you maintained the circle restriction perfectly. Would you have done so if the threat had been more significant? The exercise was to defend a position without abandoning it, Harry replied carefully. I completed the objective as specified. Yes, but in a real combat situation, Umbridge pressed, her voice falsely sweet, would you maintain such perfect control? Or would the basilisk's natural aggression take over? Harry recognized the trap. The basilisk form is still me, Professor Umbridge. I retain complete human consciousness and control, as you just witnessed. For now, she murmured, just loudly enough for him to hear. Though extended use of such forms has been documented to affect the wizard's humanity over time. Before Harry could respond, McGonagall intervened. I believe that's enough for today. Mr. Potter has demonstrated exceptional control and tactical application of his abilities, which was the purpose of this session. Of course, Professor McGonagall, Umbridge simpered. We've gathered valuable observations. The classification committee will be most interested in our report. As they left, Sirius hung back with Harry. Don't let her get to you, he advised quietly. You did brilliantly. She's still trying to classify me as a creature, Harry muttered. Let her try, Sirius replied with grim confidence. What you demonstrated today shows clear wizard-level consciousness and control. Even by the Ministry's own guidelines, that places you firmly in the wizard with unusual abilities category rather than magical creature. Harry nodded, though he wasn't entirely reassured. I miss having Daphne involved in the training. She understood the historical aspects of Basilisk Animagi better than anyone. Ah, yes, Miss Greengrass. Sirius's expression turned thoughtful. Interesting alliance you formed there. She's been invaluable, Harry said defensively. I don't doubt it. The Greengrasses have always been clever and well-informed. Though traditionally neutral to the point of isolation. Sirius studied Harry with sudden intensity. Just be careful, Harry. In times like these, everyone has multiple motivations. You think she has an agenda beyond helping me? I think everyone has an agenda, Sirius replied diplomatically. That doesn't make her help any less real or valuable. Just, keep your eyes open. The conversation left Harry uneasy as he returned to Gryffindor Tower. Had he been naive in trusting Daphne so completely? Yet everything she'd done had genuinely helped him develop his abilities. If she had an ulterior motive, it had only served to make him stronger. The common room was crowded when he entered, but a hush fell as students noticed him. The silence was broken by Neville, who approached with uncharacteristic boldness. How was training, Harry? He asked, loud enough for everyone to hear. Harry appreciated the gesture of normalcy. Intense. But productive. Heard you can transform fully now, Seamus commented from near the fireplace. His tone wasn't hostile, just cautious. Into a basilisk. That true? Harry hesitated, aware that every eye in the common room was on him. This was a moment of choice, continue hiding his abilities, or acknowledge them openly among his housemates. Yes, he said simply. I'm a Basilisk Animagus. It's unusual, but not dark magic. But basilisks kill with a look, a third-year girl said nervously. Mine doesn't, Harry clarified. My gaze petrifies, not kills. And I can control exactly where it's directed. So you could petrify Voldemort? Dean asked, flinching slightly at his own use of the name. That's the general idea, Harry confirmed. Though I'm hoping to develop more useful applications than just petrification. The tension in the room shifted subtly from fear to cautious interest. Could you show us? Colin Creevey asked eagerly. Not the full transformation, he added hastily. Just, something. Harry considered the request. A demonstration might help normalize his abilities among his housemates, reducing the fearful whispers that had followed him since the transformation became public knowledge. All right, he agreed. Just a small demonstration. He concentrated on a partial transformation of his arm, allowing emerald scales to flow across his skin from wrist to elbow. The common room gasped collectively, but it wasn't a sound of fear, more like amazement. Wicked, Ron breathed, having entered during the conversation. The scales looked different somehow. More vibrant. My control's improving, Harry explained, allowing the scales to recede. I can be more selective about the transformation now. Does it hurt? Neville asked curiously. Not anymore, Harry replied. It did at first, but now it feels natural. The questions continued for nearly an hour, ranging from the technical aspects of transformation to whether he could understand regular snakes, yes, but not the same as Parseltongue, to whether he planned to petrify Malfoy, tempting but no. By the time people began drifting off to bed, Harry felt a weight had lifted. His housemates might not fully understand his basilisk nature, but they were accepting it, accepting him. As the common room emptied, Hermione finally voiced what Harry suspected she'd been thinking all evening. That was well done, Harry. You're helping them see you as Harry with an unusual ability rather than some kind of monster. That was the idea, Harry agreed. Better to be open about it than let rumors and fear build. Umbridge won't be happy when she hears, Ron pointed out. She wants people to be afraid of you. Let her stew, Harry replied with newfound confidence. I'm not hiding what I am anymore. The next morning brought disturbing news. The Daily Prophet's headline screamed, Ministry establishes Animagus Regulatory Commission, with a subheading, Dangerous Transformations to be monitored and registered. Hermione read the article aloud at breakfast, her voice growing increasingly indignant. The Ministry of Magic has announced the formation of a specialized commission to oversee all Animagus transformations, with particular focus on unusual or potentially dangerous forms. Under the new regulations, all Animagi must register within 30 days or face criminal penalties. Additionally, those with forms deemed hazardous to public safety will be required to wear Ministry-approved restraint devices when not actively using their abilities for authorized purposes. They're targeting you specifically, Ron said, scowling at the paper. They don't care about McGonagall turning into a cat. It gets worse, Hermione continued grimly. The commission will be headed by Senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge, who stated, while traditional Animagi transforming into non-magical creatures pose minimal risk, recent events have highlighted the need for stricter oversight of more dangerous variants. The public deserves protection from those who might misuse such powerful abilities. Harry pushed his breakfast away, appetite gone. They're creating a whole commission just to control me. You could refuse to register, Ron suggested. And give them an excuse to arrest me? No thanks. Harry shook his head. They're not going to stop, are they? They'll keep creating new rules and restrictions until I either make a mistake or give up using my abilities altogether. They fear what they cannot control, Hermione said quietly. And you, Harry, have become very difficult to control. The rest of the day passed in a haze of classes and whispers. News of the Animagus Regulatory Commission had spread rapidly, and everyone understood its true purpose. Some students looked at Harry with sympathy, others with satisfaction that the Basilisk boy would finally be properly regulated. In defense against the dark arts, taught by a ministry-appointed substitute while Umbridge fulfilled her new commission duties, Harry found himself unable to focus on the deliberately neutered curriculum. Instead, he found his thoughts drifting to the DA meeting scheduled for that evening. If the ministry was tightening restrictions, practical defense skills were more important than ever. The room of requirement was packed when Harry arrived. Not just the original members, but new faces as well, students drawn by growing fear of Voldemort and the ministry's obvious attempts to suppress practical defense training. Before we begin, Harry announced once everyone had settled, I want to address something. You've all seen the Prophet this morning. The new Animagus Commission is aimed at me, specifically because I'm a Basilisk Animagus. Murmurs rippled through the group. I'm telling you this openly because I believe in honesty with all of you. Yes, I can transform into a basilisk. Yes, my gaze can petrify people. And yes, I'm learning to use that ability to fight Voldemort. More murmurs, but not fearful ones, interested, even excited. But that's not why we're here tonight, Harry continued. We're here to learn to defend ourselves, all of us, with whatever abilities we have. The Ministry wants to keep us unprepared, but we refuse to be victims. Here. Fred and George called in unison. So tonight, we're moving beyond basic defensive spells to more advanced techniques. Harry gestured to Hermione. We'll be practicing the Patronus charm. The lesson proceeded brilliantly, the room soon filling with silvery wisps as students attempted the difficult charm. By the end, several had produced corporeal patron uses, Hermione's otter, Ron's terrier, Luna's hare, and to everyone's surprise, Neville's lion. As the session wound down, Harry noticed Daphne hanging back, seemingly intent on being the last to leave. He busied himself putting away practice materials until the room had emptied except for them. Impressive lesson, she commented, approaching once they were alone. The Patronus charm is well beyond OWL level. They needed something challenging, Harry replied. Something that made them feel powerful rather than helpless. Daphne nodded approvingly. Good psychology. How was the training session yesterday? I heard Umbridge was particularly venomous. She's heading a new Animagus regulatory commission, Harry confirmed grimly. Specifically created to control dangerous transformations. I saw the prophet. Subtle as a sledgehammer. Daphne paused, then asked more carefully, did my book help with the control techniques? Enormously, Harry assured her. The focusing method for selective petrification was exactly what I needed. Good. She seemed relieved. I have something else for you, but it's sensitive information. Something my father discovered through his ministry contacts. About the commission? About Umbridge's real agenda. Daphne glanced toward the door, ensuring it was closed. The commission isn't just about regulation, Harry. They're developing something called a transformation suppression collar. Harry felt cold. A collar? A magical device designed to prevent Animagus transformation entirely. Once attached, it can only be removed by specific ministry officials. Her expression was grave. They're planning to classify Basilisk Animagi as Class XXXX magical beings, requiring containment measures for public safety. They want to put a collar on me, Harry said flatly. Like a dangerous animal. They want the ability to neutralize your power at their discretion, Daphne corrected. The physical collar is just a symbol of control. Harry paced the room, anger building. The pressure behind his eyes intensified, and he felt scales threatening to emerge across his skin. Harry, Daphne said sharply. Control. Don't give them what they want. He took a deep breath, forcing the transformation urge down. You're right. Losing control plays right into their hands. Exactly. We need to be smarter than they are. She hesitated. There's something else. Something my father found in old family records. About Basilisk Animagi. About resisting external control. Daphne produced a small, ancient-looking scroll. This describes a ritual performed by my great-great-grandmother when Grindelwald's forces attempted to bind her basilisk abilities. It doesn't prevent external magic entirely, but it creates a buffer of sorts. A layer of magical protection specifically against transformation-affecting spells. Harry accepted the scroll carefully. This could protect against their suppression collar. Potentially. It would at least give you a fighting chance. Daphne's expression turned serious. But it's not without risk. The ritual involves a deep connection to your basilisk nature, embracing it fully, not just as an ability but as part of your magical core. What's the risk exactly? The deeper you connect with the basilisk nature, the harder it becomes to separate yourself from it. Daphne met his eyes directly. My great-great-grandmother performed this ritual as a last resort. Afterward, she reported that her basilisk instincts became stronger, harder to suppress. She remained in control, but the line between her human and basilisk consciousness became blurred. Harry studied the scroll, considering the implications. So I could become more basilisk-like even in human form? Mentally, yes. Nothing physically obvious, but your thought patterns, instincts, and reactions might shift toward the basilisk's nature. More territorial. More aggressive toward threats. More protective of those you consider yours. Under different circumstances, Harry might have laughed at how she just described his existing personality. But the seriousness of her expression stopped him. "You think I should hold off on this ritual," he observed. "I think it should be a last resort," Daphne corrected. "If they actually attempt to place a suppression device on you, then consider it. Until then." She shrugged. "The consequences might outweigh the benefits." Harry nodded, tucking the scroll into his robes. "I'll keep it as a contingency. Thank you for the warning, both about the Commission's real plans and the ritual." "Just being practical," Daphne replied, though her concern seemed more personal than purely tactical. "We've invested too much in your training to let the Ministry neutralize you with a magical leash." "Is that the only reason you're helping me?" Harry asked suddenly. "Because I'm useful against Voldemort?" Daphne's expression flickered with something unreadable. "Would it matter if it were?" "Yes," Harry said simply. "It would." She studied him for a long moment before answering. "I started helping you because of what you represent, a counter to the Dark Lord, a manifestation of magic's response to his rising power." Her voice softened slightly. "I continue helping you because I've come to respect who you are, Harry Potter, not just what you can do." The admission hung in the air between them, more significant than it might appear on the surface. For a Slytherin from a traditionally neutral family to acknowledge personal investment in his cause, in him personally, was no small thing. "Thank you," Harry said quietly. "For the truth." "Don't get sentimental on me, Potter," Daphne replied, but her usual sharp tone lacked its edge. "We still have work to do if you're going to avoid that collar and master your abilities enough to face what's coming." "And what exactly is coming?" "War," she said simply. "Not the shadow campaign we're seeing now, but open conflict. And you, with your basilisk power, will be at the center of it whether you choose to be or not." The next week brought escalating tensions on multiple fronts. The Animagus Regulatory Commission wasted no time issuing its first decree. All known animagi were to report to the Ministry for registration and evaluation within 14 days. McGonagall received her official notice at breakfast, her face tightening into a thin line of disapproval as she read the parchment. "This is merely the beginning," she told Harry quietly after Transfiguration. "Be prepared for more direct intervention soon." Harry's training continued despite the Ministry's hovering presence. Dumbledore had authorized daily sessions in the Room of Requirement, now focusing on integrating his basilisk abilities with conventional magic. The results were sometimes spectacular, sometimes disastrous. "The key," Lupin explained during a particularly grueling session, "is to channel the basilisk's energy through your wand rather than letting it manifest physically." Harry concentrated, allowing the familiar pressure to build behind his eyes but directing it down his arm to his wand rather than into physical transformation. When he cast a shield charm, the result was startling, a barrier that shimmered with the same iridescent green as his basilisk scales, far stronger than any shield he'd previously produced. "Excellent!" Sirius exclaimed. "You're channeling the basilisk magic through wizarding techniques. That's exactly what we're aiming for." Not all experiments went so well. When Harry attempted to combine a stunning spell with the petrifying energy of his basilisk gaze, the resulting blast shattered their practice dummy and cracked the reinforced wall behind it. "Perhaps a bit too much power," McGonagall observed dryly, repairing the damage with a wave of her wand. Throughout these sessions, Harry felt constant observation from the Ministry representatives always present. Umbridge rarely attended personally anymore, too busy with her commission, but her deputies watched and recorded every aspect of Harry's training with calculating eyes. Meanwhile, DA meetings had grown both in size and seriousness. What had begun as practical defense lessons had evolved into genuine combat training. Students no longer practiced simply to pass exams but to survive what they increasingly believed was coming: open war with Voldemort's forces. Daphne had become an unexpected asset in these sessions, her knowledge of obscure defensive magic complementing Harry's more direct approach. Despite initial suspicion from some members, her tactical insights and cool competence under pressure had earned reluctant respect. The key to countering the Cruciatus, she explained during one session, isn't magical resistance but mental compartmentalization. You create a mental fortress where part of your consciousness can retreat from the pain. Is that even possible? Hermione asked skeptically. It's a technique developed by pure-blood families during the last war, Daphne confirmed. Not perfect, but it can mean the difference between breaking immediately and holding out long enough for rescue. The practical, sometimes harsh nature of such lessons reflected the shifting reality outside Hogwarts walls. Reports of disappearances and mysterious deaths filled the Prophet daily, though the paper carefully avoided connecting them directly to Voldemort. More concerning were the reports that didn't make the papers. Information passed through order channels about giant movements in the north, werewolf packs aligning with Voldemort, and Dementors breeding across Britain. He's gathering forces faster than last time, Sirius told Harry grimly during a rare private moment. Your Basilisk ability has him worried enough to accelerate his timeline. Good, Harry replied with unexpected fervor. Let him worry. Sirius studied him curiously. You sound almost eager to confront him. Harry hadn't realized it himself until that moment, but there was truth in Sirius's observation. Something in him, the Basilisk part, perhaps, was anticipating the confrontation rather than dreading it. Is that wrong? He asked finally. Not wrong, Sirius said carefully. But not entirely like the Harry I've known, either. The comment troubled Harry more than he wanted to admit. Was he changing? Becoming something other than himself? He thought back to Daphne's warning about the ritual, how it might blur the line between his human and basilisk consciousness. He hadn't performed the ritual, yet sometimes he felt the basilisk's influence even in human form, a predatory focus when threatened, a territorial protectiveness toward his friends, an almost eager anticipation of confronting enemies. These concerns were still weighing on him when an official ministry owl arrived at breakfast on Friday, dropping a formal-looking envelope beside his plate. The purple ministry seal left no doubt about its origin. What is it? Ron asked, eyeing the envelope warily. Harry broke the seal and unfolded the parchment within. My summons, he said, his voice carefully neutral. I'm to report to the Animagus Regulatory Commission on Monday for registration, evaluation, and appropriate containment measures. Containment measures? Hermione repeated, aghast. They can't possibly mean, the collar, Harry confirmed. Daphne warned me they were developing something like this. You can't go, Ron insisted. Once they get that thing on you, if I don't go, they'll have grounds to arrest me, Harry interrupted. I'd be an unregistered animagus with a dangerous form. Dumbledore won't allow it, Hermione said with conviction that sounded forced even to her own ears. Dumbledore's authority is being challenged daily, Harry replied. The ministries made it clear they consider my basilisk form a threat to be controlled, not an asset to be developed. Throughout the day, word of Harry's summons spread through the school. The reactions were mixed, concern from DA members, satisfaction from those who feared his abilities, and calculated observation from the Slytherins, who recognized the political maneuvering at play. By evening, Harry had made his decision. After curfew, he slipped out of Gryffindor Tower under his invisibility cloak and made his way to the room of requirement. I need a place to perform the protection ritual, he thought as he paced before the blank wall. A place that will connect me fully to my basilisk nature. The door that appeared was unlike any the room had produced before, ancient-looking stone with serpents carved into its surface, reminiscent of the Chamber of Secrets entrance but somehow older, more primal. Inside, Harry found a circular chamber with a pool of still, black water at its center. Torches burned with green fire around the perimeter, casting eerie shadows across walls inscribed with serpentine runes. The room had understood exactly what he needed. He had just removed the ritual scroll from his robes when the door opened behind him. Harry spun, wand raised, to find Daphne standing in the entrance, her expression a mixture of concern and resignation. "I thought you might try this," she said, closing the door behind her. "Alone, of course, because Merlin forbid you ask for help with something dangerous." "How did you know?" Harry asked, lowering his wand. "Because it's what I would do in your position," she replied simply, approaching the pool. "And because I've been watching you, Harry. The ministry summons was the final push you needed." "I don't have a choice," Harry insisted. "If I let them put that collar on me, I know," Daphne interrupted. "I'm not here to stop you. I'm here to make sure you do it correctly." She gestured to the scroll in his hand. "That ritual is complex and potentially dangerous if performed improperly. You need someone to monitor the process and pull you back if you go too deep." Harry hadn't considered the possibility of assistance. "It's risky for you to be involved. If the ministry found out, they won't," Daphne said confidently. "Now, are we doing this or not? Because if Umbridge gets her collar on you, all our work has been for nothing." Her matter-of-fact approach steadied him. "All right. What do I need to do?" Daphne took the scroll, unrolling it carefully. "First, you'll need to remove your robes and enter the pool. The water will act as a conductor for the transformation energy." Harry hesitated, then began to undress, keeping his underwear on for modesty. Daphne maintained a clinical detachment, focusing on the ritual instructions. "The pool will be cold at first," she continued, "but as your basilisk magic activates, it will warm. You'll need to submerge completely while visualizing your basilisk form, but without actually transforming. It's a delicate balance." Harry nodded, stepping to the edge of the pool. The black water reflected the green torchlight, appearing bottomless despite its relatively small size. Once submerged, Daphne instructed, "I'll recite the incantation from the scroll. You'll feel a pull toward full transformation. Resist it, but allow your consciousness to merge with the basilisk aspects of yourself. The goal is integration, not transformation." "And if something goes wrong?" Harry asked. "I'll pull you out," Daphne replied simply. "Physically if necessary, magically if possible." With a deep breath, Harry stepped into the pool. The water was indeed freezing, sending shock waves through his system as he waded to the center, where the depth reached his chest. "Ready?" Daphne asked, holding the scroll before her. Harry nodded, then submerged himself completely in the black water. Beneath the surface, the world transformed. The water didn't feel wet anymore, it felt like pure magic, thick and potent, pressing against his skin. He visualized his basilisk form while consciously resisting physical transformation, creating a strange internal tension. Through the liquid magic, he heard Daphne's voice reciting words in an ancient language that nonetheless felt familiar to his ears. The syllables resonated through the water, through his body, through his very magic. The pressure behind his eyes built to almost unbearable levels, but still Harry resisted transformation. Instead, he focused on merging his consciousness with the basilisk aspects that had become part of him since that night in the graveyard. Images flashed through his mind, petrifying the Death Eaters, slithering through the room of requirement, feeling the power of his gaze as he strategically froze training dummies. But mixed with these were older memories now seen through a new lens, the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, no longer a monster but a distant cousin, his conversations with garden snakes as a child, not accidents but precursors to his true nature. The water around him began to warm, then to glow with an eerie green light. Harry felt his magic expanding, intertwining with the basilisk essence that had always been part of him, dormant until awakened by crisis. Then came the voices, hissing, sibilant whispers from everywhere and nowhere, "Embrace us. We are yours and you are ours. The gift of Slytherin, passed through blood and magic. Neither human nor serpent but both and more. Harry felt himself reaching a crucial threshold. Part of him wanted to surrender completely to the basilisk consciousness that promised such power, such perfect clarity of purpose. Another part clung desperately to his human identity, fearing what he might become. The solution came with sudden insight, not resistance, not surrender, but synthesis. He wasn't Harry Potter with a basilisk ability, nor a basilisk with Harry's memories. He was a new being altogether, a harmonious blending of both natures. As this realization crystallized, the water around him pulsed with intense light. Harry felt a sensation like liquid fire flowing into his skin, into his blood, into his magical core. The basilisk magic was binding itself permanently to his essence, creating shields against external control. Just as the sensation threatened to overwhelm him, a hand plunged into the water, grasping his arm and pulling him to the surface. Harry emerged gasping, the green glow fading from the water though a similar light continued to shine from his eyes. "Enough," Daphne said firmly, her hand still gripping his arm. "Any deeper and you might not have come back." Harry blinked, the glow gradually receding from his eyes. "Did it work?" "See for yourself," she replied, gesturing to his arm. Harry looked down to find intricate patterns traced across his skin in what appeared to be luminescent scales, not physical ones, but magical markings that shimmered briefly before fading into invisibility. "The protection is in place," Daphne confirmed. "Your magic has created barriers specifically against transformation suppression. The patterns will only show when such magic is directed against you." Harry climbed from the pool, accepting the towel the room provided. As he dried himself, he became aware of subtle differences in his perception. His senses remained heightened in a way they normally weren't in human form. More significantly, his thought patterns felt altered, not drastically, but noticeably. Sharper. More focused. More aware of potential threats and advantages. "You seem different," Daphne observed, studying him closely. "How do you feel?" "More integrated," Harry replied, searching for the right words. "Like parts of me that were separate are now aligned. The basilisk isn't something I become anymore, it's something I am, even in human form." Daphne nodded, unsurprised. "That's consistent with the records. The ritual doesn't just protect against external control, it fundamentally alters how your magic expresses itself." She hesitated. "You should be aware that these changes are permanent." "I know," Harry said, and found he wasn't troubled by the knowledge. "It feels right. Like a puzzle piece finally fitting into place." As he dressed, Harry became aware of Daphne watching him with an uncharacteristically uncertain expression. "What is it?" he asked. "I'm trying to determine if you're still, you," she admitted. "The ritual can affect personality, especially regarding how you view others." Harry considered this, examining his feelings toward the people in his life. "I still care about my friends. I still want to protect them." He paused, realizing something. "But I feel more selective about who I consider truly mine to protect. And more ruthless about how I defend them." "That's the basilisk influence," Daphne confirmed. "They're intensely protective of their territory and those they consider under their guardianship, but coldly pragmatic about everything else." Harry looked at her directly. "And how do I see you now?" The question clearly caught her off guard. "I wouldn't presume to know." "You're under my protection," Harry said, the words feeling both strange and completely natural. "Not like Ron or Hermione, but, in my territory. Part of what's mine to defend." A faint blush colored Daphne's cheeks before she mastered her expression. "That's the basilisk talking, Potter." "Is it?" Harry wondered aloud. "Or is it just me being honest about something I wouldn't have admitted before?" Before she could respond, a silvery lynx Patronus bounded into the room, speaking with Kingsley Shacklebolt's voice. "Emergency. Order compromised. Dumbledore gone. Ministry taking control of Hogwarts at dawn." Prepare defenses. The message dissolved, leaving them staring at each other in shock. We need to warn the others, Harry said, already moving toward the door. If the Ministry's coming in force, they're coming for you, Daphne interrupted. The collar. They're not waiting until Monday. Harry nodded grimly. Then we don't have much time. As they hurried from the room, Harry felt a cold, focused clarity settling over him, a blend of human strategy and basilisk predatory instinct. The Ministry thought to make him prey, to collar and control him. They would discover, too late, that they had miscalculated badly. The serpent wouldn't be contained. Dawn found Hogwarts in a state of controlled chaos. After Kingsley's warning, Harry and Daphne had alerted the DA leaders, who mobilized their members with practiced efficiency. By the time the first Ministry officials arrived, a contingent of 20 Aurors led by Umbridge herself, they found themselves facing not a sleepy school but an organized resistance. Harry watched from the shadows of the entrance hall as Umbridge confronted McGonagall, who stood at the base of the marble staircase like a sentinel. "This is a Ministry operation, Minerva," Umbridge declared, her voice carrying in the tense silence. "We have authorization to implement immediate containment measures for dangerous magical entities within Hogwarts. Hogwarts students are under my protection as Deputy Headmistress," McGonagall replied coldly. "You will present proper documentation for the removal of any student, or you will leave immediately." Umbridge's smile widened unpleasantly as she produced an official-looking scroll. "By order of the Minister himself, Harry Potter is to be taken into custody for immediate registration and containment under the Dangerous Animagi Regulatory Act, passed by emergency session last night." Emergency session. They hadn't even waited for the formal Monday appointment. Harry felt a surge of cold anger, the pressure behind his eyes building reflexively. "Mr. Potter is a student, not a dangerous creature," McGonagall countered, though Harry could see she was shaken by the new legislation. "Any registration can be conducted here at Hogwarts with appropriate supervision." "That is no longer your decision to make," Umbridge simpered. "Now, where is the boy? Cooperate, and this can proceed smoothly." From his position behind a pillar, Harry caught Daphne's eye across the hall. She gave a slight nod, confirming that the DA was in position according to their hastily formulated plan. Ron and Hermione, stationed on the first-floor landing, signaled similarly. It was time. Harry stepped from the shadows, walking calmly to stand beside McGonagall. He felt rather than saw the Aurors tense, hands moving to wands. "I understand you're looking for me," he said, his voice carrying easily in the hushed hall. "Mr. Potter," Umbridge's face contorted in a grotesque parody of a smile. "How convenient. You are hereby remanded to Ministry custody for registration and appropriate containment measures under the Dangerous Animagi Act." "I'm aware of the registration requirement," Harry replied evenly. "I intended to comply with the Monday appointment. This armed incursion seems excessive." "The Ministry has determined that immediate action is necessary," Umbridge countered. "You will surrender your wand and accompany us without resistance." "And if I refuse?" Umbridge's smile widened. "Then these Aurors are authorized to use whatever force necessary to subdue a dangerous magical entity." "I see." Harry looked around at the assembled Aurors, noting their uncomfortable expressions. "Before we proceed, I'd like to understand exactly what containment measures you're proposing." "A standard magical suppression device," Umbridge replied, pulling a silver collar from her robes. "All registered dangerous animagi will be required to wear them when not performing authorized transformations." The collar gleamed coldly in the morning light, a physical manifestation of the Ministry's fear and control. Harry studied it, feeling the basilisk within him recoil at the very concept. "And who determines what transformations are authorized?" he asked. "The Animagus Regulatory Commission," naturally, Umbridge's voice dripped with false sweetness. "For your own protection, and that of others." "I think we both know this isn't about protection," Harry said quietly. "It's about fear. About control. Your cooperation is not required, Mr. Potter, merely your compliance." Umbridge gestured to the Aurors. Secure him. 2 Aurors stepped forward reluctantly, clearly uncomfortable with detaining a student. Harry remained perfectly still, watching them approach with unnervingly calm eyes. I wouldn't, he advised softly. The Aurors hesitated, sensing something dangerous in his preternatural stillness. This is your last warning, Potter, Umbridge snapped. Surrender or face the consequences. Harry met her gaze directly, allowing his eyes to shift partially to their basilisk state, the yellow glow and vertical pupils causing gasps among the watching Aurors. No, Professor Umbridge, he replied. This is your last warning. Leave Hogwarts now, or face the consequences. How dare you threaten Ministry officials? Umbridge spluttered. Aurors, take him by force. Before the Aurors could act, a series of loud bangs echoed throughout the entrance hall as Weasley's wildfire whiz-bangs, supplied by Fred and George, exploded from strategic positions. In the ensuing confusion, DA members emerged from hiding places throughout the hall and surrounding corridors, wands trained on the Ministry contingent. What is the meaning of this? Umbridge shrieked over the chaos of whizzing fireworks. This is sedition. This is Hogwarts defending its own, Harry replied calmly. From the grand staircase came the sound of synchronized footsteps as more students descended, not just DA members now, but students from all houses, moving to form a human barrier between Harry and the Ministry officials. Even more surprising were the professors who joined them, Flitwick, Sprout, even Snape, their wands not drawn but their presence clearly supporting McGonagall's position. As you can see, Dolores, McGonagall said with grim satisfaction, Hogwarts stands united on this matter. Mr. Potter will not be removed from school grounds or subjected to your containment measures without due process and appropriate representation. Umbridge's face had turned an alarming shade of purple. You are interfering with an official Ministry operation. All of you will face charges. Actually, came Hermione's clear voice from the staircase, according to Educational Decree No. 79, any attempt to remove a student from Hogwarts requires signed consent from the student's magical guardian. She produced a parchment. I have here a statement from Sirius Black, Mr. Potter's godfather and legal guardian, explicitly denying such consent. Sirius Black is a wanted criminal. Umbridge shrieked. Actually, Daphne stepped forward smoothly, as of yesterday evening, he's been officially exonerated. She held up that morning's edition of the Daily Prophet, which indeed bore the headline, Sirius Black cleared of all charges, beneath the larger story about the new Animagus legislation. The timing is fortuitous, Daphne added with a small smile that didn't reach her eyes. Umbridge seemed on the verge of apoplexy. This changes nothing. The Dangerous Animagi Act gives the Ministry authority to register and regulate animagi, Hermione interrupted. Not to forcibly remove students from school without due process. If you wish to register Harry, you may do so here, with Professor McGonagall present as his representative. Harry stepped forward, the crowd of students parting before him. I'm willing to register right now, he said clearly. But I will not wear that collar. You have no choice in the matter. Umbridge insisted, brandishing the silver device. The law requires registration, Harry countered. Show me where it specifically mandates a suppression collar for students with no history of misusing their abilities. Umbridge faltered momentarily, and Harry pressed his advantage. You've overreached, Professor. You have no legal grounds to forcibly collar a student who has demonstrated control and responsibility with his abilities. You have no evidence of any threat I pose to others. What you have is fear and prejudice, neither of which constitutes legal authority. The Aurors were exchanging uncertain glances now, clearly uncomfortable with their position. One of them, a tall black wizard Harry didn't recognize, stepped forward. Madam Umbridge, I believe we should consult with Director Bones before proceeding. This situation has escalated beyond our briefing parameters. I don't need Amelia's permission to implement Ministry policy. Umbridge snapped. With respect, ma'am, the Auror persisted, forcibly collaring an underage wizard in his school, against the united opposition of the faculty and student body, was not in our operational orders. I will not proceed without clarification. Other Aurors nodded in agreement, some lowering their wands slightly. The momentum was shifting. You'll all be dismissed from service. Umbridge threatened, but her voice had lost conviction. Perhaps, McGonagall interjected, a compromise is in order. Mr. Potter will register as required by law, documented by Auror witnesses. The question of containment measures can be addressed through proper legal channels, with appropriate representation for all parties. The lead Auror nodded gratefully. That seems reasonable, Professor McGonagall. Umbridge looked from the Aurors to the assembled students and faculty, realizing she had lost control of the situation. With visible effort, she forced her features into a semblance of composure. Very well. The registration will proceed immediately. But make no mistake, Mr. Potter, this matter is not concluded. The Ministry will not allow a dangerous ability to remain unregulated within a school environment. I welcome regulation that respects my rights as a wizard, Harry replied calmly. I do not accept prejudicial treatment based on abilities I neither chose nor misuse. As arrangements were made for the formal registration process to take place in McGonagall's office, the crowd of students began to disperse, though many remained nearby, unwilling to completely abandon their vigil. The Aurors, too, maintained their presence, but with a notably relaxed posture. Daphne approached Harry as he prepared to follow McGonagall upstairs. That was well handled, she said quietly. Especially the legal argument. Granger's influence, I assume. Hermione provided the facts, Harry acknowledged. But the approach was mine. He studied her with his slightly altered perception. You seem surprised. I expected more, direct resistance, Daphne admitted. Given the ritual's effects. Harry smiled slightly. The Basilisk doesn't just understand raw power, Daphne. It understands strategy. Why fight when you can render your opponent's position untenable through other means? Her eyebrows rose slightly. Indeed. A very Slytherin approach. I'll take that as a compliment, Harry replied. Though I think what happened here today was something beyond house divisions. Did you notice how many Slytherins joined the barrier? I counted 12, Daphne confirmed. Including my sister, against my explicit instructions. Hogwarts united, Harry mused. Maybe some good can come from all this. McGonagall called him from the staircase, and Harry moved to join her. As he walked away, Daphne called after him softly. Potter? The ritual's effects, are they what you expected? Harry paused, considering her question seriously. No, he answered honestly. They're better. I feel whole. He continued up the stairs, aware of Umbridge's venomous gaze following him. The registration would proceed, but the Ministry's attempt to collar and control him had failed, this time. Harry harbored no illusions that the conflict was over. If anything, it had only just begun. But for the first time since his transformation, he felt fully equipped to face whatever came next, not as a boy struggling with an unexpected ability, but as a unified being embracing both his human and basilisk nature. The serpent and the boy were one now, and neither Ministry nor Dark Lord would find him easy prey. The formal registration of Harry Potter as a Basilisk Animagus took 3 hours and generated 17 feet of official parchment. McGonagall remained at his side throughout, interjecting whenever Umbridge's questions strayed beyond the legal requirements into invasive territory. No, Mr. Potter will not demonstrate a full transformation in this office, McGonagall stated firmly when Umbridge insisted on visual documentation. Such transformations require space and safety precautions. If visual evidence is required, memories can be provided for pensive review. By midday, the process was complete. Harry was now officially registered as Animagus, Basilisk, Modified, Classification Pending. The pending status was McGonagall's sole concession, allowing the registration to proceed while delaying the contentious issue of whether Harry would be classified as a wizard with an unusual ability or as a magical being subject to creature regulations. When Harry finally emerged from McGonagall's office, he found Ron and Hermione waiting anxiously in the corridor. "Well?" Hermione demanded immediately. "Registered," Harry replied. "But no collar. They're still reviewing my classification status." "Bloody hell," Ron exhaled. That was intense. "For a minute there, I thought we'd be dueling Aurors in the entrance hall." "That was never the plan," Harry reminded him. "Passive resistance, legal arguments, and safety in numbers." "Still," Hermione said, studying him curiously, "you were remarkably composed throughout. I expected you to be more angry." Harry shrugged, not ready to explain the ritual's effects. "I realized losing my temper would only prove Umbridge's point." "Well, whatever your reasoning, it worked brilliantly," Hermione declared. The Aurors were clearly uncomfortable with their orders once they saw the united opposition. "Don't celebrate yet," Harry cautioned. "Umbridge won't give up. This is just round one." They made their way to the Great Hall for a late lunch, where Harry received an unexpected hero's welcome. Students from all houses approached to express support, many sharing stories of relatives who had suffered from ministry overreach during the previous war. Even more surprising was the staff's tacit approval. Flitwick awarded Ravenclaw points for excellent application of legal precedent research, clearly referencing Hermione's argument. Sprout gave Hufflepuff points for loyalty in the face of external pressure. Even Snape, in his own way, acknowledged the morning's events by pointedly ignoring the celebratory mood among the Slytherins who had participated. Amidst the impromptu celebration, Harry noticed Daphne sitting alone at the far end of the Slytherin table, observing the proceedings with a carefully neutral expression. Their eyes met briefly, and she gave him a slight nod before returning to her meal. Later that afternoon, as Harry crossed the courtyard on his way to the library, he found his path blocked by Draco Malfoy. Unlike their usual confrontations, however, Malfoy was alone, his habitual sneer replaced by an expression of wary calculation. "Potter," he greeted stiffly. "Malfoy," Harry returned, tensing slightly. "Something you need?" Malfoy glanced around to ensure they weren't overheard before speaking in a low voice. "I wasn't part of it, you know. The barrier this morning." "I noticed," Harry replied neutrally. "But I didn't oppose it either," Malfoy continued, his words coming quickly now. "I could have alerted Umbridge about the plan. Several people were discussing it in the common room last night." Harry studied him curiously, his enhanced perception noting Malfoy's elevated heartbeat and slight perspiration. "Why are you telling me this?" Malfoy's gaze flickered away momentarily. "My father remains petrified in ministry custody. The Dark Lord is displeased with our family's failure. And?" Harry prompted, beginning to see where this was heading. "And I find myself re-evaluating certain allegiances." Malfoy's voice dropped even lower. "The path my father chose does not seem as advantageous as it once did." It was perhaps the most honest statement Malfoy had ever made to him. Harry considered his response carefully. "Neutrality is always an option," he suggested, thinking of the Greengrass's traditional position. Malfoy gave a bitter laugh. "Not for a Malfoy. Not anymore. We're already marked." He hesitated. "But perhaps there are alternative arrangements to be considered." "Such as?" "Information," Malfoy said simply. "In exchange for consideration. When this all ends." Harry felt a strange sense of déjà vu, recalling his sorting in first year, the Hat's insistence that Slytherin could help him on the way to greatness. Here was Slytherin ambition in its purest form, Malfoy hedging his bets, seeking protection against the coming storm. "What kind of information?" Harry asked. "The Dark Lord is planning something. Something specific regarding you and your ability. My mother overheard discussions during the holidays." Harry's interest sharpened. "Go on." Not here, Malfoy glanced around nervously. And not for free. I want assurances. I don't make deals without details, Malfoy. Malfoy hesitated, then seemed to reach a decision. The chamber. Tonight at midnight. Come alone, and I'll tell you what I know. Before Harry could respond, Malfoy strode away, his shoulders tense beneath his robes. Harry watched him go, conflicted. This could easily be a trap, but his instincts, newly sharpened by the ritual, suggested otherwise. Malfoy's fear had been genuine, as had his desperation. The question was whether his information would be worth the risk. Harry was still pondering this when he felt a presence behind him. He turned to find Daphne approaching, her expression guarded. Negotiating with Malfoy? She asked without preamble. Dangerous game. You were watching, Harry observed. I make it a habit to observe potentially significant interactions, she replied unapologetically. Especially when they involve former friends making furtive overtures. He claims to have information about Voldemort's plans. Specifically regarding my Basilisk ability. Daphne considered this possible. The Malfoys were inner circle before Lucius's indisposition. She studied Harry's expression. You're considering his offer. It wasn't a question, but Harry nodded anyway. Information is valuable, especially now. And the price? Protection, presumably. Consideration when the conflict ends. Typical Malfoy, Daphne commented. Always looking for the winning side. She hesitated, then added more seriously, be careful, Harry. Desperation makes people unpredictable, even those you think you understand. I'm not exactly planning to trust him, Harry assured her. But I can't ignore potential intelligence either. Daphne nodded slowly. If you're determined to meet him, take precautions. And. She hesitated uncharacteristically. Perhaps don't go alone. Harry raised an eyebrow. Offering your services as backup? Someone should ensure you don't get yourself killed through Gryffindor rashness, she replied, though her light tone didn't quite mask her genuine concern. The Chamber of Secrets at midnight, Harry told her. Though how you'll get in without Parseltongue. I have my methods, Daphne said confidently. I'll be there. As she turned to leave, Harry called after her. Daphne? Why are you still helping me? After everything that's happened, Umbridge's return, the Ministry targeting anyone associated with me, you'd be safer distancing yourself. She paused, considering the question with unusual openness. Perhaps I'm making my own strategic calculations, like Malfoy. I don't think so, Harry countered. There are easier paths to security. A shadow of a smile crossed her face. Or perhaps I've developed a regrettable fondness for lost causes and Basilisk-eyed boys who challenge authority. With that enigmatic statement, she walked away, leaving Harry to wonder just how much his perception of Daphne Greengrass had been changed by the ritual, and how much he had simply failed to see before. Midnight found Harry making his way through deserted corridors under his invisibility cloak. The castle was unusually quiet, even the ghosts seemed to be avoiding the hallways, as if sensing the tension that had settled over Hogwarts since the morning's confrontation. He reached Moaning Myrtle's bathroom without incident, finding it mercifully free of its spectral occupant. After checking the Marauder's map to confirm he was alone, Harry removed the cloak and approached the sink concealing the chamber's entrance. Open, he hissed in Parseltongue, watching as the sink receded to reveal the pipe leading downward. Harry hesitated, considering the wisdom of descending before Daphne arrived. His enhanced senses detected no immediate danger, but Malfoy could easily be waiting below with unknown intentions. As if summoned by his thoughts, the bathroom door opened quietly. Harry turned, wand raised, to find Daphne entering. She wore practical dark robes, her hair tightly braided, and carried what appeared to be a small satchel. Right on time, Harry noted. How did you avoid the prefect patrols? Disillusionment, charm and careful timing, she replied, approaching the open pipe. I see you've already opened the way. We still have the issue of getting back out, Harry pointed out. You can't speak Parseltongue. Daphne reached into her satchel and removed a small recording device. Magical voice capture, she explained. Say the opening command again, and I'll record it for our return journey. Harry repeated the Parseltongue command, watching as the device glowed briefly. Clever, he acknowledged. Ready? After you, she gestured to the pipe. I'd prefer you face any nasty surprises first, given your particular advantages. Harry smirked at her pragmatism before sliding into the pipe, the familiar rush of descent bringing back memories of his second year. Daphne followed moments later, landing with more grace than he had expected beside him in the damp tunnel. Charming, she commented, looking around at the bone-strewn floor and dripping walls. Very Salazar. They made their way through the tunnel, stepping over the ancient basilisk skin that still lay where Harry had seen it years before. When they reached the chamber proper, Daphne paused, genuine awe briefly replacing her usual composed expression. It's magnificent, she murmured, gazing at the towering serpent statues and the vast, echoing space. Few living eyes have seen this place. Fewer still have survived seeing it, Harry reminded her grimly, remembering the basilisk that had nearly killed him. They proceeded cautiously to the central area, where the massive statue of Salazar Slytherin loomed over the chamber floor. No sign of Malfoy yet, though Harry's enhanced senses detected a recent human presence. He's been here, Harry said quietly. Recently. But left? Daphne asked, her wand ready. Before Harry could answer, a voice echoed from the shadows near one of the massive serpent pillars. I'm still here, Potter. Just taking sensible precautions. Draco Malfoy stepped into view, looking pale and tense. His eyes widened slightly at the sight of Daphne. Greengrass? You brought a Slytherin. He laughed humorlessly. Clever. Using my own house against me. She's here as a neutral party, Harry said. To ensure our discussion remains productive. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. You trust her? Interesting. I'm not here to be discussed like a questionable ingredient, Draco, Daphne said coolly. State your business with Potter. Malfoy hesitated, clearly recalculating based on Daphne's presence. My offer was for Potter alone. Then consider me insurance for both parties, Daphne replied. I have no interest in reporting either of you, but every interest in ensuring this exchange doesn't end with curses flying. Her logic seemed to satisfy Malfoy, who relaxed marginally. Fine. As I said earlier, I have information about the Dark Lord's plans regarding Potter's basilisk abilities. What plans? Harry asked directly. He's developed a countermeasure, Malfoy revealed. A magical device that protects against the petrifying gaze. His inner circle are already using prototype versions. Harry felt a chill. What kind of device? Enchanted lenses, Malfoy explained. They filter the petrification magic without blocking normal vision. The wearer can look directly at a basilisk, or a basilisk animagus, without effect. That would neutralize my primary advantage, Harry realized. Precisely, Malfoy confirmed. And he's also working on something more offensive, a method to force you into human form and keep you there. Similar to what the Ministry wants, but more permanent. Harry and Daphne exchanged glances, both thinking of the ritual they had performed. How close is he to deploying these countermeasures? Daphne asked. The protective lenses are already in limited use. The forced human form solution is still experimental, but progressing rapidly. Malfoy's expression turned bitter. He's assigned Rookwa to the project. Apparently, it's a top priority now. Why? Harry pressed. Why is he so focused on counteracting my ability specifically? Malfoy hesitated. There's a prophecy. Something about you having power the Dark Lord knows not. After your transformation became known, he became convinced this was the power referenced. He's obsessed with neutralizing it. The prophecy again. The same one Sirius had mentioned. How do you know all this? Harry asked suspiciously. Your father is currently a statue in Ministry custody. My mother, Malfoy replied, his voice tight. She's still active in certain circles. Still trying to maintain our family's position despite my father's situation. And she shares sensitive information with you? Daphne asked skeptically. Not intentionally, Malfoy admitted. But our home hosts meetings sometimes. Walls have ears, especially when one is motivated to listen. Harry considered the information. It aligned with what the Order had discovered about Rookwood's assignment and explained Voldemort's accelerated timeline. What do you want in exchange? He asked finally. Protection, Malfoy stated simply. For my mother primarily. And for myself, when the time comes. A guarantee that we won't be treated like the rest of his followers. I can't promise how the Ministry will handle Death Eaters after the war, Harry said carefully. I'm not asking about the Ministry, Malfoy interrupted. I'm asking about you, Potter. When you face him, if you win, I want your word that you'll speak for my mother. That you'll acknowledge she helped. The request surprised Harry. Not immunity for himself first, but protection for his mother. Perhaps there was more to Draco Malfoy than he had believed. If your information proves accurate, Harry replied slowly, and if your mother provides genuine help rather than simply hedging her bets, then yes, I'll speak for her. Malfoy seemed to relax slightly. There's more. The Dark Lord is planning an operation, something significant. I don't know details, but it involves the Department of Mysteries. When? Soon. Within weeks, not months. Malfoy glanced nervously over his shoulder. That's all I know for now. If I learn more, we can arrange another meeting, Harry suggested. Malfoy nodded. Use Greengrass as intermediary if necessary. Less suspicious than direct contact. Daphne raised an eyebrow but didn't object to being volunteered. One more thing, Malfoy added, his voice dropping. Whatever you did recently, some ritual or protection, the Dark Lord knows. Not the details, but he knows you've done something to strengthen your connection to your basilisk nature. Harry tensed. How? I don't know, Malfoy admitted. But he was agitated. Said he felt the magic like a disturbance. Be careful, Potter. He's more focused on you than ever. With that warning delivered, Malfoy turned to leave, pausing only to add, I wasn't here. This conversation never happened. And Greengrass. He looked at her directly. Choose your side carefully. There's no middle ground anymore. After Malfoy disappeared back into the tunnel, Harry turned to Daphne. What do you think? Was he telling the truth? About the countermeasures? Almost certainly, she replied thoughtfully. The information aligns with what my father has heard through his channels. About his motives? She shrugged. Partially. Self-preservation is definitely driving him, but the concern for his mother seemed genuine. And this operation at the Department of Mysteries? Too vague to be fabricated, Daphne decided. He clearly doesn't know details, which lends credibility. If he were simply making things up to curry favor, he'd have provided more specific information. Harry nodded, his thoughts already racing ahead to implications. If Voldemort has developed protection against my petrification ability, I need to develop new strategies. And quickly. There are aspects of basilisk magic beyond the gaze, Daphne reminded him. Venom. Enhanced strength. Magical resistance. We've focused on the petrification ability because it's most immediately useful, but perhaps it's time to explore the full range of possibilities. You're right, Harry agreed. Starting tomorrow, we need to, he broke off suddenly, his enhanced senses detecting movement in the tunnel. Someone's coming. They quickly concealed themselves behind one of the massive serpent pillars, Harry's hand automatically finding Daphne's arm to guide her into the shadows. Through the darkness, they watched as a figure entered the chamber, not Malfoy returning, but a girl with long blonde hair. Luna? Harry whispered in disbelief. Indeed, Luna Lovegood was wandering into the Chamber of Secrets, seemingly unconcerned by the forbidding surroundings. She moved dreamily among the pillars, occasionally stopping to examine the carvings. What is she doing here? Daphne hissed. And how did she get in? I have no idea, Harry replied, equally baffled. The entrance requires Parseltongue. They watched as Luna approached the central pool, kneeling to trail her fingers through the dark water. She hummed softly to herself, a melody that echoed strangely in the vast chamber. We should reveal ourselves, Harry decided. Before she stumbles into something dangerous. They stepped out from behind the pillar, causing Luna to look up with mild interest rather than surprise. Hello, Harry, she greeted him as if they'd met in a corridor between classes. Hello, Daphne. The Nargles said I might find you here. Luna, Harry replied carefully, how did you get into the chamber? The entrance requires Parseltongue. Does it? Luna seemed genuinely surprised. I just asked the sink nicely, and it opened for me. Perhaps it was feeling generous. Harry and Daphne exchanged bewildered glances. Why are you here? Daphne asked directly. Oh, I came to give Harry a message, Luna replied, standing and wiping her damp fingers on her robes. From my father, actually. He asked me to tell you that the Basilisk hunters are active again. They've been recruiting. Harry felt a chill. The Basilisk hunters. The secret society Daphne mentioned. Yes, though they're not very secret if we're discussing them, are they? Luna mused. Daddy says they've been infiltrating the ministry for months. He thinks they're partially responsible for the new Animagus regulations. How does your father know about them? Daphne asked skeptically. He researches many things people prefer not to believe in, Luna replied serenely. Like Crumplehorn Snorkax and ministry conspiracies. Despite Luna's dreamy delivery, Harry felt the weight of this new information. Another enemy, not Voldemort, not the ministry, but an ancient organization specifically dedicated to hunting Basilisk Animagi. Luna, this is important, he said urgently. What else did your father say about these hunters? Only that they're purists of a sort. They believe basilisk magic is fundamentally corrupt, an abomination against natural magic. They've hunted down Basilisk Animagi for centuries, though they've been dormant recently due to lack of targets. She looked at Harry with unusual directness. Until you. Great, Harry muttered. Another group that wants me dead or contained. Oh, they don't want you contained, Luna corrected. They want your ability eliminated completely. Daddy says their traditional method involves a ritual that separates the basilisk aspect from the wizard, usually killing both in the process. The casual way she delivered this horrific information was quintessentially Luna. Do they have any identifying marks or symbols? Daphne asked practically. How would we recognize one? Daddy mentioned a tattoo, Luna replied thoughtfully. A crossed wand and dagger over a basilisk eye. Usually on the forearm, opposite where Death Eaters wear the dark mark. Harry committed the description to memory. Thank you for the warning, Luna. It's valuable information. You're welcome, she said brightly. The chamber is quite interesting, isn't it? So much history. So many secrets still. She gazed around dreamily. I think it likes you, Harry. It recognizes you're not just borrowing Slytherin's power, you're manifesting it naturally. Before Harry could respond to this strange statement, Luna turned toward the exit. I should go. The Thestrals get restless when I'm late for our midnight meetings. She drifted away, leaving Harry and Daphne staring after her in bewilderment. Is she always like that? Daphne asked once Luna had disappeared into the tunnel. Pretty much, Harry confirmed. Though she has an uncanny way of being right about things that matter. If she's right about the basilisk hunters. Daphne left the implication hanging. Then I have yet another enemy to worry about, Harry finished grimly. One that predates Voldemort by centuries and specifically targets wizards like me. Daphne moved closer, her expression troubled. Harry, my family records about Basilisk Animagi, they all end the same way. None died of natural causes. All were eventually killed either in combat or by hunters specifically targeting their ability. Are you saying I'm doomed? Harry asked, only half joking. I'm saying the path you're on has historically been dangerous, she replied seriously. And with the ritual binding your basilisk nature more permanently to your core self. I've committed to that path irrevocably, Harry realized. Even if I wanted to step away from the basilisk abilities, I couldn't now. No, Daphne agreed softly. You couldn't. The weight of that reality settled between them in the ancient chamber. Harry felt the basilisk aspects of himself stirring in response, not with fear, but with a cold, clear acceptance. This was his nature now, for better or worse. The only path was forward. Then I'd better make sure I'm the first basilisk Animagus to survive the hunters, he said finally. Which means we have work to do, exploring every aspect of these abilities, not just the petrification. Daphne studied him for a moment, then nodded decisively. The room of requirement, tomorrow night. We'll begin with venom production and immunity. My great-great-grandmother's journal has extensive notes on both. As they prepared to leave the chamber, using Daphne's recorded Parseltongue to open the exit, Harry found himself oddly calm despite the mounting threats. The ritual had changed more than just his connection to his basilisk abilities, it had altered his fundamental approach to danger. Where once he might have felt overwhelmed by the combined threats of Voldemort, the Ministry, and now the basilisk hunters, he now perceived them with cold clarity, as obstacles to be analyzed and overcome rather than disasters to be feared. The serpent within him didn't panic in the face of danger. It prepared. It planned. It waited for the perfect moment to strike. And when that moment came, Harry would be ready. The next 3 weeks passed in a blur of intensive training, academic pressure, and mounting tension both within and beyond Hogwarts walls. The Daily Prophet reported disappearances almost daily now, though the Ministry continued to downplay connections to Voldemort. More telling were the empty seats appearing in classrooms as fearful parents withdrew their children. Harry divided his time between 3 parallel tracks, regular classes and OWL preparation, DA leadership, and his specialized basilisk ability training. The latter had expanded beyond McGonagall's official sessions to include nightly meetings with Daphne in the Room of Requirement, where they explored aspects of basilisk magic that the Ministry representatives would certainly not have approved. Focus on the sensation, Daphne instructed one evening, as Harry attempted to access his basilisk's venom production capabilities. It should feel like a heat behind your teeth, a pressure in the roof of your mouth. Harry concentrated, partially transforming just his mouth and fangs while remaining otherwise human. The now familiar pressure built, but differently, concentrated in his elongated canines rather than behind his eyes. I feel it, he confirmed, the words slightly distorted by his transformed mouth. Like liquid fire ready to release. Good. Now channel it toward the target, but don't actually release it yet. The target was a magically reinforced dummy placed 20 feet away. Harry focused his intent, feeling the venom pooling behind his fangs. The key difference between petrification and venom, Daphne explained, is that the gaze affects anyone who meets it, while venom can be selectively deployed. More precision, less collateral damage. Harry nodded, understanding the tactical advantage. In the chaotic environment of battle, the ability to neutralize specific targets without risking allies would be invaluable. Now, Daphne instructed, release just a small amount. Basilisk venom is incredibly potent, a few drops should be sufficient. Harry projected a thin stream of venom toward the dummy. The effect was immediate and dramatic, the dummy's surface began to smoke and dissolve where the liquid made contact, breaking down at a molecular level. Merlin's beard, Harry breathed, his mouth returning to human form. That's intense. Basilisk venom is one of the most destructive substances in the magical world, Daphne confirmed. Few counters exist: phoenix tears, certain rare potions, and specific magical shields. Could I develop immunity to it myself? Harry wondered. Since it's technically my own venom? That's our next area of exploration, Daphne replied. According to my great-great-grandmother's journal, Basilisk animagi develop natural resistance to their own venom, though not complete immunity. It's related to the transformation magic that prevents you from petrifying yourself with your own gaze. These specialized training sessions complemented the more conventional combat practice Harry continued with the DA. As April turned to May, the student defense group had evolved from practicing basic spells to conducting complex simulated battles, with members taking turns playing Death Eaters and Defenders. Remember, Harry instructed during a particularly intense session, they'll be aiming to kill or seriously injure. You need to be prepared to respond with appropriate force. How do we know what's appropriate? Dennis Creevy asked nervously. Anything that stops them without causing permanent harm, Harry replied. Stunning, binding, incapacitating, these are your primary tools. But don't hesitate out of fear of hurting someone who's actively trying to kill you. The shift in his teaching approach wasn't lost on his friends. After the session, Hermione pulled him aside, her expression concerned. You've changed your approach, she observed. You're pushing harder, focusing more on real combat scenarios than defensive techniques. Because that's what they'll face, Harry replied simply. Voldemort isn't sending his forces to duel properly, they'll be trying to inflict maximum damage with minimum risk to themselves. I'm not disagreeing, Hermione clarified. Just noticing the change. You're different lately, Harry. More focused. More strategic. Harry hesitated, still not having told his friends about the ritual he and Daphne had performed. I'm adapting to the situation. Voldemort is targeting my basilisk ability specifically, which means he sees it as a genuine threat. I need to develop it as fully as possible before facing him. And the others need to be prepared to fight alongside you, Hermione concluded, nodding slowly. I understand. Just, don't forget to be Harry sometimes, not just the leader or the basilisk. The comment troubled him more than he expected. Was he losing himself in his basilisk nature? The ritual had indeed blurred the lines between his human and serpent aspects, making it increasingly difficult to distinguish where one ended and the other began. That night, unable to sleep, Harry found himself wandering the corridors under his invisibility cloak. His enhanced senses made nighttime navigation effortless. He could perceive heat signatures through walls, detect the subtle vibrations of movement throughout the castle, even taste the magical currents that flowed through Hogwarts' ancient stones. Without consciously intending it, he found himself at the entrance to the astronomy tower. Climbing the spiral stairs, he emerged onto the observation platform, expecting solitude. Instead, he found Daphne Greengrass, leaning against the parapet and gazing at the stars. She didn't seem surprised when he removed his cloak, merely glancing his way with a raised eyebrow. Midnight wanderings, Potter. How very fifth year of you. Says the fellow wanderer, Harry countered, joining her at the parapet. Couldn't sleep. Too much to think about, she admitted. You. Same. Plus. He hesitated, then decided on honesty. Sometimes I feel more comfortable in the darkness now. More alert. More myself. Daphne nodded as if this made perfect sense. Basilisk influence. They're nocturnal predators, more active and aware in darkness than light. That's what concerns me, Harry admitted. These changes, the sensory perceptions, the comfort with darkness, the strategic thinking, they're becoming more pronounced. Hermione noticed. She said I've changed. You have, Daphne confirmed simply. The ritual accelerated what was already happening naturally. Your basilisk aspects are integrating more fully with your human consciousness. Am I losing myself? Harry asked directly, voicing the fear he'd been reluctant to acknowledge even to himself. Daphne considered the question with characteristic seriousness. I don't think so. You're not becoming less Harry Potter, you're becoming a more complete version of who you always had the potential to be. That's a diplomatic answer. It's an honest one, she insisted. The basilisk aspects aren't alien to you, Harry. They were always there, dormant in your magical core. What's happening now is synthesis, not replacement. Harry absorbed this, finding comfort in her perspective. Have you noticed other changes in me? Beyond the tactical thinking and night vision? Daphne studied him thoughtfully. You're more confident. Less reactive, more proactive. More willing to accept your own power without apologizing for it. A slight smile touched her lips. And you're more direct about what and who you value. Less typically Gryffindor self-sacrifice, more selective protection. Selective protection, Harry repeated. That sounds almost Slytherin. It is, she agreed unapologetically. And it suits you. The people you truly care about have always been your priority, but now you're more honest about the hierarchy of your loyalties. Harry couldn't deny the accuracy of her assessment. He had become more clear-eyed about who truly mattered to him, Ron and Hermione at the center, then a widening circle of others he considered under his protection, Sirius, the Weasleys, his fellow DA members, Daphne herself. And those outside that circle? He still cared about innocent lives in the abstract, still wanted to protect the wizarding world from Voldemort's tyranny. But the passionate desire to save everyone had been replaced by a colder, more pragmatic calculation. Does that make me a worse person? He wondered aloud. It makes you a more effective protector for those who truly matter to you, Daphne replied. And a more formidable opponent for those who threaten them. They stood in companionable silence for several minutes, watching the stars whirl slowly overhead. Eventually, Harry voiced another concern that had been growing since their meeting with Malfoy. If Voldemort has developed countermeasures for my petrification ability, and the Ministry is still determined to collar me, and the Basilisk hunters want to strip my ability entirely, what chance do I really have? I'm developing these abilities as quickly as possible, but they're all specifically targeting weaknesses. Daphne turned to face him directly, her expression uncharacteristically fierce. They're targeting what they understand of your abilities, Harry. But none of them, not Voldemort, not the Ministry, certainly not the Hunters, fully comprehend what you're becoming. And what is that, exactly? Harry asked quietly. Something new, she replied simply. Not just a wizard who can transform into a basilisk, but a synthesis of both, with powers neither fully understands yet. She placed her hand on his arm, the contact surprising him. That's what they truly fear, Harry. Not the abilities they know, but the potential they can sense but not define. Her certainty steadied him, as it had so often during their training sessions. Of all the people in his life, Daphne alone seemed to fully grasp both what he was and what he could become. Thank you, he said simply. For understanding. For helping. For not fearing what I'm becoming. Fear would be irrational, she replied pragmatically, though her hand remained on his arm. I've invested too much in your development to be afraid of the results. The comment was pure Daphne, practical, slightly sardonic, masking genuine sentiment behind Slytherin practicality. But Harry, with his enhanced perception, caught the slight acceleration of her pulse, the subtle dilation of her pupils in the moonlight. Acting on instinct that felt both basilisk direct and completely human, he leaned forward and kissed her. For a moment, she froze in surprise. Then, to his relief and delight, she responded, her free hand moving to the back of his neck to draw him closer. When they finally separated, Daphne looked both flustered and amused, a combination Harry had never seen on her usually composed face. Well, she said after a moment, that was unexpected. Was it? Harry asked, genuinely curious. I thought we'd been moving in this direction for weeks. We have been, she acknowledged. But I didn't expect you to be so direct about it. Basilisk influence, Harry suggested with a smile. Why circle around something when you can approach it directly? Daphne laughed softly. A convenient excuse. But not an inaccurate one, Harry pointed out. The basilisk parts of me don't see the point in hiding what I want. He studied her reaction carefully. Unless I've misunderstood what you want. No, she admitted, her usual barriers momentarily lowered. You haven't misunderstood. The simple acknowledgement felt more significant than the kiss itself. Daphne Greengrass, master of careful neutrality, admitting to a personal desire. This complicates things, she added after a moment, practical as always. Everything about my life is complicated, Harry replied with a shrug. What's one more complexity? Before Daphne could respond, a silvery lynx Patronus bounded onto the tower. Kingsley Shacklebolt's voice emerged, urgent and clear, attack imminent. Department of Mysteries. Voldemort personally leading. Targeting the prophecy. Order responding. Potter must not leave Hogwarts. The Patronus dissolved, leaving them staring at each other in shock. The Department of Mysteries, Harry breathed. Malfoy was right. Voldemort is after the prophecy. The same prophecy he believes connects to your basilisk ability, Daphne added grimly. Harry was already moving toward the stairs. I need to alert Dumbledore, gather the DA, Daphne caught his arm. The message specifically said you shouldn't leave Hogwarts. This could be a trap designed to lure you out. Or it could be a genuine crisis where I could help, Harry countered. My petrification ability could immobilize Death Eaters without killing them, give the Order a significant advantage. Unless Voldemort's forces are already equipped with those protective lenses Malfoy mentioned, Daphne pointed out. In which case you'd be walking into a situation where your primary ability is neutralized. Harry hesitated, recognizing the logic in her argument. Then another thought struck him, the Basilisk Hunters. If they'd infiltrated the Ministry as Luna's father believed, the Department of Mysteries would be the perfect place for them to operate. You're right, he acknowledged. Rushing in would be playing into their hands, all of their hands. Voldemort's, possibly the Hunters too. Relief flickered across Daphne's face. So you'll stay? Alert Dumbledore but remain at Hogwarts? I'll alert everyone, Harry decided. The Order, the DA, the professors. But you're right, I need to be strategic, not reactive. He met her gaze directly. And I need to trust others to handle this while I prepare for the confrontation that really matters. Daphne nodded, understanding. The prophecy is a distraction. Voldemort wants it, yes, but he wants you more. And specifically, he wants to neutralize your basilisk ability before facing you directly. Then I need to make sure that doesn't happen, Harry said grimly. I need to develop aspects of the ability he doesn't expect, ones his countermeasures won't address. As they hurried from the tower to alert the others, Harry felt a cold certainty settling over him. The Department of Mysteries attack was significant, yes, but it was also preliminary, a move in a larger game. The true confrontation was still to come, and when it did, he needed to be ready with abilities Voldemort hadn't prepared for. The basilisk within him stirred in anticipation. Not with fear, not with doubt, but with the patient certainty of an apex predator awaiting its moment. That moment was coming, and soon. The Department of Mysteries battle ended in stalemate, with casualties on both sides. The Order arrived in time to prevent Voldemort from obtaining the prophecy, which was destroyed in the chaotic fighting. Several Death Eaters were captured, though many escaped, including Voldemort himself, who was briefly seen by Ministry officials before vanishing. The most significant outcome was political. Fudge could no longer deny Voldemort's return after multiple reliable witnesses observed him personally. The minister's position was severely weakened, with many calling for his resignation. For Harry, however, the battle's most troubling aspect came from Sirius's report delivered in Dumbledore's office the morning after. They were prepared for us, Sirius explained grimly, still sporting injuries from the fight. And specifically prepared for you, Harry, though you weren't there. How so? Harry asked, though he already suspected the answer. All the Death Eaters were wearing some kind of enhanced goggles or lenses, Sirius confirmed. Remus managed to snatch a pair during the fighting. Dumbledore produced a set of strange, amber-tinted glasses from his desk. These appear to be designed specifically to filter petrification magic, while allowing normal vision otherwise. Just as Malfoy warned, Harry murmured. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. And this confirms that Voldemort considers your Basilisk ability his primary threat, significant enough to develop specific countermeasures and equip all his forces with them. Did you notice anything else unusual? Harry asked Sirius. Anyone who didn't seem to fit with either the Death Eaters or the Order? Sirius frowned. There were a couple of unspeakables who joined the fight late, seemed more interested in watching than participating. Why? Harry exchanged glances with Daphne, who had been included in the meeting at his insistence. We've received information about a group called the Basilisk Hunters, he explained. A secret society dedicated to eliminating Basilisk Animagi. They supposedly have infiltrated the Ministry, particularly the Department of Mysteries. Basilisk Hunters. Dumbledore repeated, looking troubled. I had thought them extinct, a historical curiosity rather than a present threat. You know of them? Harry asked, surprised. By reputation only, Dumbledore acknowledged. They were most active during periods when Basilisk Animagi appeared in wizarding history, most notably during Grindelwald's rise, when several such Animagi emerged across Europe. That aligns with my family's records, Daphne confirmed. My great-great-grandmother encountered them during her opposition to Grindelwald. If they have indeed become active again, Dumbledore mused, it suggests they view your emergence, Harry, as part of a historical pattern, powerful Basilisk Animagi manifesting during periods of magical upheaval. Which means I'm now being hunted by Voldemort, monitored by the Ministry, and targeted by an ancient secret society, Harry summarized grimly. Any other enemies I should add to the list? The situation is indeed challenging, Dumbledore acknowledged. But it also confirms what I have long suspected, your Basilisk ability represents a power of extraordinary significance in the coming conflict. A power that, as the prophecy states, the Dark Lord knows not. Except he does know about it now, Harry pointed out. And he's developing countermeasures. He knows of its existence, Dumbledore corrected, but not its full potential. Not the aspects you've been developing with Miss Greengrass's assistance. Harry glanced at Daphne, surprised that Dumbledore knew about their unauthorized training sessions. The headmaster's eyes twinkled briefly. Hogwarts contains few secrets from its headmaster, Harry. Particularly when those secrets involve powerful magic being practiced within its walls. You didn't stop us, Daphne observed. On the contrary, I ensured you remained undisturbed, Dumbledore replied. Your historical knowledge of Basilisk Animagi has proven invaluable to Harry's development, Miss Greengrass. Far be it from me to interfere with such productive collaboration. His knowing tone suggested he might be aware of more than just their training sessions, causing both teenagers to avoid eye contact momentarily. What happens now? Harry asked, redirecting the conversation. Voldemort's been exposed, but he's also more dangerous than ever. And with both the Ministry and these hunters targeting me as well. Now, Dumbledore said gravely, we prepare for open conflict. Voldemort will no longer operate in shadows. With his return publicly confirmed, he will move more aggressively, gathering supporters and eliminating opposition. And my role in this? Harry pressed. Continue your development, Dumbledore advised. Both conventional magical education, your OWLs remain important, despite everything, and your specialized basilisk abilities. Focus particularly on aspects Voldemort won't expect. The venom production and immunity, Daphne suggested. And the magical resistance inherent to basilisk scales. Precisely, Dumbledore agreed. Voldemort has countered your petrification ability, but basilisk magic encompasses far more than a deadly gaze. Explore those aspects, master them, and you will maintain your advantage. As the meeting concluded, Harry felt a growing certainty that events were accelerating towards some inevitable confrontation. The Department of Mystery's battle had been significant, yes, but ultimately preliminary, a testing of forces, a positioning of pieces. The real battle was yet to come, and when it did, it would center around the power Voldemort feared most, the Basilisk ability Harry was still learning to fully master. Later that evening, as Harry and Daphne practiced in the Room of Requirement, focusing on projecting basilisk venom through magical spells rather than physical fangs, Daphne voiced the concern that had been building throughout the day. "We're running out of time," she observed, watching as Harry's venomous reducto curse melted through their target dummy. "Voldemort will move more openly now, and both the Ministry and the Hunters will accelerate their plans regarding you." "I know," Harry acknowledged, lowering his wand. "I can feel it too, like pressure building before a storm." "You need to master these advanced techniques quickly," Daphne continued, her practical nature asserting itself. "Particularly the venom immunity and magical resistance." Harry nodded, understanding her concern. Then, making a decision, he set down his wand and approached her directly. "There's something I've been considering," he said. "A way to accelerate my development further, but it's unconventional." "More unconventional than the ritual we've already performed?" Daphne asked skeptically. "Yes," Harry admitted. "It involves the Chamber of Secrets. Specifically, the remains of Slytherin's basilisk." Daphne's eyes widened. "You want to, what? Consume part of it?" "Not consume," Harry clarified. "Commune. My research suggests that basilisk animagi can absorb knowledge and power from the remains of true basilisks through a specific magical process. It would allow me to connect with the original basilisk's magical essence, potentially gaining insights and abilities that would otherwise take months or years to develop naturally." "That's incredibly dangerous," Daphne said immediately. "Slytherin's basilisk was ancient and immensely powerful. Its magical residue, even years after death, could overwhelm your consciousness." "Which is why I'd need an anchor," Harry replied, meeting her gaze directly. "Someone with both the knowledge to monitor the process and the personal connection to pull me back if necessary." Understanding dawned in her eyes. "Me?" "Yes." Daphne was silent for a long moment, considering the implications. "You understand what you're asking? This goes beyond our training arrangement, beyond even our personal involvement. This would create a magical connection between us, one that couldn't be easily broken." "I know," Harry said simply. "And I'm asking anyway." The directness of his statement hung in the air between them. This was no casual request, it represented a level of trust and commitment beyond anything they had previously acknowledged. Finally, Daphne nodded, her decision made. "When?" "Tonight," Harry replied. "We can't afford to wait." As they prepared to leave for the chamber, gathering specialized materials the room provided, Harry felt the basilisk within him stirring with anticipation. This communion, if successful, would represent the final integration of his human and serpent natures, a completion of the process begun in the graveyard nearly a year ago. Whether he emerged stronger or lost himself entirely remained to be seen. But with enemies converging from all sides and time running short, the risk was one he had to take. The final transformation awaited. Chapter 4, Fangs of Rebellion. Main conflict, large-scale threat. Open conflict with both the Ministry and Death Eaters forces Harry to take a leadership role. Key events. Ministry falls under Voldemort's influence more quickly than in canon. Harry establishes an expanded DA as a genuine resistance movement. Umbridge brings in specialists to try to cure Harry of his ability. Harry discovers he can communicate with petrified victims through legilimency. The Order and the DA forge an uneasy alliance. Basilisk hunters revealed to be working with elements in the Ministry. Harry and friends infiltrate the Department of Mysteries for information rather than the prophecy. Discover records of basilisk animagi throughout history and their connections to Slytherin. Major battle in the Ministry atrium. Harry fully transforms to save his friends, but struggles to distinguish friend from foe. Sirius is wounded rather than killed. Voldemort appears, Revealing he's found ways to shield his followers from the Basilisk gaze. Public now witnesses Voldemort's return and Harry's full Basilisk form. Harry manages to petrify several Death Eaters before Voldemort escapes. The public is divided, some see Harry as a savior, others as a monster. Daphne's family offers sanctuary as both the Ministry and Death Eaters hunt Harry. First kiss between Harry and Daphne as tensions peak. The unseen heir makes direct contact, claiming to be the true heir of Slytherin and demanding Harry surrender his stolen power. Character development. Harry embraces leadership role but worries about corrupting influence of power. Daphne reveals family secrets and fully commits to Harry's cause. Ron shows exceptional bravery defending non-combatants during Ministry battle. Hermione begins exploring whether Harry's ability can be used for healing. Subplot elements. Discovery that the Chamber of Secrets contains more rooms with information about Slytherin's research on serpentine magic. Introduction of concept that Harry's scar contains not just a Horcrux but something related to his basilisk nature. Chapter 5, Crown of the Serpent. Main conflict, final confrontation, Harry must face the unseen heir and Voldemort while preventing the Ministry from classifying him as a dark creature. Key events. Harry and allies go into hiding at Greengrass Estate. Discover ancient ritual that might allow control of Basilisk Animagus abilities. Hermione theorizes that Harry's mother's sacrifice interacted with the Basilisk gene he carried. The unseen heir is revealed as an international wizard claiming direct descent from Slytherin. Ministry declares state of emergency with dual threats of Voldemort and the Basilisk boy. Harry makes a difficult choice to return to the Chamber of Secrets for answers. Discovers the Serpent's Crown, an artifact that Slytherin created to control his own basilisk abilities. Voldemort attacks Hogwarts to capture Harry and the artifact. Three-way battle between Harry's allies, Death Eaters, and Basilisk hunters. The unseen heir reveals his own transformation ability, not basilisk, but a magical cobra form with mind-controlling venom. Final confrontation where Harry must choose between using the crown to enhance his power or to suppress it. Harry rejects the crown's power, instead embracing his human side while accepting the basilisk as part of him. Dramatic full transformation where Harry demonstrates full control, petrifying Death Eaters while protecting allies. Confrontation with Voldemort where Harry discovers his tears, like Phoenix tears, have healing properties. Voldemort is not defeated but severely weakened and forced to retreat. The unseen heir is petrified but not before promising that others like them exist. Ministry forced to acknowledge Harry's control and heroism. Epilogue shows Harry establishing a new organization dedicated to helping people with rare magical abilities. Final scene with Harry and Daphne discussing the future and their relationship, with Harry demonstrating his now complete control by transforming only his eyes briefly as they share a final kiss. Character development. Harry reaches maturity in his decision to use power responsibly rather than for domination. Daphne commits to building a political future where magical beings aren't persecuted. Ron and Hermione solidify their roles as Harry's most trusted advisors. Dumbledore acknowledges that Harry has surpassed his expectations and guidance. Subplot resolution. The connection between Harry's scar, his mother's sacrifice, and his basilisk ability is explained. The Serpent's Court is revealed to have been a council of different serpentine animagi who once protected magical communities. Seeds planted for future conflicts with other heirs and abilities. This outline provides a comprehensive framework for a 5-chapter story that follows all the requirements specified. Each chapter has a unique conflict type, from survival/discovery to political intrigue, moral dilemmas, large-scale threats, and final confrontation. The antagonists evolve throughout the story, and there's a continuous subplot about Harry's connection to Slytherin and the historical context of his ability. The romance between Harry and Daphne develops naturally alongside the main plot. I've structured this to allow for extensive development in each chapter, with enough events and character moments to easily reach the 10,000-word minimum per chapter while maintaining a fast pace and engaging narrative. Each chapter builds upon the previous one while introducing new elements and raising the stakes. Serpent's Gaze, Harry Potter and the Basilisk within detailed story outline and chapter breakdown. Overall story arc. This story diverges from canon during the Triwizard Tournament's final task. Harry discovers he's a natural Basilisk Animagus moments before being transported to the graveyard. When Voldemort attempts his resurrection, Harry's transformation is triggered, allowing him to petrify the Death Eaters and dramatically alter the timeline. The story explores Harry coming to terms with his deadly ability, navigating political fallout, forming unexpected alliances, and confronting both external threats and his own moral boundaries. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.